乐队老师，还有谢谢所有的 performance section， 所有的乐队老师，谢谢。
酷。
很自由的游走在那个节奏里面，他很棒。
我们谢谢 Tia 带来的这首歌曲。Tia 真的是一个用灵魂在唱歌的人，我感觉他的每一个细胞都在唱歌。再次把掌声送给 Tia。
很不费力，所以大家听不出那个歌曲有多难听。
整个人都特别的嗨，好棒好棒，我们好享受，完美。
我是音乐合伙人阿来，经过上次的竞演呢，我的歌手有了一个新的名字，叫进口小哥哥。进口小哥哥今天会带来一首进口歌曲，这首歌曲是著名的歌唱家维塔斯的代表作。这首歌呢，曾经在俄罗斯获得114个奖项哦。那么今天我的进口小哥哥会怎么样赋予这首歌风采？我们有请进口小哥哥迪玛希带来 Opera 2。
欢迎来到暴雪乐园，做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
人人都是斗士。
我会顾好你们的背后，让大家平平安安回家。
传说中的纳克法格会在码头边亲自示范。
距离进攻还有30秒。
放个几天假应该没关系吧？
快来这里治疗！
欢迎来到暴雪乐园。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻。
伤害失灵人士，实现我的意志。
大家过来接受治疗。
帮你回复一下。
幸会
舒服多了。
为了你的安全，请勿将双眼双配对比看犄角，慎重而外。
我需要治疗，
你会没事的。
臣服于我的意志，力量，我的意志化为现实。敌人要攻击我，看我这招回来的怎加速治疗，我来修复你的伤口。我需要治疗，以内战就绪。
我的绝招快就绪。
各位英雄，站起来！发现敌人，
我
火力全开！我强化你了，拧上吧！正在战目标，过来帮我！
快来这里治疗。谢谢。
我现在很猛，一起迈向胜利吧！
已占领目标 送目标前进。
扫荡完毕，正在护送目标。
敌人在攻击我。
法国，快点上！帮你治疗，帮你开启屏障。
注意，过来治疗。地雷阵设置
帮你恢复。我在护送目标了。
来对决吧。这就叫战术。谢谢。多谢，我的绝招准备好了，准备进行战术锁定。
目标照我们期望的方向打进。帮你回复力战继续。
我的指标锁定
臣
你了。
服于我的意志。
大家过来接受治疗。
在我面前站起来吧！发现敌人。不出我所料，你的力量正女巫前来助阵。力量涌现，
加速治疗。
过来治疗。
继续护送目标。
目标抵达检查点。
小心那些玩家。
绝招好了。
有人需要治疗吗？
给你一个来自远方的问候。我在护送目标了。
准备进行战术锁定。吃我一锤！
法国，快点上！
臣服于我的意志。
帮你治疗。
好多了。
在我面前屈服吧！目标火力全开！
我锁定你了。
敌方老婆不错，你会没事。实现我的意志。
目标安全，出发。
这个会治疗你。
目标即将抵达终点。
你的效率值得赞赏。
各位英雄，站起来！
有人需要治疗吗？
我来说服战斗还没结束。
不想死就别打我。
臣服于我的意志。
还剩60秒。 快点让目标继续前进，你会没事的。
战争战术锁定尚未就绪。
需要支援。
你好吗？
机甲决战。
哎，
火力全
帮你
开！
回复还剩30秒。
我锁定你了。
目标
决赛
还剩10秒，
今天要除掉我们的伤口，加快脚步。
第1回合结束。
你先休息一下。
比数3-0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
该来场蒸汽秀了。
还是值得争夺。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
完美的节奏。
启动。
哎
不要拿走大
哎哎！
啊，你真是美极了。风箱全力运作。
3、2、1，攻击方出动了，防守目标 A。
哈哈，上攻了。
感受毁灭的力量。
敌人进入范围了。屏障不稳定了。
哈哈，开始超载。
这个会是
屏障要错了。
我的炮塔遭受攻击。
你的效率值得赞许。这是我的
屏障被
意志。
摧毁了。快要瓦解了。
哎，
嗨，非常谢谢。加速治疗。看我这招。
屏障变得不稳，屏障消失了。屏障启动。
能量。
屏障不稳定了。
在我面前虚我的意志。
需要支援。
别让我失望了。我的炮塔破坏了。
我立即很危。
我锁定你。
给你一个来自远方的问候。什么都得自己来吗 ？Hello。
让他们尝尝你的厉害。
你好啊。
敌人进入范围了。
谢。
屏障变得不稳定了。
保护我的炮塔。哈！那是我亲手打造的。屏障被摧毁。对决吗？
你太慢。
我面前屈服吧！
发现敌人了！
工作完成了。
双杀！
谢了。
你好啊，十分感谢，感谢。还剩60秒。
屏障设置完毕，完美的结果。
我的意志化为现实。
屏障被摧毁了。那是什么旋律？
还剩30秒。
有无穷的可能性。别让我失望哦！
敌人出现了，
我可以发动绝招了。
还剩10秒。
定了，千万别松懈！
快睡！
屏障快要撑不住了。
胜利！精彩重播。
我要献上最热烈的欢迎！
保罗，快上啊！
双杀，3杀。帮你恢复。我在护送目标了。双杀。
这就叫战术。
今天他的眼妆好像稍微加重了一些哈。
让饮食更养生，道全食用油提醒您稍后看点。歌手官方合作伙伴 vivo X9前置2000万柔光双摄，照亮你的美。夏普互联网电视，夏普富贵人家为富士康娘家。经典歌手，下节更精彩。经典歌手，现在继续。
今天他的眼妆好像稍微加重了一些哈。
人人都是斗士。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
捍卫者会解散是有原因的，那样也比较好。
谢谢，你好。
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，阻止目标前进。
谢。
这个会治疗
你。这就叫战术。
我的意
注意，过来治疗。快来这里治疗。
帮你治疗。机甲启动。
看后面。
敌让测试开始。
我锁定你了。
我敌人。
目标抵达检查点。
任务还没结束。
没有人躲得过我的双眼。
我会照顾你，我来治疗你。
快刀掩护！
先睡一下。英雄永不消逝。
死亡引我锁定你了。到处都是目标。
目标抵达检查点。
不断流失。
你会没事的。
我们还需要你。
来 nerf 这招啊！
这是我的诅咒。
臣服于我的意志。
都出来吧！
你的钟坏了啦！
该睡喽。
这是我的诅咒。
目标即将抵达终点。
没有人躲得过我的双眼。英雄永不消逝。
我锁定你。
掩护我！我来修复你的伤害。
那是什么旋律？
第1回合结束。恢复吧。 比数0比3，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
也许放下这一切比较好。
一枪，一个。
距离进攻还有30秒。
只做胜利的打算，摒弃所有失败的念头。
现在正是开战时刻。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻。护送目标前进。
必须
敌人出现了。
狙击。
可恶！
这个会治疗。
我复活了。
帮你回复一下。我来修复你的伤口。非常谢谢你。幸会。小心，有狙击手。这会实现我的。
爱惜。
帮助我。
再来一次。
好什么？赶快让目标动起来！帮你回复一下。看我的厉害！敌人出现了，还没准备好。没有人躲得过我的手。小心，有狙击！快就定位！在我面前屈服吧！
感觉像是无敌士兵。
敌对全灭。
为什么要停下来？Hello， 你好，
能源挡路，展开异常。
严重一下，臣服于我的意志。接下来会有点痛。火力全开。
Thank you very much. 谢谢。Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I love you. 我爱你。Thank you. Maestro, thank you. 掌声送给 Dimash。 跟他拥抱的是他的爸爸，掌声送给爸爸。爸爸有来，
太好了！
爸爸来了。
他的爸爸专门从这个哈萨克斯坦远道而来，给自己的儿子加油鼓劲，掌声送给这父子。
Seni kovaldı kızlayın diye papa esni sırtında durdu. Ana hiç bolğandan keyin kirdi.
怎么看他唱歌，我都上气不接下气的。
元曲生了1次，他生了3次还是4次？他唱好歌曲。
我们歌手的舞台是一个呈现经典的舞台，接下来的这首歌绝对是一首名副其实的经典。这首歌是在1874年创作的，已经140多年了。而在我们华语乐坛，在上个世纪的30年代，葛兰就首唱了他的中文版。而今天，在我们的舞台上，这位60多岁的歌手将演唱属于他的版本。
各位朋友，大家你好，他是我的老师 Billy Purnell。
Oh, is that the E？ 已经年过花甲的这样的一个长者，但是他在舞台上还有保有那么高的一个艺术的水准，还有保有那么旺盛的这样的一个艺术的创作能力，同时还有非常澎湃的这样的演唱的激情，让我们在台下坐着的观众都是一种深深的震撼。
Oh my！
我觉得不光在同台竞技较量一个场面，其实我们应该深究一下，怎么样去保护自己的嗓音，留有余地的让自己能够岁月长久的继续歌唱。
Oh, he froze. wait. Okay.
Teresa 我覺得，因為一唱歌咧，嗰啲人嘅人聲啊，係帶到好開心嘅嘢嚟，令到每個人都會開心嘅，唔會話諗唔得嘅，一定得嘅。
Okay. Come. Okay. Sit. Go. Sit. Sit. Shh. Charlie. Hey. Okay.
Nobody likes airplane food, right? And then I made this pasta.
Oh, honey.
Here, honey.
Thank you. Oh, honey.
Your blue goose.
Oh, really? You know blue goose, right? Good chicken.
Because like you said, as an artist or with a certain personality, we want to be perfect, right? But I've learned that I can never be perfect.
It's not I don't want perfect. You cannot be perfect. But I want to be real. 即係我想真情出嚟。
他将为大家演唱这首非常经典的《卡门》，掌声有请杜丽莎。
百老汇要来了。
正在前往釜山。准备战斗，选择英雄。
人人都是斗士。安娜，我是个军人，退休生活不适合我。
모두 준비됐죠? Let's dance! 무한 컴bat!
5、4、3、2、1，第一回合占领目标。
实现我的意志。
路西欧上场喽！
舒服多了。
回复吧！滚开！迎战转大点！
现在可占领
正在封
目标。
锁据点，集合！
小心背后！
大家过来接受治疗。
敌人出现了。
你没跟上拍子。
帮你回复一下。
给他们点颜色瞧瞧。
感受毁灭的力量。
我锁定你。
开始。
闭着眼睛打住。
漂亮！我的意识
开了。
现实。
快过来接受治疗。
指导准备就绪。
嗨起来吧！
需要治疗。
在我面前屈服吧。
机甲启动。
有人需要治疗吗？
召完毕。
接下来
我手感正常。谢谢。
恢复吧。敌人进入时段。
第1回合胜利。
各位英雄站起来。
比数1-0。好戏上场。
别等了，直接冲出去吧！
有种过来再说一遍呢。
我来帮你治疗一下。
4、3、2、1，第2回合战力过招。
谁都挡不住我。
现在可占领目标，
不能让给你。猎人替猎物设下了陷阱，希望你喜欢。身材不错，帮你回复。
在我这里汇合。看我汇合。
才没那么好打吧？要是你玩过来的，告诉我。
换手掩护。住手！屏障被撕毁了。
一颗炸弹。这是我的炸弹来啦！
双杀。
都治疗好啊！
占领目标。
哦，放在这就对了。臣服于我的意志。踩得正着，我手感好到爆了。
音量全开！
这点皮肉伤杀不死我的。
吃我一锤！
嗨起来！
康来了！
炸弹来啦！
正在占领目标，雷发动，天后筛选。
希望你喜欢。
我要见向西方热烈的欢迎。
战场的灯， 人要过来支援我的地。
延长赛。
速度！
哦，妈妈咪呀！
任务开始。
正在占领目标，请求支援。
走开！臣服于我的意志。你不脑力
朋友，别担心，我就是你们的盾。
发现敌人。
放马过来了！
恢复钥匙力。好，放在这就对了。导演释放耐力强化。需要治疗。
明天起床
延长赛。
我要现在
来了！
欢迎！炮塔遭受攻击，
完蛋了！猎物设下了陷阱。
我开一张罚单给你，启动自爆场。
胜利。精彩重播。双杀！
哈哈，开始超载！
双杀！
有人需要治疗吗？
是杜丽莎。恭喜恭喜恭喜你呀！恭喜恭喜恭喜你！太可爱了
！Good job！
谢谢，谢谢杜丽莎老师，太可爱了。刚才有被电到吗？
怎么样
Oh my goodness, my heart was beating.
心
I
跳
was
的要
like
跳出来了，
so much adrenaline.
肾上
Can you
腺
feel
素
it?
飙升 ，Yes。
The air was like shaking. Oh my goodness, it was so amazing.
非常棒。
大家好，我是旺男神沈梦辰。上周呢，我的男神闪亮登场，这周他们一来，我就迫不及待的去问他，这个星期你唱什么歌？他非常深情的看着我说：“你是我心爱的姑娘。”哎呀，我的那个小心脏啊！他一脸嫌弃的说：“姑娘，你想太多了。”好吧，我承认是我想太多。不过这个星期，他给我们带来的歌曲是汪峰老师的一首极具个人色彩的民谣歌曲。让我们掌声有请狮子合唱团为我们带来《你是我心爱的姑娘》。哎，今天有香蕉，这么多。
我最近特别爱吃香蕉。
是因为最近心情不好吗？
压力有点大。
一直以来，其实我们都是花很多时间在乐器上面，不管是弹奏一整首歌，还是说一个意思，其实我们都会希望把所有细节都做到非常完美。有的时候到了休息室来，我们都会看到，我们都还是在练习。练习的目的就是为了让我们最好的那一面可以传达给观众。
我们都不是很会说话，但是用音乐我们可以表达所有的喜怒哀乐。现在的做音乐的方式，因为科技的发达，而让很多可以发出来传统声音的乐器，也用数位的方式去传达，变成一种偷懒的方式去呈现音乐。那这个是我认为比较不好的，它是一个音乐层面的教育。我认为，我们想传递的就是，我们就是在做音乐，包括唱歌也是一样。那么希望大家听到音乐的时候，也可以看得到音乐是由来自什么东西发出来的声音。所以我们应该做我们该做的事情，去引导所有的听众、所有的观众来认识我们的音乐，认识音乐应该是由什么来出发。
懂
击准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。
准备上场喽！黑呀！
约好。距离进攻还有30秒。
设定目标，在执行。
闲着没事就是种
没有人能打破我的记录。
Wszystko привет。5、4、3、2、
跟我一起行动。
开始进攻，占领目标 A。
敌人在攻击我，我不远了。召唤少界结界。
能源挡住警示，有啊！
从虚无，
滚开！
这全是为了你好。
遭到摧毁。
防御系统就定位，敌人出现。召唤少界结界。
注意打！
我的潜能完全解放了。目标需要支援。随时可以设置光
耶，加速吧！哦，我爱死你！
占领目标 A。开始进攻目标 B。
看我这招！
能源挡住！
传送器已启动，
任务开始！
这是真实的威力！
启动自爆程序。
我进入目标，
臣服于我的意志。
来刃这招啊！
实现我的意志。
好戏上场。
还有许多事情要做。
着装完毕。
我的传送器已启动。防御系统就定位。
我的绝招准备就绪。
小心背后！我复原了。少界结界释放完毕。还有许多事情要做。
引力弹就绪。
我叫麦卡瑞。太好了。
我来帮你治疗一下。
看我这招。
在这里集合。
帮助我。
开始加速。
不痛不痛。
我的传送器已启动。
和大使被记了名字，你的躯体越来越弱。
牛啊！
只是一时大意。
谢谢你。
臣服。
接下来传送法阵开了，现在能快，
这就是真实的威力，这就是真实的威力，
万物是能解锁。正在战略，按照计划，
任务开始。
我会依循正道，
但无虚发就绪。
我在目标这边，快过来集合！
到我这儿来。
接下来去上场。
动手吧！
还有许多事
还剩
情要做。
60秒。
我的绝招准备就绪，跟我来。
帮你回复一下。
全都出
我的传送器一起
在我面前虚浮吧，
化为实质。我正在占领目标，
各位英雄站起来！
感谢
第
你。
1回合结束，
发现敌人，
比数2比0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
有建设，还有破坏。
迪瓦，准备就绪。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
Hello， 你这台机甲可以借我研究一下构造吗？
嘿，别碰它！战斗系统就绪，迪瓦准备出动。
啊，你真是美极了！
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，防守目标 A。
哈哈，上攻了！
双杀！
抱歉
我橡皮泥。
谢谢。帮我摆脱敌人。
别担心，我会把你修好的。我的炮塔会坏掉。干一场。
双杀。
就是这样。
中。
你还有利用价值。有敌人。
保护我的炮塔。撑着点，我是。
臣服于我的意志。
自由
开始，
都出来吧！吃我一锤！还有事情要做。他们尝尝你的厉害！
换我路西欧上场吧！
目标已被敌人占领，
招手攻击，
防守据点变更为目标 B。
这才像话嘛！
我来治疗你。
这就是真实的威力！火力全开！我利用你的威力，自由开始。
我去了，
工作完成吧。
法拉报道。
每次节奏差遣。吃我一锤！
帮你回复一下。
无与伦比的力量！好好表现啊！
第2回合结束。比数2-2，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的只要按照计划进行，胜利就会是我们的。
距离进攻还有30秒。
我就是要进行战斗。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻！占领目标 A。
时间。
传送法震开了，现在能快速移动。
万岁！
会依循正道。
还剩30秒，
加速治疗。
少女，
还剩10秒。
死亡是虚幻的。
第3回合结束。
嗨，
比数2比2，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
哈哈，开始超载！
好戏一起让得分突破天际。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
好，准备上场，来吧！
啊，你真是美极了！
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，防守目标 A。
掩护我！
风箱全力运作。
失败。精彩重播。双杀。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
人人都是斗士。别再混了，准备行动。
距离进攻还有30秒。
什么大风大浪我都见过，只要大家团结，一定能完成任务。
我们会在光荣的战斗当中证明自己。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻，占领目标 A。
我开始行动。过来呀！
动手吧！
躲到我后面，注意，过来治疗。快过来接受治疗！
我的意志是往上。
大家过来接受治疗。躲到我后面，
我英雄永不消失。
备好了，我会战到最后一刻。
敌人的炮塔在那儿。
朋友，
敌人的炮塔在那儿。
我就是你们的盾牌。一起行动！集合！
毁掉敌方的炮塔了。
我锁定你了，正在占领距离。
我来修复你的伤口。
自由开火，英雄永不消失。我利用不为的，
没人吃我一锤。
我摆脱敌人。
跑掉了！
我强化你了，还剩60秒。
谢谢，朋友，别担心，我就是你们的。集合！炮塔。
还剩30秒。
别指望别人，快攻击！注意，过来治疗。通体舒畅。
还剩10秒。
我时间突破他们的防御。
我的意志。
常赛。双杀。 比数0比0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
有建设才有破坏。
知识才是值得争夺的事物。
传送器运作正常，我打开传送通道了。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
只要大家都尽好本分，胜利就势在必得。
这里超适合我的啦！
好表现啊！
出动了，防守目标 A。
哈哈，上攻了！炮塔遭受攻击。这下好多了。
外面有人害吗？
我的炮塔会坏掉。屏障快撑不住了。
稳定点，
稳稳自己浑身是血。感觉好极了。
在我面前屈服吧。
1分钟而已。
吃我一锤！
有。
失败。
感激。
精彩重播。
各位英雄，站起来！
我强化你了，上吧！
欢迎来到绿洲城。准备战斗，选择英雄。
正义必将伸张。
莱因哈特，你说要比腕力是吗？别紧张哦。
紧张？我？你说笑啊！
谁都挡不住我。发现月，
感受
朋友，别担心，我就是你
我来上
现在可占领目标，
这个目标，加入打猎。这个位置，
冲着我来！
滚开！
帮你回去。
别担心，我就是你的
在我面前屈服吧，释放你的力量。
太感激你！
看我这招！
这样就对了。加速复原。
屏障立场启动。谢谢各位，我的绝招准备就绪。
火力全开，
要加
臣服于我的意志。
开始。
躲到我后面。
把他们轰出来！
我的绝招准备就绪。
实现我的意
站住！哈哈，我好得很！哈！
第一回合胜利，
我一锤！
比数1-0。
希望世人能明白，科学力量多少奇迹。
第二回合占领目标。
这把老骨头没那么耐撞。
炸弹来了！
放马过来！我的力！
我要去拿下目标，你进来吗？
这场仗还没武。躲到我后面。
我来修复你的伤口。
稳住你的位置。
我的意志化为血，在我面。
我又上场了！
快过来目标那边！
出来吧！有听见吗？多谢。
躲到我后面。
走开！
敌人出现。
我需要治疗。
过来帮我！加强恢复能力。
我来了！
这是我的意志，感受我的力
双杀！
抱歉了，好羞愧。
朋友，别担心，我就是你们的盾牌。
看我这招，
加速复原。
火力全开，唯一无畏。发不来，快点上！
我们一起走吧。
哈！再一次，再一次！
我的绝招准备就绪，大家上吧！我来帮你。
朋友，
接下来
别担心，我就是你们的盾牌。
在我自由虚无吧，我的意志。
我重获新生，屏障立场启动，地裂级就绪了。
交给我吧。
安娜报道，
来我这里集合。
吃我一锤！朋友，躲到我后面，
释放你的力量，力量涌现，火力全开。前屈服吧！你好啊，帮你治。
太感激。
胜利。精彩重播。双杀。
需要支援。
哈哈哈哈哈哈！
双杀，
就是这样。
前往地平线月球殖民地，做好防御准备，选择英雄。
正义必将伸张。
等够久了。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。防守目标 A，
要有耐心。
我需要治疗。可恶！
莱因哈特，身手没退步。
谢谢，感激不尽。
谢了。
放马过来呀！太叫人失望。
请帮助我，不生感激。
上天！
没有人能逃出我的双眼。恢复吧。
没人拦得住我，
没人能阻止我。
快过来接受治疗，朋友，别担心，我就是你们的盾牌。
局长正在蓄力。不痛不痛。
不动心。
注意，我来治疗。
进入视线。我以为你很慢。在你后面。我会保护。屏障开启。
超凡入圣就绪。
奈米强化还在准备中。
可以。
还剩60秒。
我的绝招准备就绪，地裂级就绪了。启动战术锁定。
我可不会放水。
你会复原的。
吹心
我的双杀。
来nerf这招。
威猛战锤，无人能
还
敌。
剩30秒。
是你。 下来会有点痛。我利用火力全开！在我这里。
延长赛，防护力强启动。
别发怒！哈哈，我好得很。流星坠！哈！
绝招正在蓄力。保护
大家来接受
守住目标。
让我再敲你核桃！
回合结束。比数0-0，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。距离进攻还有30秒。
生活就是要尽情战斗。
治疗你，
这是最强大的武器。
感激不尽。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻。
你好啊。
我们齐心奋战。
屏障立场启动。
我的意志化为线。
能源展开立场。
我需要治疗。
这个会治疗你。给你屏障。
路西欧上场喽！
别担心，我就是你们的盾牌。
我们一起走吧。
帮你开启屏障。
闪开了！
哈哈，我好得很。
臣服于我的意志。
来了，这招啊！
我在占领据点，吃我一回！
舒服点。
发现
走开！
绝招正在
尽情探索，成就你的想象力。
过来集合！
加入我，士兵76前来报道。
我来掩护你。我来掩护你。
我不得不使用暴力。
志。
看我这招！还剩30秒。
在这里请。
我的绝招快好了。
跟我一起行动！哦，我爱死这首歌了。
哼！在后面
还剩10秒，
快发动！
火力全开！
延长赛第1名。
需要再进一步实验。你好啊！
抢！各位，快来的目标！
我喜欢早上的麦虫带来味道，行啊！快来，多谢。
胜利。精彩重播。
我需要协助。
双杀，
屏障立场显露。
即将抵达直布罗陀基地，做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
宇宙没有义务让你了解各种意义。
我不太习惯那些顶尖科学设备。
距离进攻还有30秒。
知识才是值得争夺的事物。
你们跟得上我的速度吗？
屏障测试开始。
我叫麦卡利。
目标朝预期方向前进。力量是怎么来的？
帮助我！
我要好好思考。
毁灭拳王驾到！
等会儿可能用得到。进行下位转移。
屏障设置完毕。
小心后面，是我的了。
目标抵达检查点。
那个攻势到底是啥？
来提高手速了。
臣服于我的意志，坏人性。我要等些，帮我击退他们。讨厌！需要是来自己方的问候。
屏障测试开始。
迎向胜利。
目标连进。
你有等会儿才能用得到。
还没准备。
来 nerf 这招啊！启动自爆程序。服装完备机甲，上去。
在我面前系统
不。
这会治疗你。
我又听到那音乐了。
为什么要停下来？
帮我击退他们。
屏障设置完毕。宇宙在对我歌唱。回来！
马上回来。
我们完全目标。
感受毁灭的力量。
流星降临。
目标前进。很好。
快就定位。
抱歉。
双杀。
谢了。
等会儿可能用得到。
当心背后。
动者行动。除非有突发状况，改变目标的移动状态。屏障启动。
我得补充能量。
屏障归位，
感觉真好。
屏障掉，
实现我的意志，
在我体内流
正
动，
在臣服于我的意志。迎向胜利。在我面前屈服吧。
屏障设置完毕。
启动4道程序，
感受毁灭的力量。
机甲启动，
全都出来吧！
来自竞争，
快点，完全不是这样。
加油啊！我武装完毕。
展现在你正在移动目标。
这个会治疗你。
第1回合结束。
发现敌人了，
不准动。
比数3比0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
宇宙没有义务让你了解各种意义。
好，准备上场，来吧！
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。我来了。
付出2倍、3倍、4倍的心力。
传送器运作正常，能快。只要按照计划进行，胜利就会是我们的。
我们必须阻止目标。
感谢你。
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了。
屏障测试开始。
阻止目标前进。
你的伤害提升了。
我也不想这样。需要治疗，在这里集合。
帮助我！当心背后！我力攻不位。
准备好了吗？我来了！
你好。
伤口在哪？
科学袭击！屏障回来！
吃我一锤！主上场。
快要突破现状了，我感觉得到。 冷静点！
在我面前屈服吧，迎向胜利！
给我站住！宇宙在我体内流动。
需要女神助阵吗？
让死亡绽放吧。我能发动绝招了。
屏障归位。
我
会重建你的细胞。
我的力量，
我来臣服于我的意志。
我在对我歌
我力不可畏。
屏障启动。
我会重建我的细胞。
屏障还要撑不起。这个东西到底是什么？
我要夺取你的力量。
全都出来了！杀！预料之外，有令人认同的发展。
我来帮你了。
这个结果在我意料之中。你还不能死。
屏障测试开始。
这是我的意志。化为无形。
不可思议的感觉。
实现我的意志。敌人出现了。看来你需要这个协助。
屏障启动。
需要支援。
宇宙在对我歌唱。
臣服于我的意志。我力不可畏。
准备吃我一锤！
在我面前屈服吧。
见证这个形态。
我的力量。
双杀。
哼！快动！
屏障归位。
我的发怒。
帮你回复一下。
让死亡绽放吧。
屏障设置完毕。
下次再说吧。
我来修复你的伤口。
还剩60秒。
帮我摆脱敌人。
迎向胜利。实现我的意志。帮助我。
全打
回来！
绝吧！
加速治疗。
还剩30秒。
先说，对方快没血。
目标抵达检查点。
之前是不是发生过一样状况？屏障测试开始。
这个会治疗你。
屏障遭到摧毁。那个攻击到底是什么？
感受毁灭的力量。这个力量正在消散。还没准备好。
来点儿这招啊！披甲服装。
在我面前屈。
还剩60秒。
释放你的力量。
挡路者死。
那音乐了。屏障启动。
臣服于我的意志。
宇宙在对我歌唱。
目标即将抵达终点。
长眼祸。
还剩30秒。
纵距连接建立完成。
千万。
比数3-3。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
宇宙没有义务让你了解各种意义。
哦，谢了，谢谢，谢了。
来到这里。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
快！我最讨厌干等了。
屏障设置完毕，
阻止目标前进。
需要支援。
宇宙真是不可思议，对吧？
还剩30秒。
别再采取迂回战术，我们正面迎击。屏障定位，
还剩10秒。
前驱动，
全都出来吧！
结束。比数3-3，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
正义必将伸张。不准动！
距离进攻还有30秒。
就像训练一样，设定目标，再执行。
我当初就被派驻在这里，晒了一身古铜色。放马过来呀
！5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻！
这个会治疗。发现敌
目送目标前进。
别担心，我就是你们的盾牌。
快就定位！炸弹来
屏障立场启动。
这会让你
冲着我来呀！
你的伤口，我得补充的。
我又上场了，
目标正在移动。
明天起床一定全身
目标即将抵达终点。
这个会是火力全开，
双杀。
我来掩护你，法伯，快点上！
我会把木。
胜利。精彩重播。
自由开火，
双杀。
法伯，快点上！
火力全开，
双杀。
法伯，快点上！
我会把木。
前往花村，做好防御准备，选择英雄。
宇宙没有意义，让你了解各种意义。
我不大喜欢自己动手，但这次我会亲自出面解决。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
什么大风大浪我都见过，只要大家团结，一定能完成任务。
屏障设置完毕，
别让我失望哦！
发现他们。
力量达到极限。
这个会治疗你。
屏障快要撑不住了，看这个形态！屏障被摧毁了。
我要见证最热烈的活力！
双杀！
屏障启动，一切都在我的预料之中。
状况好极了！
聚合光束快就绪了。我来修复你的伤口。我可以使用聚合光束，开启行动模式。
多么强的冲击力！屏障设置完毕，屏障遭到摧毁。
这会有点痛。
我强化你了，上老师！
宇宙在对我歌唱！
瞧瞧我们的力量！
屏障要破了！
我要见证最热烈的
在一只小白鼠。
屏障归位！
我会保护你。
屏障测试开始。
加速治疗。
我利用不会的。
我的宝贝。
之前是不是发生过一样状况？
还剩60秒。目标已被敌人占领，防守据点变更为
屏障设置完毕。
我可以发动绝招了！
交好吧。
招手攻击，屏障不稳定了，
绝吧！
屏障交强了，
我们的力量，
我强化我上吧！我厉害，我
可能性，我要献上最热烈的欢迎。
熄灯。
谁都挡不住。
屏障测试开始。哈哈，开始超载。回来！
我来修复你的伤口。
炸弹来了！
过来！
我的意志。我准备好释放任何攻势。帮助我！在我面前虚无吧？忘了吗？
屏障启动。
快撤退，恢复吧！
屏障快要完成。
我强化你，上吧！
谁都阻止不了他。你真是美极了！
还剩60秒。
屏障测试开始。
臣服于我的意志。
我要献上最热烈的欢迎！
瞧瞧我们的力量！
在我面前屈服吧！我来修复你的伤口，感觉如何？
宇宙在对我歌唱！
加速治疗，还剩10秒，对方快点！
感受
我们在这里打下他们吧。
法国，快点上！
变得不稳定了，
不要招惹光彩吧。
热力全开！
第1回合结束，比数0-1，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
生活就是要尽情战斗。
距离进攻还有30秒。
想办法活下来。
躲到我后面。
开始进攻。
敌方火力强大，发现敌人，给你上上好了。
就这一点能耐，我需要是。
灵让开始了，治疗你。这来自远方的问候。
抱歉了。全速运转，有人需要治疗吗？
把他们轰出来！
你会没事的。
加速治疗，我来保护你。
正在导航。
我强化你了，上吧。我要我5分钟了，这个会治疗我无人能挡。我会修复你的伤口。
鲍勃还在休息。
绝招准备就绪。绝招准备
开始进攻目标 B。
绝招准备就绪，大家上！帮你开启敌人。
鲍勃快要准备好了。
我被击中了。臣服于我的意志。
我的绝招准备就绪。
正在修复中。
绝招即将蓄力完毕。
火力全开！小心背后！
我的绝招好了。绝招
我来掩护你了。
我的绝招好了。鲍勃准备好了。
绝招正在蓄力。
系统恢复正常。
马博，我来修复你的伤。来我这里。
禁止进入。
胜利。精彩重播。
我要见证瞧瞧我们的厉害。我要见证瞧瞧我们的厉害。
双杀。
just bonkers. Oh, goodbye. FD God does find the boop. Now FD God with another kill, another boop. Could be more pumped to be here in Washington, D.C.
We've got a packed crowd. They are hungry for more Overwatch, so we will provide. It is looking like a really good day of Overwatch.
This is Watchpoint, presented by State Farm. Hello, this is week 5 of the Overwatch League and we're back in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. for 3 more exciting matches today. This is the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. My name is Zoe Schwind and I'm joined once again by Reinforced Costa and look who's come crawling back. It's State Show.
现在进入国王大道，做好防御准备。 选择英雄，
正义必将伸张。 很荣幸能率领你们上战场。
了解。攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
照计划行，如果有状况，一定会救你。
我快等不及。
Hello. Привет.
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了。防守目标 A， 望无敌。
敌人在攻击我，是来自远方的
屏障立场启动。
绑屏障在我这里汇合。
帮你恢复。耐米强化，准备就绪。
打下来。
释放你的力量。
没人拦得住我。我整肃了。
火力全开。
来练这招啊！
启动战术锁定。屏障立场启动。
我可不会放水。
发现敌人。
帮你维护一下。
别动。
看我这招！滴水不漏。全打下来。
消失了。
这是我的领导，释放立场。
屏障。
推进器启动。他们全打下来。
帮你恢复。
我又上场了。
目标已被敌人占领，阻止绝招就在这里。
朋友，别担心，我就是你们的盾牌。
要
心，有进，引力弹就绪，这是我的火力全开，
潇洒，来这招，
自由开火，
来 nerf 这招啊！
三杀，
哈哈，我好得很。
耐力强化还在准备中。
放马过来了！发现！
我强化你了，上吧！
准备好了吗？我来了！吃我一锤！
臣服于我的意志。
快过来接受治疗！
看来你累了，治疗你。
发现敌人，这只是暖身而已。
再一次，
绝招正在蓄力。恢复吧。
开始治疗。
在我这里汇合。
一起走，集合。
还剩60秒。
帮你治疗。
有人需要治疗吗？
火力全开。
在这里集合！
来 nerf 这招啊！给他们点颜色瞧瞧。
还剩30秒。
臣服于我的意志，拦得住我！
逼退他们！
没有人躲得过我的双眼。还剩10秒。
临阵立场启动。
上场。
延长赛
任务开始。
都出来吧！我到后面。
滚开！
吃我一锤！
对方的
双杀。
神了！
注意，过来治疗。
第1回合结束。
启动战术锁定。
感谢。
比数0-1，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
正义必将伸张，别离我太远。
当然，不然你遇到麻烦的时候，我要怎么救你出来？
距离进攻还有30秒。
系统运作正常，准备
我来
战斗。
治疗你。躲到我后面。莱茵哈特，今天我的目标该放在哪里？
全力进攻，用你的脸颊击退敌人吧！
为了家园，为了家园。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻，占领目标 A。 齐目送目标前进。
集合。
我正在护送目标，别让他停住。
快睡。
清除障碍。
被摧毁了。
我离婚的味道。看来你累了，加速治疗。
绝招准。
哈！再一次，再一次，一起走。
到我这集合。
没有人躲得过我的双眼。
过来集合。
到我这集合。
让目标继续前进。
那里有敌人，屏障受损了。
朋友，
敌人在攻击
别担心，
臣服于我的意志。
我这里全在
这场仗还没完呢。
谢了。
我离开。
我离婚的味道。
谁都阻止不了他。
我强化你了，上吧！
没人拦得住我！太感激你！
胜利。精彩重播。
来我这里。
跟我一起走。
双杀。
For it. He's been begging for it. Yeah, he's seen all the other guest analysts and was like, guys, please, just one more. Give me one more chance.
I escaped and you dragged me back.
What? Escaped? You don't like us?
You weren't even here before, so I don't know what you're talking about. As if
but I love that he's already identifying so hard with his role. Loving it.
Yeah. Us. He's like the brand new beast that's just entered the herd, insisting on establishing dominance. Us guys, right? Us.
You're new around here. You wouldn't understand. I'm part. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm very happy to have you back here on the desk. If it was you or Brandon, I would take you anytime anyway. So, you know what we always do with our guest analysts here? You probably do.
Yeah. I watch religiously.
What is it?
You ask them questions.
That's correct.
Yeah, some of them good, some of them not so
good. I'm surprised you actually do know and you actually do watch. So, we're going to do some rapid-fire questions. Are you ready for yours? I actually don't care whether it's yes or no, because let's just dive right into it. What is your #1 key tip to grow back eyebrows?
You've got to drink a lot of water. A lot of water, and then the eyebrows, they just sprout.
That doesn't sound scientifically correct.
I mean, if you don't drink water, they definitely don't sprout because you die.
Hey, who's the favorite roommate in the house?
I only live with one person. It's my girlfriend, so her, obviously.
That you think of. Okay.
Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Yes, absolutely. Anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Okay, what's the first thing you do when you come home from a cast?
When I sleep, honestly. We've been getting like 5 a.m. flights back from all over the place, so
that is
sleep.
Terrible. Is Jerry the best Overwatch League player?
Yes, Jerry, our Lord and Savior.
Finally you said
we
something
get to see
smart.
him play today. Oh my God, I'm so happy.
Pick one team, Philadelphia or San Francisco?
San Francisco.
What the?
Of course.
Oh, you'd have to go with San Fran.
Well,
I did.
Yeah. Or not. I don't know. We'll see. Well, I don't know. I mean, you watch our show religiously. However, if anyone out there hasn't been watching last Sunday and you missed the post show, well, we did pick our first hero pool draw, and well, let's just take a look at the results.
Previously on Watch.
The age of hero pools is upon us. 1 tank, 1 support, and 2 DPS heroes will be unavailable for teams to select in the Overwatch League. We're using a highly sophisticated randomization drum, all right? And the first hero to be removed from the rotation in the 2020 season of the Overwatch League is... Are you kidding me? No. All right.
You coward.
Okay.
How'd I do?
And this support will not be available next week. Moira.
I've done it, Chai.
It's pretty cool.
Get off the stage.
Come on.
Couldn't we have gotten a good DPS player to draw these?
They are better than you. First pick for the DPS to be taken out of rotation. It's McCree.
Oh, wow. Whoa.
McCree usage.
Never much liked you.
And this one is... Widowmaker is drawn.
Let them eat cake.
You didn't get May. You had one job.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, sorry indeed. As you just saw, the heroes out of rotation this week are Reinhardt, Moira, and thanks to Mr. X McCree as well as Widowmaker. Now, with these 2 hit scans out of the equation, what does this mean for the matches today, Costa?
With Reinhardt out as well, it's really interesting because a lot of people think, you're just going to see a lot of May, but with Reinhardt out, I don't think we'll see as many of those compositions. A lot of people have been rumoring that we might see Dive, so fingers crossed that's what we end up seeing.
Yeah, I actually think that we might see Tracer back in the meta. It's been a while. Yes. It's time coming. She received a bit of a buff a while back that there's less reduction of damage on range, of course. So she has received some buffs, and finally we might see some Tracer back because it counters Doomfist. It's easier to lay down damage when you don't have Reinhardt shield, so there's no McCree to flashbang you. I actually am very excited to see what the meta is going to be this weekend. I am pumped.
It's a bit of a boon to the teams that have previously played in 2018 and 2019 as well. If you've got developed synergy and you know how it is to play in like Tracer metas, that's fantastic. And I think that a lot of the tanks will go back to what they're comfortable with as well. I'm looking forward to seeing Sado and Mano back on Winston.
Yeah.
You thought I was going to shut up at Sado when he was he was off the Reinhardt and his stonks had stopped going up? No, this guy's going to be straight back on Winston. And Mano as well is just a spectacular player. The good teams are going to continue getting better. The rich get richer out here in the Overwatch League.
But I think you need to look at the people that have struggled on Reinhardt. That's the thing that I'm excited for. So you look at players like Muma, who hasn't really shown a very good performance on the Reinhardt, but he is a very good Winston. Going back to 2018, that was something that he was strong at, and some of the success that the Houston Outlaws had.
That's why you're predicting him today, right?
Absolutely not.
Whoa.
Wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, come on, let's just pull it back.
But it worked out for me last week, just saying, just throwing it out there. Now, with these changes, we obviously have to look at the teams this weekend a little bit different. So I would say it's time for Reinforce's power rankings. Let's take a look at how he is rating and ranking all of those teams. We do see a lot of movement on this chart. Lots of the team stonks going up, and a few teams are actually dunking down after their performances last week.
That's a technical term.
It is a medical term, in fact. So the two I want to call out here specifically are the Eternal jumping up to number 5 and the London Spitfire now on that 9th spot. Reinforce, talk a little bit about the Eternal place.
Yeah, but I really like what I saw from Paris Eternal. I mean, Exi on the McCree has been incredible, and Hanbin on the Diva has really fueled this aggressive playstyle we've seen coming out from them. So I'm really excited to see what Paris Eternal will do moving forward with hero pools. I don't know how they will adapt with Ben Best on the main tank role, etc. But for now, in the main McCree meta, I really like what I saw from Paris.
So, Sideshow, how would you rank his rankings?
Well, here's the thing, right? The Toronto Defiant are so far down at the bottom after one loss.
They lost to Houston!
Right, but I'm not even going to talk too much about the Toronto Defiant particularly because, yeah, they play dive and they might be a little bit better in the hero pools meta, but more so, it's the whole system of power rankings. It's broken. The current system, down with the systemic hierarchy.
This is my segment. Please, just give me this, please.
You need to restructure it.
Look, you can criticize my... Don't destroy the entire idea of the power ranking. Just let me have this.
I get rid of recency bias. Just because one team loses or one team wins doesn't mean they just fly up or down the rankings.
But it might do in hero pools because hero pools is going to shift things up every single week. So.
Also, it's very controversial and it kills time in the pre-show. You kind of, fill it every once in a while.
What if I do a daily power ranking? Would that be fine?
No, let's do it hourly and we're good to go, I think. So that's good content. Now, let's actually take a look at today's schedule as the teams will be the first ones to play with this new hero pool in effect. We have the Houston Outlaws who are finally in that win column.
Hallelujah.
But can they keep it up against the surging Paris Eternal? That's going to be a tough one. Now, the Uprising will take on the Washington Justice. Once again, looking for a victory in front of their home crowd, the Justice, that is. And kicking things off, we have two teams that are currently on 1 and 3, Define and Mayhem. Both of those teams have dropped actually 3 matches in a row, but I would say they're filled with potential, and they're both looking to bounce back. So let's take a look at the starting lineups for those two teams, starting with Toronto Define. Anything standing out for you guys today?
Surefour on control map actually stands out a little bit because this is a team that usually sticks with logics for the control map for reasons we've yet to actually find out. But now with Surefour back in the lineup, I'm really excited because I think Surefour has really been a bit of a leader for this team whenever he's in the lineup. I think they play a bit more coordinated and a bit more aggressive. So I like that. So excited to see what they're going to do on control with Surefour.
I think especially going to hero pools, Surefour is going to be really important. He does have one of the biggest DPS hero pools that we see within the league. But you see Logix coming in, and people don't really know this, but Logix was a very good Tracer before, before Tracer just disappeared from the meta for so long. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Logix come out in the Tracer if that does end up being the meta.
My issue, though, with this is that Toronto have been playing dive for a while. It's what they've actually been having their most success with. And then as soon as Houston mirror them, Houston beat them. So if Toronto was getting by on being able to play unconventional stuff or the kind of picks that people weren't really expecting, agilities on the Doomfist, this kind of stuff, as soon as teams start to expect this coming out from Toronto and playing their own dive in reply, I'm worried that they don't really have the personnel to be able to back it up.
Don't you think it's a bit of a wild card, though? Because if you're the team that always looks to counter the enemy composition, you have a bit of an advantage, and maybe Toronto is trying to be that team.
Maybe, but how do you try and solidify yourselves as the team that counters the meta when you don't know what the meta is every single week?
But do you think it's better for the Toronto Defiant with a Tracer meta rather than a Doomfist meta?
Yes,
having
definitely.
Logix on that Tracer is going to be stronger.
Logix is so good. Logix is phenomenal. So if they're able to play something like Tracer Sombra with Logix and Surefour in there, that's where they should be the best.
Yeah.
Well.
So yeah.
He looked like he was about to say something, but yeah.
I have a lot of things to say to Josh. We'll take it back.
All right, we're going to fight this out off stage. But yeah, let's actually take a look at their opponents, the Florida Mayhem, and what they will be bringing to the table. Here are their starting 6. So yeah, we have Fate back in. Not a huge surprise, I would say, given the meta which might be upon us.
Yeah. A little bit of a surprise. I would like to label it as a bit of a surprise because I think Karrion is the better main tank of the two, but I think this here demonstrates that Fate is a designated Winston player for this team, while Karrion is the Reinhardt kind of player. And excited to see how that affects the team, because I think Fate has pretty, I mean, you would know this firsthand, but Fate has pretty big leadership skills, and he likes to be very vocal and lead a team. So interesting to see how Fate will lead the team forward when he's put on the main tank role over Karrion.
And I think that's super important for this team. I've played with Fate as a Winston player. He is very good at initiating, setting everything up, and getting the team to go. So that might be a massive asset for the Florida Mayhem, a team that I think is going to definitely be better with the hero pools, and especially if the meta goes towards dive.
Well, coming up next, we are going to take a look at the Justice. Corey and his team, they had a tough start to the season, and they have yet to win a match in front of their home crowd. So can they serve Justice today indeed? Well, we find out. And also, we will take a look at Sideshow and our hot quiz. Yeah, that's going to happen. Stick around.
Don't like the sound of it.
FD God, domestically a bit of a god, but internationally now he has to show up.
You better be watching out for FD God, because he's looking for those environmentals. It's like if a Reddit Lucio was actually good, is how he plays. But FD God with a double whip on the supports, living up to his name. I don't know what the F and D stand for, but he's definitely a god. That's one of the hardest Lucio carries I've ever seen in my life. Oh no! FD God! This guy has been able to get the opposing Lucio on environmental kills, which is bonkers.
Oh, goodbye. FD God does find the boop. Now FD God with another kill, another boop.
But of course, FD God, you're not going anywhere, buddy. One of the most fun Lucios I've ever had the privilege of watching.
Now, FD God and his Eternal teammates are set to face Houston in our second match of the day. And this retooled Power Squad, well, they've been absolutely on fire to start the season, taking down the likes of the Defiant, Spitfire, as well as the Atlanta Reign, which was considered a little bit of an upset. Now, they're currently 5th in the overall standings at 3-1, and they are led by newcomer XC. However, with these hero pools now in place, and no Widowmaker, no McCree, which of the Paris members really needs to step it up this weekend?
Well, I think there's multiple people that you could point out that aren't going to be on their comfort roles, and obviously they're going to have to step up. But FD God is still in a position where he can have a huge impact, I think. Now, it's possible that we end up in a position where Lucio isn't played that much, but considering the speed boost and how much effect this guy's been able to have across metas, I would expect them to still be running FD God on the Lucio. And he's having so much impact, playing so aggressively out there with Hanbin, that's the kind of core of this team that will keep the system running.
Yeah, and that is the interesting duo on this team, Hanbin and FD God, because both of these players are super aggressive and they get all the frags, but they also die quite a lot because they are that aggressive. So I'm looking forward to see how Hanbin is going to adapt to a new meta, possibly, because he did play very aggressive in the Mei and McCree composition, but now with McCree gone out of the mix, as well as Reinhardt, I'm curious to see if Hanbin will continue to play a bit aggressive, or if he will change it up, because I mean, if you are that aggressive as Hanbin is, you can get exposed and teams can counter you and your playstyle. So I'm intrigued to see if he'll change it up for today.
The thing that I want to see is we all talk about XZ and how he's been popping off so much in these first few weeks, but if we're moving away from the McCree and the Widow because we're in hero pools now, are we going to see something different? Are we going to see Soon play the game? If Tracer comes in, I've played with Soon on Tracer. Very annoying. He's one of those...
Annoying? Is that the word you would use?
Yes, I would, because he is one of those players. He is always back camping. Yeah, he's always in your backline. He's always hiding, and he's just always doing something different for the team. So I really want to see him come back, because this is pretty much Soon's signature hero that he's known for the most.
He's also good.
It's
annoying, but it's also good.
Yeah,
annoying.
That goes hand in hand. It's not mutually exclusive.
Well, if you're annoying in this game of Overwatch, that's a good thing to have, because that means you're causing so much space for the rest of your team. And Hanbin and FD God, if they're playing aggressive, that's going to give even more space to Soon to do whatever he wants.
Well, I'm pretty sure the fans would love to see Soon back on the stage, and even more so on one of his signature heroes. Exactly. I still, to this day, think it sounds like a booing. And
yeah, everyone thinks that.
Okay. Well, the Outlaws are coming off a big victory against the Defiant, who they defeated last weekend in front of their own home crowd. Now, Sideshow, what improvements do you see with the Outlaws heading into this very weekend?
Well, it was obvious that Blase was much more confident on the Doomfist. I mean, he looked stellar on that role, and that's the kind of thing that they need to rely on this week. If they get caught in a situation where the meta is going on and they're supposed to be playing, you know, Tracer, and Blase's trying to play the Tracer, yeah, stop. You've got Dante there.
正在前往釜山。准备战斗，选择英雄。
科学会揭示真理。我不大喜欢自己动手。 但这次我会亲自出面解决。
5、4、3、2、1，第一回合占领目标。
哦，大声点！
快修定位，
加强恢复能力。
我正在修复伤口。需要支援。
现在可占领目标。
大家成目标进攻。
我要夺走你的领土。 我来修复你的伤口。
闪开了！
找出对方的弱点，拿下这个目标。
绝招正在蓄力。绝招正在蓄力。
正在重建你的细胞。帮你回复一下。
机甲流装
是音乐治疗专家。
各位英雄，站起来！
看来在我面前屈服吧。
哦，我爱死这首歌了。
这个会治疗你。 看来我的计划有缺陷。
绝招准备就绪，大家上！绝招准备就绪，
时刻到了，
大家上！来呀，这招啊！
哈哈，音量全开！
感觉如何？
要加快速度哦！
帮你治疗了。
准备就绪，
谁过来帮我？
来，找手速了！
火力全开，释放你的力量，开火！我来修复你的伤口。
开了！
挫折正好能证明假设是否正确。我会治疗你，这个会治疗你。敌人在攻击我。在我面前屈服吧。 各位英雄站起来！看来你需要点钱。敌人回来了，发现敌人。
别动！
帮你回复一下。闪开了！打我！
任务开始！
我受伤。
拿下这个目标，才能继续下去。
机甲系统就绪。
我来修复你的伤口。
友人の毛をくれ！
第一回合失败。比数0-1。
袁氏，你怎么有办法适应？你知道的，光是一只手就让我够难受了。
我也曾经饱受折磨，现在我接受这副身体，寻回内心平静。
5、4、3、2、1，第二回合占领目标。
感受毁灭的力量。
铁了！
我来协助。这个会治疗你。
谢谢。快支援我！
现在可占领目标。
找到敌方炮台。
近点！
我需要。小心背后！还没准备好。你又受伤了。这里有敌方炮塔。
发现敌人了。
解决敌方炮塔，帮你回复一下。治疗。我会治疗你。绝招正在蓄力。嗨。我准备好释放聚合光束了。在我面前屈服吧。我强化你了，上吧，各位英雄，站起来！我会重建你的细胞。
来对决吧！敌人拦得住我。
这里有敌方炮塔。
不准动！
我得补充能量。
哈特，听候差遣。
想要退出？我正在修复伤口。
有敌方的炮塔。
胜利女神降临。
火力全开！
帮我回复，自由开火。
吃了我一锤！
还不行，交给我比较。你的躯体越来越重。背后需要支援。
准备好了。躲到我后面，前方有敌人的炮塔。
哼，我可能需要想个新方法。
失败。精彩重播。
自由开火。
双杀、3杀、4杀。
要夺走你的力量。
To play the Tracer, to play the Sombra, that kind of stuff. Stick to what you're good at. Just try and make use of the Sombra and the Doomfist, or a little bit of Genji or something.
How we're just assuming that Houston is going to mess up the roles.
Do something wrong.
Of course, like we haven't even seen it. We haven't even seen them, but we just think that they will mess it up.
But look at this as well. I mean, Dream tweeted saying that he thinks they're better at all 6 positions than Paris. I mean, Paris, to be fair, their strengths is their coaching and how this team has developed. But also, are you really better at all 6 positions, Houston?
They have their moments. Like, if we're going into a dive meta, you have Nico, who hasn't really shown a lot of great dive heroes, and then you have Ben Best Winston, which is...
That's a question mark.
Questionable at best. So I think, yes, this is Houston's time and their meta. My fear for them, if they do come in with Blase, if we go dive, Doomfist is not very good in dive, in my opinion, especially if Sombra Tracer are in the game.
I do want to hear your thoughts on that tweet, though, because ever since we brought it up, you're just grinning.
I just appreciate Costa's effort, but I will not be defending that tweet. I will not comment on it.
Oh, you know what? He's coming in with confidence. That's like, that's good.
That's not always the best thing, though.
Sometimes it's not the best thing.
He's a coach. Like, yeah, you're confident, but it's about your players.
Yeah, but you gotta set the example for the players. If the coach is so confident in you, then, you know, maybe it rubs off. Maybe that, I don't know where I'm going with this, but maybe it helps. We'll get to see it. Otherwise, the tweet might not age that well, which would be funny.
I'll retweet it when they
Wonderful. So we got that sorted. Make sure to retweet that. Well, our final match of the day is going to be the Uprising going up against the Washington Justice. Now, both of those teams are looking to move up in the standings. They have quite a way to go up there. Now, after a subpar performance so far, Boston's new faces have had their moments, but, well, the Jerry Mania seems to have cooled down a little bit at least. Costa, does the Uprising have flexibility to succeed with the hero pool?
They actually have a lot of players that can play a lot of different things, but I was thinking about this. With the loss of Munchkin on the Boston Uprising, I think they're the only team in the league that only have 2 DPS players. So they only have Color Hex and they only have Jerry, so therefore they actually don't have a massive hero pool. And Color Hex and Jerry are both solid, but I wouldn't say they're exceptional at anything.
Yes, that loss of Munchkin will certainly affect the Boston Uprising. Yes.
So we talk about this. We're going into a Tracer meta. Munchkin is known for his Tracer. Who's playing the Tracer on this roster now?
And the McCree, right? And then they put Jerry on the McCree role instead. And I mean, if I'm Munchkin, I'm like, okay, guys, like maybe I don't want to be here, and maybe I don't know what happened, but it's interesting to see them just dedicating all in on Jerry. I think that's.
Is Jerry a Tracer god?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think they'll have to rely a bit more on Color Hex this weekend to actually perform, because Color Hex is that versatile DPS player that you want to see on all these different roles, like Widowmaker's banned out, but he can play the Genji and the Pharah, and he knows a bit of hit scan, so I think Color Hex is the pick for Boston Uprising this week. He has to perform well.
Well, let's actually take a look at the opponents here. Because of the hero rotation this week, Widow, McCree are out, and Rollstar, Corey, you know, he might have to rely on the old faithful Hanzo. Taking a look at his career stats on this hero, he leads the league in hero damage, final blows, and critical hit accuracy. Saichao, how important is this weekend for Corey and the rest of the Justice?
Well, it's incredibly important that they get a win in front of their home fans, right? Because they lost whenever their previous homestand was. Was that 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun.
It does. But I'm interested to see whether the Washington Justice actually are the only team that makes severe inroads to playing Mei Hanzo. It seems like a lot of the other teams, from what we've heard, are going to be playing a lot of dive, a lot of Trace is going to be fielded. But Mei Hanzo fits Corey and Strata so perfectly, and this team had so much success in Stage 4 that even though they theoretically could play Corey on the Tracer, I think that Corey on the Hanzo is maybe a better bet for Washington.
Well, we'll see. I get your thoughts later, because unfortunately we have to move things along because we really want to get into those games. And before we get things going this weekend, we're going to take a look at some of the best moments from week number 4.
Finally, Overwatch has come home to Houston. Howdy! Give it up for your Houston Outlaws! Oh, Sato! Carnage in the tunnel! Ping is just absolutely destroying. He'll be able to touch. He's up onto the high ground. They knocked him away. Oh my goodness! Says, I'm not losing right now. We're not getting stopped here. walled off.
And it feels like the walls are closing in all around.
No way to mitigate the damage from Xe.
On behalf of all the Outlaws, we're gonna retire your jersey and solidify you as a family member of this organization forever.
The Dixer is back, baby, and it feels so good.
And they glide forward into victory. Welcome to the war.
That is disgusting.
Welcome to the game show that is sweeping the Overwatch League universe. It's time for a hot quiz. It's not really a thing, but we make it a thing. We will provide a stat in our contestant sideshow here. We'll have to guess the pro or team that stat belongs to. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, except what is this?
Well, okay, so to spice it up, you know, like if you get an answer wrong, you will have to take a shot of one of these beautiful hot sauces, and we'll see how you do.
What do I get if I get them right?
That's a great question. We haven't really discussed that. How about our producer will drink it in your stead?
Yeah. That sounds wonderful.
That's great.
I didn't ask our producer, but we just hope they're rolling with it. And let's see. It's gonna get spicier as the questions progress.
Okay.
You guys are ready? I'm ready.
I think you start from 5.
Let's kick things off. Let's kick things off with our first question. This player is the all-time Final Blows leader in the Overwatch League.
Wow, that's hard.
I think I know who that is.
Well, that's my first question. That's the
first
easiest question. I know it's like one of 3 players, but
who though?
Who are the 3 players?
I think it's like Carpe, Prophet, and then it's like
I think it's Jonak.
No,
You're
it's
not taking the quiz.
No, it's not. I'm gonna go with Carpe.
That's
I'm gonna
correct.
go Carpe. It's correct?
I think so.
So you have to do the shot, right?
I'm not the producer of the show.
All right, that's unfortunate.
Okay.
All right, well, I dodged it.
That's one. Is that number 1?
Yeah, number
okay,
1.
That's one for the producer.
Get it out of here.
All right. Next question.
All right, this team currently has the longest map win streak in the 2020 season with 6.
Oh, this season?
This season.
I mean, they've won the most, so I'm gonna go Philadelphia Fusion.
No.
Is that wrong?
He doesn't know.
I don't know.
No.
It was at M1 New York.
Oh, they played London and
go.
Boston and stuff.
Have a shot.
Chin up.
We're on a timer here. That you actually only needed to take a sip, not the whole thing.
All right, you ready for the next one? Here we go. Third question. This player leads all supports in total Final Blows this season with 95.
Well, I'm gonna go with his answer. I'm gonna go Jonak. It's probably wrong, but I'm gonna go with it.
It's definitely wrong.
What?
What?
Jexay! Jexay! Another one. Another one.
He had more games. That's
He's gonna get the milk over here.
Oh
we need the milk over here.
It's gonna be a 3-man death very soon. This player has the most eliminations this season with a 459. Here, have a glass of milk.
Thank you.
It's almond milk. So I won't do
Are you
anything.
okay?
Yeah, I'm good. This quiz is great. The most total elims this season.
Yeah.
Probably like a diva player or something. Probably like, I don't know. I don't know.
Say something.
Hanbin?
Oh, that's a good guess.
No, these are so hard.
No, it's not. That's not true.
These are so hard.
Shot.
These are so hard.
All right, while you're thinking of this,
do the other question.
What is the shortest match this season? Is 51 minutes and 36 seconds. Which teams played?
I know the
You
longest.
have to be kidding me.
Yeah, the longest is simple.
Who came up with these questions? When did this the kind of stuff that I know? And the shortest match so far this season. Someone got rolled. Who got rolled? New York, Boston.
Wrong. Take both shots. Let's go. And as you're enjoying those last hot little zips, that's not shading. Well, we might not have him for our match break, but that's going to happen anytime soon. We're moments away from kicking things off in Washington, D.C. So coming up next, we're going to have predictions before we're heading right back into the action. Well, we're about to get the party started in Washington, D.C., but before we do that, I want to show you something. It's not him. I don't want to show you. I mean, actually, I want to show you Josh crying, and that's almost as exciting as me leaving the board. And I guess the guest spot is there too. But that's it. That's all. We don't even need to discuss it. I just want to bring that up. And now let's talk about the predictions for today. I think the opinions are split on the very first match. We have Toronto, Florida.
Whoa, Josh!
Costa.
They're fools.
Let's talk.
They're fools. Wait, it's Toronto. They just lost to Houston.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think Houston have a good chance of being able to win that game against Paris too.
No.
Yeah.
What is a good chance for you?
Like 40%. Like a pretty high chance of them winning that match.
All right, you heard it here first. Let's see if it's going to be another upside or not. But yeah, I guess we'll find out. That's it for the Watch One pre-show presented by State Farm. And we'll be here throughout the day, so don't go anywhere. Defiant versus Mayhem starting right now.
A scent of change stirs in the air. Spring is fresh on the horizon. With it comes a chance for renewal. A chance for new heroes to blossom.
What up, DC? Welcome to the Washington Justice homestand here for the Overwatch League.
Sherborne and Defiant face off against the Mayhem, with both teams desperately seeking a win after a tough weekend in Houston. XE continues to take the league by storm, but the Outlaws experience their first taste of victory and are hungry for more.
Dante strikes first, he hacks Sherborne, and they glide forward into victory! Houston Outlaws find their first win of the season!
And hometown Washington faces opposition from the north. But with Corey and Stratus clicking, who can stand in their way? In a new era, with new heroes, the District takes center stage.
The nation's capital once again plays host to the traveling Overwatch League show, and expectations are high. A home team still searching for their second win, and many more East Coast rivalries to be explored. Welcome back, everybody, to the Anthem. I am Mitch Leslie, joined by Matthew Morello. Another week of games here. These East Coast teams are still grinding it out.
Yeah, we got a lot of good games this weekend, but I think it's going to be vastly different than what we've seen, obviously, in previous weeks with hero pools in play, right?
That is the big
whole
story.
Dynamic, and nothing gets me more hyped than a Brennan Hook VO. But I mean, other than that, I mean, I guess the second best option that gets me excited is a good Widowmaker McCree ban. I was super thrilled about that.
You know what gets me hyped?
What?
Making sure you get all the blame.
I don't deserve any of them.
Having a so we might get McCree again.
If we get McCree again, we need to draw it again. I will show you what we get. And this one is Widowmaker.
Oh, wow!
McCree and Widowmaker.
That's crazy. So we got Doom and May still in. You didn't get May. You had one job.
Oh my.
It's a big oh no.
You had one job, Matt. One. Is this the part where we tell everyone that they all said Widowmaker and McCree?
As soon as I picked the second hero, all I could think of in my brain was just one word that I can't repeat right now. I was like, oh.
Right, so we'll touch a little bit more on that, our
no.
hero pools in just a moment. Let's have a look at our schedule though, Matt. We've obviously got 3 matches per day this weekend. Starting off with the Toronto Defiant versus the Florida Mayhem. Move on, then Paris Eternal takes on the Outlaws, who are being talked up by their coach in a big way. And after that one, it is an East Coast rivalry renewed. The Boston Uprising take on the Washington Justice. 7 p.m. Eastern time for that one. This place is going to be absolutely electric.
But let's focus on that first match, Toronto versus Florida. Both teams sitting at 1-3. We've seen some bright spots from both of them. We can take a look at their schedules, though, for the first half of the season here as we move on through. A lot of tough games for both of these teams. It's going to be very hard to come by.
欢迎来到好莱坞。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
科学会揭示真理。
准备登台表演。哦耶！炸弹来啦！
方将于30秒后开始启动。
谁快来治疗我？快帮我补一下！谁快来治疗我？
这把老骨头没那么耐撞。
把他们轰出来
！5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了。防守目标 A。
我一定会让你们平安
化为现实。
外面有人在吗？放马过来呀！屏障！
帮你治疗。
这个会治疗你。哎，谢谢你。感受毁灭的力量。把他们轰出来！我来协助你。
放马过来呀！那是我金子打包。
帮你回复一下。我得补充能量。我会好好修复你。
屏障立场启动。
哎，我的绝招快要就绪了，我来修复你的伤口。把他们轰出来！我会重建你的细胞。来了！释放你的力量！信，在我面前屈服吧！
我要献上最热烈的欢迎！
自由开火！这会治疗你。
我说不清了。
这会让你舒服一点。我的绝招好了。这是我的意志。我的绝招好了。哎。正在重建你的细胞。不要叫冒险！
屏障立场启动。太叫人事！
快就定位！
可恶屏障！
快点上！
身手不错。
我撞将正
哎，无人能挡。
哎，敌对全灭。
感觉好多了。
还剩60秒，
帮你治疗了。我的意志化为现实。
自爆城市了。
放马过来呀！
启动自爆程序。
哎，
机甲中招。
哎，
求招完毕。
我会重建你的细胞。
别担心，我就是
快没时间了，我会在这里挡下他们。
给你一个来自远方的问候。绝招快要蓄力完毕了，他们跑出来。谢谢你。看来你需要点协助。
还剩10秒，
快完了，一点机会都别留给他们。臣属于我的意志，
我要献上最热烈的欢迎！没人拦得住我！那是我金火打包。
第1回合结束。比数0，
帮助
比0，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
本我不拘于行。安娜，真的是你？我还以为你死了。
莱因哈特，抱歉，我当时需要时间整理思绪。
袁氏，你是很快，不过我的子弹更快。
要来比比看吗？别胡思乱想，
德国技术，
专心在眼前的事物。
德国技术，那你就来。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻。
我需要治疗。
弟子啊，和谐方能胜利。放马过来呀！
帮你对付。
快治疗我！
不准动！攻击我！最大的敌人就是自己。 我需要治疗。哎，凭着立场行动。你的灵魂焦躁不安。
抱歉了。真帅！给我站住！
释放你的力量，自由开
出来吧！
来啦！
可恶！别动！
可以！
给我站住！
加油啊！
在这里集合。
知道了。
拦路出生啊！放马过来呀！弟子，和谐方能胜利。我找到敌人了！放马过来呀！天空人，
别动！
休息一下。
心怀祥和。士兵76，前来报告。别担心，我就是你们的盾牌。你最大的敌人就是自己。
自由开火！
心灵祥和，学吧。
释放耐力强化。
准备好了吗？笼罩在怀疑的阴影之中。
还剩60秒。
可恶的节目不要！一起分享荣耀！感激不尽。
胜利。精彩重播。
虎杖，
双杀，双杀，3杀。
可恶！
虎杖，
沉默是
给我吧。
Wins. See, for Toronto, you have London and Philly in there, right? I mean, two pretty good teams. Philly, obviously, one of the better teams in the league. And then for Florida, you have the Atlanta Reign, the Washington Justice, Paris Eternal. Some pretty difficult teams for Florida coming up as well.
Yeah, and look, both of these teams have sort of dropped a couple matches here and there that you sort of hope to see them win. I guess it's tough for Toronto that lost to the Outlaws. Here is some of their statistics.
Tell me what this graphic means.
All right, I want to point out that for Toronto, yeah, the higher the number, the worse it is. So out of 15 teams, Toronto definitely struggling in short-handed fights. You see 15th in first death win percentage.
These stats, though, you have to kind of look at it with the context that we're not going to see those comps being played moving forward.
That's right.
So you almost, look, this is a barometer of where they were there in terms of teamwork and whatnot, but the game is going to change dramatically. I wouldn't hold a lot of weight in these specific numbers.
What it does say to us that maybe a little bit tough for Toronto to find to make plays when down that one play, which is definitely something you're going to have to do every now and then. But we mentioned hero pools, Matt. McCree is out. Widowmaker, Reinhardt also out of the picture here. See, Moira is as well. So we should expect a different style of play. And if you did get to see our pre-show, our experts discussed that we may see a myriad of different styles over the course of this weekend. Let's now bring out our first team, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise here in DC for the Toronto Defiance.
Like the walkout music, so they get some support for Toronto. Look, this team has a lot more talent than their record kind of shows, right? 1-3, but now with Sure4 and Logic's here in the lineup. Like they mentioned on the pre-show, Logic's a very good Tracer player. Maybe we see some Tracer out of him, and then Sure4 can play so many different heroes in the damage dealer role that I think this is a good combo.
Listen, I've seen plenty of Beast Halo on the Winston as well, or Beast. I have to call him Beast now because, well, a new Boston player by the name of Halo is coming to the league, but on Toronto. And this is a team now formed. This is a very ambitious look for this roster. We do have Canadian nationals as well. Logix comes in as a player that we've seen him subbed in and out a little bit. the DPS is a bit of a revolving door between maps. So you definitely want to look closely at the core of this team. And someone like Nevix on your screen now has really been turning up in that flex tech spot.
And without seeing like agilities in the lineup, that tells you they probably are not going to be running things like a Doomfist or a Pharah or a Genji. So if you're Florida, it gives you kind of a little bit of a look into the window of what Toronto may do.
And that makes a big difference, having an idea of what composition you're going to go up against. And now their opponents eagerly waiting side of stage. Let's welcome them out, everybody. It is the Florida Mayhem.
Florida makes a ton of additions, right? Last season, they kind of bring them over, but we haven't really seen them pay off in a big way, resulting in a lot of wins. Yaki, I thought in week 1 when we passed over him, I thought he's quite good in that series. A really strong May. We saw BQB last year on the Sombra. I'm really interested to see what how Fate plays to him. I think you expect him to be on the Winston. Scott was talking about it on the pre-show, like he kind of liked the shot calling as the Winston when they were on LA Valiant. But sometimes that didn't really translate into wins either, right? So I think you kind of look at it as what can he bring to the table, how does he play today? Because I thought Karine and Gargoyle was a pretty strong tank line.
I think with Reinhardt currently unavailable for selection, you may see teams' strengths and weaknesses when it comes to coordination and decisiveness revealed a bit more. When you're playing with Reinhardt, it's very much a case of the Lucio dictates the tempo, the Reinhardt's position, you stand around the shield, it gives you at least a reference point about where you need to be setting up. When you have dive compositions, or if you don't have that durable bastion in the front line or the main tank, you need to work much more with your dive tank. The Winston, obviously the follow-up from the D.Va is crucial. Gangnam Jin's definitely been impressing us so far. Mechanically, very gifted player. As this team starts to coalesce, we should expect him to continue to shine.
And what do we see in terms of supports this weekend? With Moira gone, like it's not like a huge drastic thing like a Lucio being gone or Ana, but I still think there's some opportunity to potentially make some changes. You see Busan, Junkertown, and Blizzard World, the 3 maps were guaranteed in the series. That's why you see the asterisks next to Hannemer and Ilios.
Only if required will we go to map 4 and 5. If we get a tighter game.
This has a 5-mapper kind of feel to it.
It feels like that. Last week we were on the... You don't think so?
Don't tease me with the legs here.
Do we see the legs locked by BQB? Soldier 76 has not really shown up in the league so far, but perhaps without Reinhardt, maybe you can get more done.
Soldier 76 has not really shown up anywhere in a while. But you never know, right? I mean, Soldier could be used. It's going to break down some barriers. Obviously, very good hit scan hero where it looks like Velarda will come out and they will run. So you'll see 76 in May. Brigitte on both sides. Interesting, you're going to have Toronto run a Brigitte Zen combination. With this, you have some good peel for the 76, a lot of extra damage with that Zenyatta in play. A little bit low on the healing, though.
Yeah, the question is how they get Fate in position to do work here. Toronto are very mobile. This composition gets around the map. The Shorefall's already been able to secure the higher ground now with the Helix rocket fired across the bow. Florida have to play around Fate here.
It wasn't that bad, I guess. We get to see 76 as Florida tries to make their way onto the point where their composition's really built around control, right? When you're going to play that Orisa in May, you're built around point control. So they have to try and take some real estate, but they also can't give up the high ground to Surefour on the 76.
Oh, Fate getting a little bit low. That Winston bubble would have prevented healing from Gangnam Jin, so Fate has to step out of it. Here's Nana Boost on towards BQB now. He doesn't have a tactical visor, but can absolutely nuke enemies down quickly if he gets them in his sights. The problem is, that hasn't happened. The Defiant are so mobile, they get out of line of sight.
Yeah, and they got Fate very low, and that's when they decided to make the dive attempt directly onto him, but it's a biotic grenade and a freeze that comes in from Yaki, some extra damage as well, that ends up putting him away.
There it is, finally a kill. Logic finds BQB, and now he gets to stretch his legs a little bit more, to the delight of many. Fate now, not much protection left behind that shield in a very long early fight as both teams had sort of damage over time. Not a lot of burst damage available to either DPS duo.
And that's just control of the point coming up now. The point, Florida was never able to take it, and it's actually a huge pick by Logix that sets that up because BQB pops Tac Visor, Pulse Bomb comes in the other side, and he's able to take him out. As you see, the legs making some plays here earlier. First time we've seen him for what, over 30 seconds? Whatever. Yep. It's crazy, man.
Beast sets up on the high ground now. He can get a bit of information. Note that Florida trying to stay out of Shawfall's line of sight for as long as they can, and then manage to catch Logix. Yaki gets the finish there with that headshot. And that will limit Toronto's flexibility a little bit now. Toronto, do they have the staying power to actually go for a long engagement on this point? Do they duck in and out? They had to work around Beast, but he's taking a bunch of damage. Has to go now for the Primal Rage, but they catch Fade out early. No shielding now available for the Florida Mayhem. Yaki throws that Blizzard down. Main tanks have been traded. Yaki's trying to stay away from Logix, who's also giving a lot of respect to May's ability to stop him in his tracks. BQB was able to find.
做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
哟，大家一起来，嘿！
距离进攻还有30秒，
跟上！
我不大喜欢自己动手，但这次我会亲自出面解决。
付出2倍、3倍、4倍的心力。
我来修补你的伤口。
好戏上场。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻。护送目标前进。
嘿，看我的！
目标前进。
有人在打我！
小心接手，小心！
我是音乐治疗专家。变得不稳定。耶！大家加快脚步。 滚开！感受疗愈节奏，哈哈！有听见吗？加快速度！
我的意志化为现实。
耶！大家加速前进！
屏障要破了！
这个会治疗。
闪开了！
必须确保目标符合进度。
不动不动。
开始加速！
我会治疗你。
走开！
我来修补你的伤口。
我们能帮我一下吗？
在我面前屈服吧！我命！
注意了，屏障设置完毕，上膛了。
我们的厉害了！轻点！
自动前行，
目标动起来了！这样，快要瓦解了！
这是什么？暴力！
没有人能逃出我的双眼。
我是音乐治疗专家，我们一起走吧。 跟我一起行动！快来人！
有狙击手，小心！
我正在带着目标前进。哦，大声点！
讨厌！
启动战术锁定。
走开！
就定位。
开启！那是什么旋律？
小心目标！
快 先屈服吧，这会让他更舒服点。
没有人能逃出我的双眼。
太畅快了！特殊快递运送中。
快找掩护！
屏障不稳，屏障再也不存在。
我来接下来，你的当启动自动程序。
来，
上去！我超神啊！
你觉得这招怎样？
你的解决方案很不错。
哦耶！
目标即将抵达终点。
对了，
快就定位。
起飞。第一回合结束。
任务开始。
比数3-0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
坚持你的信念，不要放弃。
看看我们，
启动
一定会表现得很好。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。你们跟得上我的跳动吗？我们一定会赢。嘿，你好啊！你好啊！5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了。
你该睡喽。
阻止目标前进。
我会让大家平安回
治疗一下。
小伤而已，不会有事。我来掩护你了。
这会保护我们。
上吧，我会治疗你。
升级停掉。Hello，需要治疗。
小伤而已，不会有事的。
绝招准备就绪，一起进攻。
你可以继续战斗了。
加快速度！
我利用我的。我来掩护你一下。只会痛1分钟而已。我强化你了，上吧！
没有人可以拦住我。
厉害！
红光普照。
你会没事的。
要加快速度了！加强恢复能力。
你会复原的。
人能逃出我的双眼。
我会照顾你。你可以继续战斗了。
还剩60秒。
吃药吧。
谢谢
你。你困了吗？这会有点痛。我强化你了，上吧。
叫我无敌黑金刚。
机甲系统就绪。
再撑一下就好。
我力
我也会赢。
猪肉大餐不好。
我来掩护你了。
哈哈！加速复原。
还剩10秒。
帮你争取时间。
所有人集合！
现场开到天花板上，先起来！
延长赛。
我会保护你。
胜利。精彩重播。
嗨起来了吗？
双杀！
我真是太强了，这会让你读舒服点。
Kellex from that high ground, and he looks pretty comfortable, but Toronto still control the point for now.
Yeah, I was going to say, without the Orisa in play, you're not able to just kind of get on the point, stand tall against the players that Toronto had alive, but this looks like they're going to be able to flip the point. Nevix will get demeched here. You have Beast coming in over the top, just trying to add some more percentage, but this will be the point that gets over flipped to Florida.
Lengthy stall for Toronto as they had multiple individual heroes that could hang around for quite some time, plus the Transcendence used by Kareev to give them some extra percentage. 70% to 8 right now. The Florida Mayhem have the tactical visor and the supercharger to work with.
It'll be interesting to see as we see more of this played right there. You saw Chris just load up BQB with the armor packs. He does it again, even though he's at full HP, to get the Soldier 76 up to 250 HP. Keep him really heavy topped up through the tac visor.
With his mobility and ability just to get away from any assailants, that makes him quite a threat. Tactical visor here for BQB, but again, Toronto Defiant make themselves scarce. Nevix is located, he's going to try and get away with the rocket boosters, but too much focus fire will take him down. Logix is traded out though somehow in the roiling mess of bot. Bodies! Nevix and Logix are both dispatched in Florida. Maintain control.
We know Soldier obviously has great mobility. He has a self-heal, right? His E ability. And then now if you can give him 50 armor on top of the base 200 HP, it becomes really difficult to just have a track down by, let's say, a D.Va, right? As See Nevix make it out of spawn, gets walled off though, has to wait for the rest of the team. They're gonna pop the rally here as well.
Florida didn't choose to try and dive on Nevix as the sole play left, so now Toronto get a chance to go themselves, but the defense matrix can't keep Beast up. He was frozen and nothing defense matrix can do about that. Self-destruct though, that's a huge value kill on towards Fate now, the 1-for-1. Yaki goes for the Blizzard, trying to keep Nevix caught inside the Storm, and he gets him, but Shawfall now wants to play aggressive with a tactical visor. 78% and counting. The Defiant is still trying to fight to get this point back, and Logix gets 2. Gets rid of Chris, wants to capture the point, but there's no one to shield him right now. Now he needs to deal with Fate. Pulse Bomb's available, but the adaptive shield used on the Wrecking Ball means that Fate can just skitter away.
Yeah, Toronto who ends up flipping the point, but you saw there early on, when Beast goes in, the Mei is so impressive to be able to just freeze and then just take him out quickly. You also got Nevix during that fight. Some changes come in for Florida. They switch Fade over to Winston, and then they're gonna run Sombra Doom here, just trying to get picks at the end of the point.
Can Logix find a pick off with this Pulse Bomb? There's no Orisa just to stick it to anymore. A little bit trickier it's going to be. Nevix gets dived on. That's going to be the Pulse Bomb stick. Fate takes a ton of damage, and Yaki also comes off worse for wear. Logix tries to finish the kill, but the healing was there for Yaki just in time. He's able to take down the deep suited D.Va. Logix now helping the rest of the Defiant get rid of Gargoyle. It's not looking good for Florida. They're in trouble. Beast with a Primal Rage. Back to the point now. Florida cordoned off into this low ground, and this means certain demise for them. Even a Discord Orb being applied in the mess. Toronto don't care if Florida is still alive as long as they don't touch the point, and one by one, they are being cut down. Now the Defiant need to return to finish off their meal, but Fate and Gargoyle now locking the double main tank. Logix looking for yet another bomb, and that's a huge chunk of damage on the Gargoyle. He can't sustain.
That'll be the point for the Toronto Defiant. As I know, Sherford finishes that one, 28% of the team's damage, only 1 death on the 76, and a lot of that is because he was able to just roam that high ground freely. They were never able to pressure him out of position because they're playing that composition with the Orisa that just wants to like hold on the point, and then you have so much extra damage, right? Like the healing's not great for Toronto with the Brig and the Zen, but the extra damage from the Zen can just kind of poke at a distance, and as soon as you get a Discord Orb down with the 76, the constant pressure of the damage, it's very easy then for Logix to go in, dart in, finish off kills. He finishes with 7 final blows in that first point.
BQB having switched to the Sombra, managed to get an EMP, Matt, but it was for the last fight and it was too late. Now Toronto are going for an incredibly flexible DPS duo. The Sombra and the Tracer both have the ability to get out of jail free. Very slippery, hard to catch, especially for a Soldier 76 who doesn't do burst damage outside of the Helix Rocket. Shaw falls into the back line undetected. Good start, but Kariv's taken down now, so what do you do? Do you pressure this or do you get out?
And that, well, they have to back out because you don't have a lot of healing with just Kellex there on the break.
It's a low healing composition in general.
I mean, you get a lot of healing with the Brigitte from the Inspire. Like, you have the extra charge of the armor packs, but it's actually a big biotic grenade that comes in from Gangnamjin that connects on Beast and Nevix, so they're also denied healing on top of having just low healing in general for the team. So they have to back out.
On the point is Logix just giving it a tickle, and he's pulling most of the Florida Mayhem across. Gangnamjin trying to play a fighting retreat, keeping BQB topped up even though he was stuck with the Discord Orb by Kariv. And that's Yaki picked off here. Yeah. Getting the main from that kind of range as well. Tough to catch a May unaware like that, and now the dominoes seem to be falling. Logix wants to chase, but BQB catches him. Good little turnaround individually, but Shawfall is uncontested in this back corner. Now lopes forward. Beast down though, this might be tough. Gargoyle gets desuited as he's just trying to work around the corner, a wall thrown up to give the Mayhem a little bit of a break from the constant damage across the point. Florida are in control, and Toronto either need to take the point or get out.
And Toronto, they're not going to be able to take the point. They're going to have to back out. Kariv will die here towards the end of this fight, but it's what's so difficult about going against these Mei comps. It Mei almost kind of acts like a third tank in the way instead of having like a 2-2-2 type of composition. And especially when the other team wants to play dive and they want to play aggressive around a Winston, a D.Va, a Tracer.
Why a third tank? Is it the wall or the ice block?
I mean, look, she has the wall to split teams off, but really it's just her sustain, right? Like, she's able to get in an ice block, self-heal, be completely immune from damage for a certain period of time. If they come in, she can drop a Blizzard, just to obviously deny all sources of damage close up. It's really 3 players for the Toronto Defiant.
BKB goes for a tactical visor here. Beast puts down a shield, but it is very short-lived indeed. Even a Transcendence committed to that, but Beast could not get out in time. Much to Kareev's dismay, he wasn't able to save their main tank. Toronto haven't touched the point so much as captured it so far in this round, and they're looking no closer to doing so. Self-destruct. Nope, Ice Block used as aforementioned, Matt. Yaki's able to keep himself alive from the blast, and Logic's now essentially on his own. Has to get on out there. Gargoyle manages to find Kareev on his lonesome as well, and there's no way he can stand up to the Diva. 1 by 1 goes the Toronto Defiant walking in, and the Florida Mayhem now look to be in the driver's seat. Logic tries to get to the point, BKB catches him. That's got to force a 3rd round.
I mean, that's the power of Blizzard. At that point, Nebix is trying to remech as Diva. Surefour pops Tac Visor. As soon as both of those things happen, when you know the Diva's getting back into the mech, obviously can't use Defense Matrix, Yaki drops a Blizzard, and then you're able to just pick up those kills for free yet again. And that's, 2 players down, 1 player with a burned ultimate for no value whatsoever. That's what 1 May ultimate really kind of taking out 2 players. You're also kind of, she was weak. She was able to get in an ice block. You see the effect she has in the game.
Will we see Lucio Zenyatta here for Toronto?
Both teams have been starting off with a Lucio for the speed to get out of some and then going over to the brig. So I fully expect the brig, as we haven't seen Lucio being played from either team. They switched to the brig right away.
The difference being, of course, Gangnam on the Ana. Kareev on the Zenyatta.
And you're going to play the Ana here because you're playing a way more defensive style of play, right? You're playing around the Orisa a little bit slower with the Mei in play. You want the Ana with the biotic grenades, the nano boost, right, to keep people even more topped up. It's way more of a stationary comp than as opposed.
即将抵达漓江天塔。准备战斗。选择英雄。
我会守护你，帮我消灭天上的敌人。我强化了。
慢慢来。
能量维系中。
5、4、3、2、1，第一回合占领目标。
莫伊拉报道。我来了。退开！
敌人现身。
快就定位！
热血开始。
伤口在哪里？
变得不稳定，
让我来治疗你。
现在可占领目标。
你的伤害提升了。敌人出现，伤害提高。方的问候，需要支援。
屏障设置完毕。
在我面前虚我的意志。这是现代医学的奇迹。快速康复。
战意涌现。
帮你回复一下。我来帮你，我来治疗你。
快要往屏障消失了，不过是基础应用。
我手感正好。
启动增伤光束，化为现实。 启动治疗光束。你可以大开杀戒了。我来了，让你恢复战力。小心后面！在我面前屈服吧！
屏障变得不屏障遭到摧毁。那是什么旋律？
让我来治疗你。
我变强了。
臣服于我的意志，英雄永不消逝。
我需要治疗。
我现治疗魔术。
人龙合一。
目标清晰。你的伤害提升了。
来那这招啊！
快找掩护。
屏障
你在找医生吗？
实现我的意志。不稳的屏障再也不存在。
我来修复你的伤，我来治疗你。在我面前屈服吧。
延长赛。
万岁！这是我的意志。医疗科技救活了我，我不会浪费这次机会。我强化你了。
屏障启动。
伤口在哪里？帮你回复一下。我来支援你了。臣服于我的意志。
抱歉，插个队。
让你恢复战力。 当心背后，敌人出现了。感受毁灭的力量。需要支援。你在找医生吗？伤害提升了。
屏障遭到摧毁。
英雄永不消逝。快找掩护！伤口在哪里？杀得漂亮！快就定位！我中了！
延长赛。
你可以大开杀戒了。我进弹幕，启动治疗光束。臣服于我的意志，在我面前屈服吧。多谢相助。你在找医生吗？
胜利。比数1-0。
耶！大家加速前进。
我会保护大家。屏障启动。
5、4、3、2、1，第2回合战略目标。
莫伊拉，与你同行。我来治疗你。睡喽。苦练才能进步，虽然过程中难免会受点伤。
现在可占领目标。
抱歉了。
帮你回复一下。让我帮助你。
我的天！别动了！
看我。 臣服于我的意志。需要支援。在我面前屈服吧。
敌方火力强大，我会好好照顾你，我掩护你。
我立功不畏，给我站住！站住！
安娜，看来我得调整作战计划。让我帮助你。
当家攻击！
我来修复你。
臣服于我的意志。
我的力量，抢下据点，一起分享荣耀。
我还没使出全力呢。
报道。我的意志化为现实。
你会好起来的。来我这里。
需要支援。自由开火，火力全开。
都出来吧。
三杀，
迎向胜利。
延长赛。
我会抢下这个据点。
这样就对了。哈哈。
别担心，我就是治疗。
敌人全开，加快速度。用不了多少时间。有人能帮我一下吗？
我立功不畏，屈服吧，臣服于我的意志。需要支援，实现我的
开始加速。
延长赛第2回合失败。
走开了。
和平照会成型。
比数1-1。
シードの良いか。よし、いつでも来い。
准备登台表演。
5、4、3、2。
科学会接受
真和
路西欧上场喽！
地基听好拆卸。
感受毁灭的力量。我正在修复伤口。感觉如何？帮我回复一下。
屏障还撑得住。
我会重建你的细胞。
现在可占领目标。
我会彻底消除你。先拿下这个目标，才能继续下去。
嘿，
躲到我后面。
我来修复你的伤口。我正在修复伤口。你的力量不断流失，感受毁灭的力量。敌人出现了，让我来帮你治疗。在我面前屈服吧！
干得漂亮！
我的意志化为现实。 正在重建你的细胞。实现我的意志，我来协助你。来我这里。挫折正好能证明假设是否正确。快就定位。这样就对了。你又受伤了。
延长赛，
你的力量正在消散。背动为主动，我来修复你的伤口。
这是你自找的。
延长赛，
我会治疗你。
你好。
胜利。精彩重播。
我一锤
3、4、5杀。
来我这里，
我掩护你。无力全开。我可是双杀。
3杀。延长赛。
what Toronto's trying to put together.
So it's going to be up to Toronto eventually to pick off individual members or somehow circumvent that Orisa shielding. You see Fate and Yaki taking a beating across the map. Holt used on Beast to try and get him out. Is also stunned up with the shield bash. Biotic Grenade even thrown in, and still the Florida Mayhem don't find the Winston. Shawfall quite comfortable by the looks of things now. Sitting back, the rest of the Definer able to move up to the point. Yaki just trying to play around the pillar and his wall as much as he can, but Fate desperately hanging on to life. That Discord Orb from Kareev is doing some serious work, and that's a main tank down now for Florida.
And that's kind of Toronto's win condition with these types of compositions, is you can't allow Florida to take real estate on the point and just keep walking forward with the Orisa, the Mei, and the Brigitte and keep pushing you back, right? What you want to do if you're Toronto is you want to get them a little bit disorganized, right? You want to prevent them from pushing forward, spread out a little bit, and then that's when you can have, you know, Nevix fly in from one side, Logic's from another. They have to pay attention to those two players, and Beast, that allows Surefour to put more damage at range with Kareev without worrying about pressure coming on to them at any point.
Beast is the greatest decoy in this particular battle. He jumps in and then quickly tries to get out before he's frozen or stunned. They get Fate so early, Matt. How do they burn him down so fast with his shield?
It's a Discord Orb from the right-hand side from Kareev, and you're able to just get the shield out of the way and burn him down. But Attack Visor from BQB's huge answer there, picks up 2.
Just the most unreal tracking. Finding those 2 kills, though, especially the enemy 76, is going to make you feel good for playing at long range now. Self-destruct over the top. Nothing there for Nevix. Yaki mostly playing inside that Orisa barrier as much as he possibly can. Doesn't want to get outranged, doesn't want to get harassed now by someone like Logix, and there it is. Shawfall is able to find him. Logic's a little low, forced to recall, should I say, from BQB.
But this is okay for Toronto. You have both your tanks still alive. Surefour now picks up 2 with his Tac Visor. And even if it got out of, even if it went a little bit longer, you had Beast with a Primal Rage, and you still have the point. And now with the, you know, they're going to get to about like 87%. This is last fight territory.
Florida have to come up with something very soon. They're going to have a Blizzard available. A self-destruct will likely be there too. Logix will be looking to strike a death blow with a Pulse Bomb. Already on the flank, but does make himself known here. Maybe hoping to draw someone out of formation if he can. Again, split Florida's attention as they try and accomplish this rather difficult task of getting back to the point in time. Pulse Bomb, that one was wishful, and he's still got Gangnam Jin. What a huge pickup. And now Beast is free just to cause chaos in the back line. Self-destruct comes in over the top, and Beast was stunned up. You see the assist for the Brigitte there, the shield bash from Chris securing the kill. Into overtime now, though. Nevix being desuited. Fate looking happy behind that shield, and you saw Chris trying to go for a stun on towards that mini diva. Now the focus turns to Kellex. They get him, and Florida stay alive.
Yeah, and it's a Brigitte rally there towards the end, helps Fate stay alive on the point. And Logic's getting Hunrington early. He had the nano boost. They weren't able to get any use of it during that fight.
And he was going fishing with that Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, I mean, kind of sending a prayer out there. But now for Florida, you kind of have to run this back from 99 to 0. You have Attack Visor here, you have Supercharger and a Nano Boost. So you could use the Nano Boost onto one of the 3 players that like plays point, whether it be Fate, Gargoyle, or Yaki, and then you can have the Attack Visor at range.
Feel like you really want to get the Diva out of the picture here if you're Florida. Let BQB start to cut through those health pools of Toronto. Long-range body grenade, but no
Look at how these players are playing for Florida, right? You have the Brigitte, the Mei, the Orisa, and the 76. They were all grouping up near each other, waiting for that dive to come in with a big biotic grenade.
Supercharger was drawn out, at the very least. Fate did use that. BQB's able to find Logix. BQB's playing the right side. You notice the Gargoyle is also sort of playing on the left. So Florida are trying to make sure, even though their composition isn't as mobile, they're trying to plug as many holes in their defense as they can by using mobile flankers or anti-flankers.
These early free fights, though, are good for Florida. Like right now, you have Kareev down. You're going to have to wait here. Like it's going to get to a point where if you're Toronto and you start investing some of these ults into this fight, like that's it. Like that's your best chance.
To be honest, Matt, they pretty much got one chance as it is.
Realistically, yes.
Logic's another Pulse Bomb. That's the stick. Chris not able to get away. Logic trying to pressure down Gangnam Jin, and he gets 2. Somehow Logix comes up with the answer when none seem to present itself. Florida still in control of the point. They're trying to stall things out, but Kareev finds one downrange on BQB, and Florida are looking absolutely haggard now. Nevix over the top. This should be the cap here. Desperately Gargoyle trying to stall things out of self-destruct here, but Toronto are wise to it. They break line of sight. They're back in control. Logic's with his 4th for the fight. And that is what you love to see.
Thank you, Mr. Logix there. I mean, he's able to take out 2 players at the start of the fight, finish with 14 final blows, and I think that's why everybody loves seeing your Tracer play at the highest level. Is you can make those individual plays that opens it up, and when Logix is able to get 2 at the beginning of the fight, it's all Toronto after that.
We'll be back with more action. Map 2 coming up live here from DC.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Go to the warm weather. Who doesn't want to go, right? I mean, I walking down the street here, it starts to get cold here in the East Coast.
Yeah, but the sun's out today, though. That's something I was happy. Was that 3rd East Coast trip in what, 5 weeks?
The sun's out. It don't matter here. I mean, it's still it's cold. I mean, Florida's not the best shirt for just doing a tactical visor impression here up on the stage.
You need to get into character, and I mean, if the hair is anything to go by, Shore4 is 1 step ahead of the competition.
So, I am incredibly intrigued to see what we see on the next map, as it'll be Junkertown coming up. Traditionally, Junkertown is always a Widowmaker Hanzo type of map.
Reinhardt?
Obviously, I knew that coming up into the pool, so I decided to eliminate Widowmaker.
Thanks, Matt.
To see what we would get here today, which... you know, I think Mei is a valid replacement for Widowmaker. I mean, Mei.
Yeah, I mean,
Mei is a sniper in a lot of scenarios, but I mean, not an incredibly valid replacement.
Mei is a sniper in a lot of scenarios.
I mean, look, if you've played against a Mei for maybe like 30 minutes, you would. Everybody's been there where they're just walking across the map, minding their own business, and just get headshot across the map from a Mei, and you can tell like you know, the experienced Mei players, right? They just jump back and forth, like basically motionless, just firing icicles. So,
let's have a look at this setup here. Do we see that from Logix? We kind of speculate a little bit. Will Ashe, now in lieu of McCree and Widowmaker, start to become viable?
You know, with some of the changes that potentially are on the experimental playlist, with Ashe not having Bob being slept, guys, you can't fall for the tornado. I mean, they know they're going to get a cheer out of it. Logix switches the tour back to Tracer here, and now we're going. Okay, so this is the first time we've seen this in a while. The double shield with Fate and Gargoyle, with the Orisa and the Sigma in play. This is even a stronger type of like bunker scenario than we saw in the last map, because now you bring in the Baptiste as well with the Immortality field. You still have the Mei in play, so Florida seems to be moving towards more of these slower, stationary, you know, point control type of compositions, where Toronto is staying with the dive that we've seen them run for the last like few weeks.
EMP is going to be devastating to Florida. Shields of Fate and Gargoyle would not be available when that comes down. And again, Toronto need to find a way to get around these shields. And Subway and Kareem, he drops down. Fate's able to pick him off. That accretion whizzed past him. So, Toronto chilling.
The benefit for Toronto here is that there's so much area, like open space on Junkertown, that there's a better chance you can find a pick-off somewhere, right? You can kind of collapse from multiple angles. The issue is you just don't have like long-range damage, right? With Sombra Tracer, you're really playing like close quarters. So where do you find this pick-off? Like, we still have Shore4 and Nevix behind enemy lines here. Are they kind of baiting for a Hanzo play potentially, like trying to make a play on the Hanzo? Kind of like, it looks like Nevix could potentially try and force a player down towards where Shore4 is playing.
So far, though, that hasn't quite worked out. Logix also they're being very careful. I mean, how do you flank against, you know, Sigma, who's very, very good at shutting those flankers down?
Like this, you get a Sombra hack, and then everything starts to just descend into chaos. But still, I still have the Immortality field. You see it come out there, and then Gargoyle gets an accretion on a Beast and picks up another one. As you know, Sigma, obviously, he has a lot of the same things that a lot of people say about D.Va, right? There's just so much in her kit. Right. You kind of can say the same things about Sigma, right? Good consistent damage, doesn't have to reload, infinite ammo, good shield in terms of you know, uptime, and then also you can place it anywhere He's got a long stun, the only ultimate that does percent health, so a lot in Sigma's kit that he becomes very difficult to deal with over time.
That didn't work out though for Toronto. You saw they started it off with a hack onto Chris, then Beast dived in.
So now you play the Wrecking Ball, because if they're going to play so close together, you'll get more value out of the Wrecking Ball with the adaptive shields.
All right, there it is. Shawfall trying to go for the hack there. Didn't work out. Chris's Immortality Field, though, is down. And now Florida just want to play inside their own little Winter Wonderland. Blizzard is thrown down. And the Defiant can't breach it. And again, they get cleaned up. Once more, it's back to the drawing board.
You're just trying to find a good position to use this EMP. You don't use it there because you still have Blizzard on the table, but it's going to be very difficult. Like, if you don't connect with this Zen, you'll have the Trans come out and keep everybody alive. If you don't connect with the Baptiste, he throws down the Immortality Field. They want to play close together anyway. You're in a tough spot. So, see how Toronto decides to approach this.
Look in the back there, that's Chris just trying to stay out of line of sight. He is getting pressured now. Defensive Dragon Strike just to get rid of Beast doesn't really look like it did the job. Shawfall now, desperately trying to taste Gangnam Jim down, but that Immortality Field buys Gangnam Jim enough time to survive, and now he gets the Transcendence in the fight. Perfect response for Florida. Logix just looks on. He has to wait now for the Transcendence to be done. He's hoping for a Pulse Bomb now. There's so many things that threaten him though. So many things that could stun him, but he gets the stick. He gets Gangnam Jim. The first step to a one fight, but now he needs to follow it up. Kellex and Logix, they fall. Yaki somehow gets the headshot, and there's 4 seconds left in the round. Accretion, Kareem also dropping. Nevix has to step up to the plate, but he's got no support, and Shawfall just trying to dance around the hyperspheres. His time, unfortunately for them, is also short. Desperately, Kellex trying to get to the payload. He gets there, but what an Accretion connection. And now you have to step into the Blizzard. What inhospitable conditions in the Outback. And the Florida Mayhem shut it down.
It's just too much to deal with in terms of just sustain between Transcendence, Immortality Field, Ice Block, how difficult it is to jump onto the Sigma plus the Orisa, right? I mean, there's just so much sustain that it's very difficult to just try and manufacture a pick-off and get a dive going. And at that point, you're playing around the EMP. The EMP, it connects with, they just get it on the Gangnam Jim to try and get a pick on the Zen, but the Immortality Field comes out. Once they finally deal with the Immortality Field, he's unaffected by the EMP, and he just pops Transcendence. So, very difficult comp to deal with there, that Florida put out. That's what people, I think, when they saw May creep through, that you were kind of scared of coming back into the meta. Stuff like Orisa Hog with the May, right? Like Ice Fishing, or something like the double shield with the May. And you can see why people were so scared of seeing it.
So here's Shawfall.
It's so devastating. Yeah,
Pops EMP. Look how low Gangnam Jin is. There's Immortality Field.
Yeah.
Gangnam Jin, not a care in the world. Starting to pressure Shawfall. He has to get out. Look how far away he is. It's a different postcode.
When Surefour has to put pressure to, well, he has to go kill the Immortality Field. That allows, some time for the Zen to just throw some orbs into him. And Zen against Sombra connects with like one shot. You kind of get a little bit scared and you have to translocate.
It feels like Batiste single-handedly ruins that dive for Toronto. Now the Defiant get to try and defend, but they are playing, again, a composition that looks pretty aggressive. Maybe, using that Winston on defense. Florida continue to play their style. This time, though, with the Ana for Gangnam Jin, Chris on the Brigitte.
Yeah, you can see Florida really values having the May in play. That, like, if you want to play May, this is the kind of comps you have to play.
Oh, see you, Beast. Can't stay for long, couldn't find damage.
If he stays for like a half a second too long and he gets frozen, he's dead.
But what's the point of that? Like, what is he trying to do there before jumping out?
He's just trying to put down some damage, right? Players weak, cause a distraction.
Well, I guess that worked. We did mention about him being a decoy prior. Fate is a little isolated here on that right-hand side. There is Discord Orb available for Kareem, so as soon as he gets her on the Orisa, she'll burn down.
But even if you try and jump away, there's still the threat of like a halt coming through, a wall, as see Florida pretty much got the cart close to the box of victory with really no defense coming out from Toronto.
He was hit with a body grenade, so even those Inspire passages wouldn't have given any health back. But he's able to find it. Gargoyle is taken down. Logix stuck to him like white on rice. The payload is close. Chris is down. Logix Pulse Bomb gets it on the Orisa. No!
But guess what? You can still move the cart because you have May. Like the Mei is strong enough to continue to keep pushing the cart. Now you have D.Va back in action. This is looking really good for the Mayhem.
Tactical visor has to be big, but a wall's been thrown up. A big no thank you to Shaw4. He's able to find one. Now he's going to challenge. Beast comes back into the fight. Chris in the periphery trying to approach, shielding as much as he can, but that shield is low. Look at the Discord orb as well. The placement of that is crucial. Beast couldn't get his primal rage. I think he was looking for it. Logic's tried to pressure Gangnam Jin down, but Big Brother Fate is there to keep him alive, and it was just Kareev. It's over! Blink and you'll miss it. The Florida Mayhem cracked the code on Junkertown.
And Yaki finishes the map on Mei without dying at all.
Oh, man.
See the, right there at the end, and they're trying to get to the point. The Mei can kind of stand on the point, act like almost like a tank in a way, be able to heal up all the way through it. A Blizzard.
Let's dive straight into Busan, talking about that first map. We saw two different stylistic approaches to this hero pool currently in place. We did see dive, which a lot of people expected, and on the Mayhem side, got a little bit more bunkery. Which are you more a fan of?
I think you're definitely seeing the styles of the two different teams. Toronto definitely tending towards the dive. We saw this last week as well. But Florida sort of making the adjustments. No Reinhardt, okay, we're going to play the Orisa. Okay, no McCree or Widowmaker, we're going to play the Soldier. So they're trying to sort of stick to the meta, but they're also playing the Brig on Chris, which they were doing in the...
做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
科学会揭示真理。
我年轻时在这里浪费不少时间。
距离进攻还有30秒。
激烈运动前要记得先暖身。
躲到我后面。
现在正是开战时刻。
我会治疗你，给你们这来自远方的问候，治疗你。有狙击手，高级。我来修复你的伤口，看来你需要点协助，我得补充能量。
快射！ 恢复吧。
你又受伤了。屏障开启了。
需要医护人员。
这个会治疗你。还不行。 你会没事，我会好好修复这招。
朋友，别担心，我就是你们的盾牌。
我的绝招快要就绪了。鲍勃，快上啊！臣服于我的意志，快就定位。让我来帮你治疗。
给我站住！
你的力量流进我的体内。
嘿，看我的！
你又受伤了，我来修复你的伤口。自由在我面前屈服吧！解决敌方炮塔。
全都出来吧！
双杀。
我的一拳，
敌对全灭。
我来协助。
人龙合一。
已占领目标 A， 开始进攻目标 B。
放马发现敌人，
这会让你舒服。
要医护人。
帮你治疗了，
瞧瞧我们的厉害！
帮你回复一下。我要得到你的力量，
一起分享
快点治疗我！快点治疗我！你会没事，我会好好修复你。
第一回合结束。
在我面前屈服吧。
比数2-0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
科学会揭示真理。
准备大开杀戒。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
我不大喜欢自己动手，但这次我会亲自出面解决。
我们会在光荣的战斗当中证明自己。
Hello， 5，在我这里汇合。3、2、1，
我的意志
出
化
动了，
为现实。
防守目标 A。
帮你治疗了，这个会治疗你。敌人在攻击我。交给我。
需要医护人。
快就定位。我得补充能量。我的绝招快要就绪了。在我面前屈服吧。非为攻不畏。这个会治疗你。火力全开！
来我这里集合。
我会重建你的细胞。
Go！
需要支援。这是我的宝博，快上啊！
全都出来了。
你果然很厉害。这会让你舒服一点。我来修复，感受毁灭的力量。接下来会有点，跟我一起行动。
好，刚刚聊到哪了？
你又受伤了，你的身体正在凋零。 加速治疗，释放耐力强化。
我的意志，在我面前屈服吧。这个会治疗你。你有用力吗？敌人在攻击我。
上吧，我会治疗你。
小可爱谢啦！
快点治疗我！
还剩60秒。
我会重建你的细胞。
冷静点，
火力全开！
快就定位！
我会一扫位。
没人拦得住我。
还剩30秒。
哼，我可能需要想个新方法。
和我会合。来我这里集合，和我会合。
Hello， 你好。
目标已被敌人占领，防守据点变更为目标 B。
这是我的意志。我会好好修复你。
吃药吧。
这个会治疗你。
宇宙在对我歌唱。
我的意志治疗，在我面前屈服。
闪光在此。
幸会。感受毁灭的力量。科学的进步总是伴随牺牲。你的身体正在凋零。这会让你舒服一点。定位。帮助我，帮你回复一下。
敌人朝我们过来。
我来修复你的伤害。
一个都别想逃的。
正在重建你的细胞。我改变想法了，这个会治疗你。
瞧瞧我们的力量！
我的意志在我面前屈服吧。看我这招！
流星降临。
挫折正好能证明假设是否正确。这会让你舒服。
还剩30秒。
我叫麦卡利。
再撑一下，快要赢了。
托米亚，准备上攻啊！
我的意志化为现实。我来协助你。
敌人正在攻击我。
还剩10秒。
快就定位。
感觉如何？
胜利。精彩重播。
我强化双
杀3。
出来了！
双杀。
The past, but I think that's just a change, and we're going to see a lot more of it because it's really good against the Winston, the Diva, just because the armor that she provides.
Yeah, you don't need to have the Lucio in order to rotate around the map. You just need to stop this pesky Tracer that's always in your backline. And Surefour was, I think, getting a lot of value at the right times. This flank was beautiful with his tac visor. He's an intelligent player, but you can tell that the Toronto Defiant are not 100% practiced because there's many opportunities for them to sync up. And with how powerful Diva is, it feels like Logix and Nevix should just be everywhere around the map at all times. But they're not really imposing their will upon the Mayhem. Mayhem are able to stay in it and then kind of wipe the floor with them on Junkertown.
I would also say that the success that the Toronto Defiant team has had on this dive has been more individual mechanical like pop-offs. Like you saw Logix pop off, you've seen Surefour pop off, but I don't think you've seen the great synergy that we saw from dive way back when. So as a new
They've had
team,
4 days, Custer.
Yeah,
but 4 days to practice.
That's what I'm saying is it's really hard for a team like Toronto to really execute this dive. And when you're playing Florida's strategy, Florida just playing bunker in a way, so it's really easy for them to execute while it's hard for Toronto.
You're saying that, and yeah, they didn't have an awful lot of time to practice, and yeah, they have a few new pieces to work with. But individually, all of these players, they should be familiar with how to play dive, all right? Like, they do know what the intricacies of dives imply, and that means you have to play together. You have to be coordinated in your attacks, and that's the opposite of what we saw from Toronto Defiant on Junkertown. They were all over the place. There was not much coordination going on, therefore their dive attempts were very unsuccessful.
I mean, for starters, playing dive on Junkertown is a bit of a task in itself because the map is so big, right? And so I didn't even think that teams would be trying it too much. So if you're a Toronto fan, don't worry too much about the result on Junkertown. But also, if you're playing Sombra Tracer, you'd be snacking on Zens. You should be having them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And instead, Ganamjin died like once, I think?
Yeah,
That's appalling.
It was pretty just bad coordination. You saw Surefour and Logix just kind of all over the place, never really on the same target. And it is a hard map, Junkertown. You got to close a lot of distance. It's like the difference. You said that you would rather seen like the Hanzo and sort of a bit more bunker, especially on the first point, right?
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
You know what? I do want to like hit on this a little bit more. So you would say that the Mayhem actually had the compositional disadvantage early on the attack from Toronto Defiant?
I think so. I think that it's difficult to approach with the dive, but once Toronto actually get in position, their backline should end up going down. So I think that was a misplay by Toronto, yeah.
Let's actually take a look at a specific play from that kind of scenario, talking of that backline, and we're going to do that in our crunch time presented by Pringles. Wavy. Guys,
I've been looking forward to this.
I know. It's all yours. It's all yours. Get crunching. What you got for us?
All right, so I want to talk about the dive from the Toronto Defiant, but also the defensive play by the Florida Mayhem. So here we have the hack onto the Baptiste, but you see Surefour switch over to the Zen. For some reason, there seems to be a miscommunication of who they're trying to kill. They managed to not kill the Baptiste. He gets the field down. They can't kill the Zen. And here you see him hack a mini pack.
I mean, that's just unlucky.
That is unfortunate.
That's unlucky. But there were so many times where they go in, and the peel is all right from Florida, but mostly, I mean, look at that, the solo EMP as well, and they don't catch Chris in it, so the immortality field is there. This coordination was not on point.
That was an EMP where Surefour was the only person who tried to kill the Zen. He solo EMP'd a Zen, but no one else even helped him. So that's sort of why we're saying the coordination just isn't there. It is pretty solid by the Florida Mayhem and how their backline's playing. You see them splitting up, working well together, really like peeling when it's needed. But if Toronto Defiant are going to win this match, they got to do a better job of working together.
All right. One last advice for either of the team, Josh?
Just get on the same page. Start talking to each other. Get Nevix in the backlines. Come on, Toronto.
Do things together. It really helps, apparently. So.
It does. It really does. Now, that's it from us here at crunch time. I wanted to say no game break, but there was a crunch time. We'll send it back to Washington, D.C., and we will be back after the match for our Watch Point reset, so stay tuned.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Not just some new colors for Florida, it's actually a brand new look.
BQB putting on a clinic. Stop! They're already dead.
This is just brutal from the Florida Mayhem.
That was a Yaki out of nowhere moment.
So let's pivot now to the Toronto Defiant, who look completely different.
Yeah, he's feeling it right there. Again, someone stop this man. This is going to be a very, very close series.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Hero Pools has already given us some interesting results once we've hit the battlefield here in the Overwatch League. I'm Mitch Leslie here with Matthew Morello as we continue to delve into, I guess, a study of how teams have reacted to 4 heroes being unavailable for selection this week.
Yeah, and I think you see 2 different styles of play forming here in just our first match. A style with Florida, who want to play very bunkery, stationary, like they don't really want to be the aggressive team. They want to be the team that's really reactive, especially around the Ana and the players all clumped up. And then you see what Toronto's trying to do. They're trying to play proactively. They're trying to make the plays. They're engaging. They're trying
What strategy do you think is safer?
Well, look, I mean, safer is always going to be the compositions that have the higher sustain, the less kind of reliance on individual playmaking and, you know, the fast pace and the players all around. Those are always going to be your safer compositions.
Better? Always?
Not necessarily. I think a lot of the times it's map dependent. Like we see agilities coming in here for logics for Blizzard World, but like what Josh and Scott were talking about during the halftime was basically like you really difficult to see teams play dive on Junkertown, right? Like maybe like Busan, where Toronto wins, it works, right? There's a lot of different points there and chokes that you're able to play dive and split teams off and be aggressive, right? Junkertown may not be the play there. So now we'll see as we go to Blizzard World, and this will be so difficult, Mitch, week to week on how this plays out, because teams don't have a lot of turnaround time to come up with compositions, right, for this type of scenarios. So a lot of it's going to be like reliant on like feel, right? Like these players play thousands of hours of Overwatch. Like, they kind of know what works. Yeah, they know what works in certain situations. They know what works for their team, what they play the best at. So it's really a lot of trial and error.
Let's see what the Defiant came up with in the break.
So you got, look, we're getting even more of bunker here setups. This is so anti-dive from the Florida Mayhem. This is what we saw the Atlanta Reign do with the Torbjorn play, and now Torb May, right? Like a few months ago, this would have just looked like a little bit of a meme type of comp, but this is a very good anti-dive composition.
Don't you think it's harder to flank against Florida's setup, especially on this map? Like, it's not easy to find ways into the backline.
Torbjorn May is an issue when you're trying to jump onto the Orisa, and then you have everybody play close, you have the Biotic Grenade, and now you're going to try and...
Farah.
Yeah, you're going to try and play, you're going to try and wait out the defense matrix, you're going to play a shield break game and just tons of poke damage with the Farah Hanzo.
Agilities was looking for something in that arch, and he's found Yaki already. Constant damage coming in from the skies, and look, between BQB and Yaki, there's not a whole lot can really threaten Agilities unless he gets his wings clipped just like that. Hold connected, he was brought to the ground, but Kellex is...
建设才有破坏。这么重的盔甲，一定得让你的脑袋变迟钝了。
是吗？我还在想，你脾气老是这么暴躁，是不是身高的关系？
让他们尝尝你的厉害。
啊，朋友，大家干嘛站着不动啊？这等什么呢？
嗨，5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，防守目标 A，
感受毁灭的力量。
放马过来啊！
哈哈，开始超载！我的炮塔遭受攻击。
炸弹来了！帮助我！我来修复你的伤口。俄罗斯向你问是我的意志，解决敌方后感觉真是不错。我无人能敌，
敌对全灭。
哈哈，开始超载！
绝招正在蓄力。
好表现啊！
各位英雄，站起来！火力全开！
力量达到极限！
瞧瞧我们的厉害！
对决吧！
Hello， 敌人有炮塔，发现敌人，加速治疗。
或是基础应用。炮塔遭受攻击。
治疗你。
我回来了。
目标已被敌人占领，阻止目标前进。
吃我一锤！
帮你治疗。
让他们尝尝你的厉害。
我来修复你的伤口。
保护我的炮塔。
发现敌人。看我这招。
朋友。
我的绝招快，帮你恢复，在我面前屈服吧！
完美的结果！
各位英雄，站起来！全开！
双杀，
值得赞许。
我的绝招快准备好了！
太棒了！
我的绝招快准备好了！地裂级就绪了！
这个会治疗你。鲍勃，快点上！战斗还没结束。 敌人，这是我的意志，解决敌方炮塔。
这下好多了。
我的绝招准备就绪。看我的厉害！
就这一点能
歇了。
嗨。 帮你恢复。
对决，阵被摧毁了。
快救定位！
躲到我后面。
在我面前
瞧瞧我们的厉害！
引力弹就绪，
火力全开！
我的炮
看我这招！
敌人的炮塔，
帮助我！
加速治疗，毁掉敌人炮塔了。
好表现啊！屏障前方的敌人的炮塔，摧毁敌方的炮塔。
我来修复你的伤口。
朋友可以发动绝招，
发现敌人，
我就是我的绝招，快准备！
在我面前，我利用不会打。
保护我的炮塔！杀个痛快吧！热力全开！
敌人有炮塔，
太棒！
所以说我讨厌强制聘用人类法案。
我会保护
我的绝招准备就绪，还剩10秒，我们就快赢了。
火力全开！
延长赛。
快点啦，太阳都快下山了。
我的炮塔！哎，真气秀啊！是啊。
我来修复你的伤口。
让沙漠摧毁！躲到我后面！
你这种人还真虚。
保护我的炮塔！摧毁了！
感觉如何？意志软弱，缺血决
完全不一样！没人拦得住我！
第1回合结束，比数0-1，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。我会重整秩序。
也好。
距离进攻还有30秒。
我会顾好你们的背后，让大家平平安安回家。
知识
帮你治疗
才是值得争夺的事物。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻！占领目标 A，
快就定位！
屏障立场启动，
设置传送法阵。
我进入目标区了，快点站稳阵！
收到，明白了。
还有许多事情要做。
需要支援。
传送法阵开了，现在能快速移动。你与完美的世界
双杀，双杀，
你的效率值得赞许。帮你恢复。
你好，
快前进！
你好啊。
会吞噬，了解。
获送目标前进。
正在保护目标，快就定位。
拜托。
少界结界释放完毕，
加速治疗。
炸弹来啦！
逆弹继续。
少护送目标前往目的地，一切按照计划进行。
在我面前实
力全开，
这就是真实的威力。
你的解决方案。释放少界结界。我的传送器已启动。
रक्षा प्रणाली संरेखित करना。
各位英雄，站起来！
少界结界释放完毕。
目标即将抵达终
你与完美的世界如何大为不一样。
这就是真实的威力。
目标正在移动，
双杀，
魔力全开。威力是来自于光破炮。
人怎么不见？
照，感谢你。
胜利。精彩重播。
欠我一锤！
双杀，双三杀。
传送法阵开了，现在能快速移动。你与完美的世界
双杀，双杀，
效率值得赞许。
前往福斯凯亚工业区，做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
今天适合搞破坏。
シノに良いか。よし、いつでも来い。
我要加快速度了。
距离进攻还有30秒。
温斯顿，你进行基因疗法有碰到什么问题吗？
疯狂爱上花生酱算不算啊？我等不及看大家大展身手了。
加快速度！嘿，看我的
！5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻！
这才对！
占领目标 A。
任务开始！我要去拿下目标，你要来吗？把它放在这里就好了。
感激不尽。启动频道。
我在摇滚区啊！地狱飞轮准备好喽！
开始进攻目标 B。
搞定了！
小心背后！
别让我会太战！他们来喽！
人龙合一！
回去猎炸弹来啦！
自由开火，释放你的力量，力量有限。
有人能帮我一下吗？
我在目标这边，快过来集合！
瞧瞧我们的力量就对了。
我锁定你。
找不着子弹，快过来！
禁止进入。
英雄永不消失。
升起屏障。没好。
要是第一次不成功，那就再炸一次。逮着你了！
我的绝招还在蓄力。
把它放在这里就好了。大家加快脚步。
这会保护我们。
搞定了！他们来喽！要吃你玩！
好多人！哈！升起屏障！
猎物设下了陷阱。
小心后面！
把它放在这里就好了。炸弹来啦！
集合！
据点是我的，
没有什么不不想这就是真实的威力。搞定了！
掩护我！
争取行动！
希望你喜欢。猎物设下了陷阱，
我不会让你死的。
这太疯狂了！我本来就很疯。小心看路！
启动行动！
放在这就对了。
正在这里。我抵达目标地点了，大家联手进攻。
结束。比数2-0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
有建设才有破坏。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
哦，治疗，这才叫工厂吧！
我会顾好你们的背后，让大家平平安安回家。
太好表现啊！
攻击方出动了，防守目标 A。
我会让大家平安。
我的炮塔遭受攻击。
我来修复。
落下。
我来修复你的伤口。跟我一起走。
让他们尝尝你的厉害！升起行动！感激不尽，完美的结果。谢谢你。我的炮塔会坏掉。
屏障还撑得住。
这就是真实的威力。臣服于我的意志。
不要把事情办好，就得自己动手。发现敌人了！ 先看清楚状况再上。杀个痛快吧！
恢复吧。
وريهم قوتك
欠我一锤！
哈哈，
开始超载，
还剩60秒，
感觉好极了。集合！风箱全力运作。
还剩30秒。
阻止他们！好好表现啊！
这是我的来我这里。
您可当谁了？
别的更多。
哈哈，开始超载！我正操！
胜利。精彩重播。
友人の毛をくれ！
双杀。
Keeping him alive. Pharmacy flies again.
Yeah, and you know, the Torbjorn not ideally against Tara, right? You can just take the turret out from the distance.
You outrange the turret, right?
Yeah, you outrange it. You just have to find it. You can see how quick it is to deal with it there. And if you don't allow the Torb to keep constantly setting up these turrets and having them be protected, last for a while and put down damage, he's really useless at that point. So this is a good switch here for Toronto, as Florida probably won't have an opportunity to change off of the Torbjorn here before point A.
They switched to Tracer. Surely that's just to get them back to the point faster instead of something that actually counters Safari.
Yes, I mean, it is to get back to the point faster. It's when you're so committed to the Torbjorn, you're just trying to keep him alive, and that'll be a nano boost used on the Gargoyle to even fly up in the air and get in the far space.
Agilities isn't bothered. Self-destruct here might be a little bit harder. Agilities needs to break line of sight. That goes over the top, and the Farah stays alive. The longer Agility stays in the air, the more damage the Mayhem are going to take. And even with a barrage available, as soon as Gargoyle gets desuited, it's over. Barrage in. It's a trade. Agilities gets faded. He's put to sleep, but there's not really much left for the Florida Mayhem to capitalize on the dart that was hit by Gangnam Jin. And now the Mayhem fall apart. Toronto, they come with a tailored strategy, Matt. It works straight off the bat.
Yeah, and BQB uses his Torbjorn ultimate there, the Molten Core, and what do you actually get for it? Like, against the composition that they're playing against, it is such a useless ultimate.
Farah is very good at the floor is lava.
Farah May, Farah Mercy, Winston, Diva, like all phenomenal at just getting away from that. And then you can just play so far ranged with the Hanzo and the Ana that the Molten Core is actually useless there.
Well, time to remix up here for the Mayhem. BQB on the Hanzo. Jorful looking to bust that shield down with Storm Arrow. Oh dear, main wall catches him. Nice grenade there from Kareem. Keeps the Hanzo up. Look how deep Beast is going now. What's he looking for? Looks like Gangnam Jim was his initial target. He gets slept up though now with the defense matrix in play. He's able to get out safely, at least. Gargoyle this time is called a little bit too far forward. And I'll tell you what, Matt, when Toronto get to decide the pace of the game, they look stellar.
And nobody has done anything to stop Agilities, put pressure on him here. Well, you've now gone over to May, so you have the May in the Hanzo.
Matt, no one's done anything to anyone from Florida.
No,
there is no kills, no eliminations on
just
Florida.
with the poke damage that Agilities have been able to put down. 46% of the team's damage here, as we're rapidly approaching Toronto being able to take point B.
Here's an Ash switch from BQB. How interesting. Is it going to work out? We'll see. Agilities is not going to know that straight away, but that big hit he just took should be a bit of a giveaway that Ash is on the field.
Think about
great wall!
Big bomb there from Gargoyle over the top. That's actually a halt that helps set it up, but you think about it, this is like one of the really kind of big tests with hero pools, right? Is with Widowmaker gone, Widowmaker's like a staple at this part of the map in the past, but obviously not playable here this weekend, so you have to figure another option.
Beast drops down for the high ground, close to primal rage. BQB's already got half of his ultimate, comes out on Ash, and Bob will be making an appearance. BQB and Bob fight the duo. The Doomfist with fragilities now. He wants to close the gap, especially on someone like Archer, who lacks mobility, but Gargoyle's able to chase him down, and the Defiant now falter for a moment, but they bring Agilities back. Back to 6 players strong, and with Nemix mowing Fate down, the Mayhem now have those shields to hide behind. Gargoyle has to try and fill the gaps here. BQB trying to throw the dynamite in. He's standing inside an immortality field, but that expires. BQB is down. Yaki's able to find 2 kills elsewhere in the fight, and Beast seems content with just forcing the supports back into spawn.
But Yaki's going to get 2 players here, though, as he's got a little bit of a flank on the May, and that's just going to have Nemix, Beast, and Agilities left on the point. As spawners come in for the Florida Mayhem, they're going to be able to get a hold.
Switch to Doomfist here for Agilities. I mean,
as soon as you saw the Ash come in, you're not going to play the Pharah anymore.
But what does Agilities do now against Yaki? He needs to get an instant kill with a rocket punch. Yaki otherwise will have a chance to ice block and stave off that
also,
early
right? You can freeze the Doom, you can halt the Doomfist, Immortality Field. Even with the coach gun from Ash, right? If you dive onto the Ash, you can just knock herself away, give a better effective range.
Shawfall's on the flank here. Big wholesale switches for Toronto. Shawfall trying to work BQB down by a grenade connected onto 2. Both tanks from Florida, in fact, but Beast, he's naded himself. He can't pressure that advantage that was found by Kareem. There's no one ready to heal him right now. He's looking for a healer, not an opponent.
And you're going to see the kill come in from Fate. So this will have Toronto wait here. So, Bob got to the high ground and then did what Bob does. Gets put to sleep. After that, it's just Toronto having to back up. But
listen, I'm pretty sure Bob's carrying Ash's baggage.
They're going to try and go with like a little bit of a pick-oriented thing here at the end, because you have the Kareem switch over to Zen, so you want to get a Discord burn a player down. They have to get to the point, though.
Got 3 seconds remain. Shawfall is there. So is Nevix, but he's incredibly low. Beast, and he has to find BQB, presumably it's his target, or Gangnam Jin, either one he will take. He's found both instead, or maybe that's more than he can handle. Nevix is already desuited, Beast down to 170 and getting pressured by the second. He can't get it done. The primal rage came up, but a second too late. That was the ticket that Toronto were looking for, and now they're going to have to do it without the main tank. Shawfall stunned up briefly, and the Blizzard helps Florida force Toronto off the payload.
Yaki drops the Blizzard there at the end. Everybody has to disperse there. as the Ashe comes in as a good counter to the Pharah, and BGB can stay on it after a while. It's not exactly a one-for-one replacement of the Widowmaker, but you're able to do a lot of things from distance. That'll be Florida getting a hold on defense. Let's see their offense after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Groups. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
About Bob, the Florida Mayhem come up with the Ashe to respond to the Pharah. Agilities is forced to switch things up. It looked so good for Toronto early on. He started to fall apart in that second phase of the map.
Yeah, but it's difficult, right? If you play the Pharah, they come out with the Ashe to try and counter it. I mean, it's not really like as hard of a counter as, let's say, a Widowmaker would be. And then after that, you try and switch over to Doomfist, but you have Mei as well, right? Where Mei obviously pretty strong against Doomfist, able to stop his mobility, pretty much block herself from being killed by the Doomfist with Ice Block.
I would say that's what you can do.
You have the Coach gun, right? Is very difficult to get on top of him. This will be the Blizzard that was dropped down. This is just at the end, right? Yeah. Just to get everybody cleared off of the point. Chris does a nice job of just denying Surefour to be able to make it back, and that's how it ends.
Well, I mean, the only hero that can shrug off Blizzard is Orisa, and it's only for a short period of time. Blizzard at the back, shield bash to stop Surefour from touching, and Bob's your uncle. Now, by the way, yes, after the smashing success from last week, again, we're going to have a Week 6 hero draw on the Watchpoint post-show live tomorrow night after the games.
And I'll let you guys know, I spoke with John Spector, and he told me that I am allowed to pick every week's of DPS.
I have been told by John Spector,
he actually told me,
believe a thing that says.
He actually told me I'll never be involved in another selection process ever again.
First it was USA versus South Korea.
Yep.
Then it was hero pools. Florida Mayhem, they're going to
keep me away from random drums. I'm a dangerous threat around random organized draws.
Both draws and percussion. Don't give it to him.
So Yaki here wants to stay with the Mei. Looks like Florida just had success with the Mei in general and either side of the map. And that kind of indicates to me that it's a comfort pick. It's something that Florida feels like it's just great in every case.
It's really interesting that Toronto doesn't try and play something with the Orisa and their own Ana in play, because we know how good Karib is on the Ana. Like, he's a tremendous Ana player. You see right there, it gets super dangerous.
As soon as Gargoyle looks away,
off.
As soon as the Diva looks away, Agility is just lots of Helix rocket in Chris's direction and finds an early pick. Now he's feeling good. He's feeling even better. Beast, because he's not going to be getting stunned by the brick for a little while. Nevix just holds that corner. Fate opts to split himself off, but he knows if he gets dropped on for that high ground, Gargoyle's going to be there.
And they're also allowing them to farm up the nano boost here. So that's kind of what you're doing is Fate now. He gets topped up, you have a nano boost in play.
It's on Gargoyle.
He tries to get on the high ground, just forcing players down.
BKB Discord orb right now, so he needs to be careful not to peek out. And a pulse bomb impending for Surefour, but Fate's already gone down. Surefour says, okay, well, Diva's out of the way. No chance of my bomb getting eaten up. Who do I stick it to? Do I even need to?
Nope, not necessary, as Toronto get a fight win is here for Florida. It's interesting. It's much harder to get them down and fight on the point. And even if they do, you only can contest it with like one player, like a Diva or a Tracer. And if all of your other members don't kind of circumvent and get to the point, that allows your Winston or some of these other flankers to be able to get those one-on-ones that you want.
It feels like Gargoyle has a huge responsibility on his shoulders now as being the only individual
They get
that
a
can
sleep
test
dart
the
here
players
on
on
the
the high
agilities on the high ground. See how many resources they're putting into saving him. No resources better than a Mei wall, though.
Absolutely brutal. BQB mows him down. And you take that. Tactical visor for a big... Oh! Chris down. BQB, it looked like he was the one that was stuck. He walks away, but Chris is not so lucky. Now the chase is on. Try and get rid of Beast. He's frozen up, and that is a sad ending for Winston. It's actually reverse evolution, I guess, if you think of it that way. Gargoyle plays the high ground now. It's agilities that he was really looking for. He finds Nevix up there as well, but the Mayhem have the boots on the point. That's what counts right now. Gargoyle goes deep, gets stunned up as he tries to find agilities, who just throws the biotic field down. Self-destruct. Both of them. This one gets Fate, and that's a huge relief for the Defiant now. The Mayhem lack staying power to make this attack.
Oh, and now the Defiant can come back at full strength. Everybody up for Toronto now as they'll push Florida back. As Florida now with under a minute to go. No ultimates to work with here. You'll probably end up with just a rally in the attack visor here at the end.
Gangnam Jin occupies the high ground for now. He'd love another nano, but there's only 40 seconds left. Maybe trying to farm it off Fate. Where does that body grenade go? He's just thrown one vertically up. Oh, who knows? Who knows where
He tried to land it on the point, on the high ground. It landed like a little bit in front by the boat.
The Mayhem now rotate as a group. Oh, they catch Shaw for that's big. Yaki got him with a headshot as well. Some of those things just can't be accounted for. It's the element of irreducible rascality from Yaki. Here's the freeze on the DV. Yes, they managed to catch Nevix, but he gets out of line of sight, so we might be able to stay in his mech for now. Attention turns to Beast Taylor. We drops onto the point. He goes down instantly. Somehow agilities he's able to find BQB with that tactical visor, but Yaki is front and center on the point, still playing around that shield from Fate. Pulse bomb, it's mistimed. Yaki's able to get out of the ice block after the explosion goes off, and he has a blizzard ready to go. All signs point to Florida taking this first point now, and it's a matter of course as Shawfall gets socked in the gob.
If somebody was trying to make a 40-second video of why you should be playing Mei, they should just record the last 40 seconds there from Yaki. He gets a headshot pick-off on the Shore with just one icicle, started off, then moves his way to the point. Just with his primary fire, he's able to get Nevix low enough and put in a position scary enough where Karib has to use Transcendence. And then at the end, he gets hit with a pulse bomb, just ice blocks, wears it off. It's so much that Mei can provide there. I mean, it is like it's crazy, right? So, but she's in the pool and they're putting good use of her. But I think, look, you have to tailor these power positions around Mei, right? You have to play a little bit slower. And we thought maybe she wouldn't see a lot of play because of the Reinhardt, but now you bring Orisa in play, and you can play a little bit slower, play a less mobile comp, really bunker around the objectives.
And look at the way Yaki's playing as well. There's a micro correction before each icicle comes out of the endothermic blaster because there's a charge up time on each shot. He has just a small window to make a small correction to his aim. Okay, Beast. Nice seeing you. He just goes over the top and gets completely mowed over. I tell you what, he'd probably be having more fun making lightsaber noises in a spreadsheet right now. This guy is struggling to stay alive.
And there's not enough healing between the Zen and the break, especially when he's in that position. He's not getting the healing from anybody.
Tactical visor. Oh, well, Karib, no way he was going to get out of that one. BQB now over the top here, has to force Kellex away. Had to shield up. Yaki now starting to build up momentum. This is looking dangerous for the Toronto Defiant. Beast is frozen. Kellex tried to save him, tried to stun the Mei and stop the freeze, but there's no chance. It's like the second Ice Age. Agility's also mowed over, and the wall says no to Kareem. The Florida Mayhem take the series to match point. A slow start, sure, glacial even, but the Mei wins out in the end.
And I think you're going to need to see some adjustments from the Toronto Defiant if they want to extend this series to a potential Game 5. Right now, the Mei putting in a lot of work, these static compositions, and their dive has not been able to break it.
Toronto need to answer back. They need to find an answer.
The buildings aren't as big as New York. They're nice. I'll give it some love.
It's my first time. I like it's my first time in DC. I'm feeling it. It just feels imposing, you know, like it makes you think, man. I really
you walk around and you just feel important.
Yes.
Here, right? like you know stuff's going on here, so you just walk around and you feel important.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. I can't argue with that for a second. Hey, Beast struggling a little bit, Matt, in that last map. He, on all sides, is having to deal with I mean, May slows and stuns, Brigitte stuns, everybody's in his face. He's getting halted by Fate, he's getting mowed down by BQB. What do you do as a Winston?
You could have just stopped at that first hero you were describing, May. I mean, you could just stop there. I mean, the May has really been the difference. It provides so much of everything that it'll be really interesting to see if they try and run that Winston again. All signs lead you to yes, they will run it again. And I think what Florida's doing is they're almost just like baiting them into this dive type of play style, where the only thing that we saw them really do work with was agilities on the bar. You play just a ton of damage on the shields, just burst damage, and you try and break it that way.
Now, I have a question. We have seen Farah on defense before on maps like Eichenwald back in the day. Could they not have gone to something like that, Toronto, as when they defended on Blizzard?
There's so much high ground. Like the issue is like playing a Farah on, like, let's say defense on Blizzard World. Like as you're approaching point B, there's so much high ground for the defenders that like a 7, even like you don't have to go like Ashe, where you could go like a Hanzo, you can go 76. There's so much high ground that doesn't make the verticality of the Farah as scary as it is.
And you take more damage as Farah, right? Because you're closer range and there's less damage.
And then you put Mercy in a tough position as well. Like you become way more vulnerable.
Well, Matt, bird's the word for agilities once more.
So what's interesting here is you don't really get a chance a lot in the Overwatch League to talk about some good old Torbjorn turret placement.
Oh, that's a shame.
Here they have it right around on the backside of the double door, and they don't even need to shield to block it because the door is. So it's able to get some free damage coming in.
Oh, no,
it's up on the seal. Line of sight on it now, yeah.
So it sits on the seal, which is, Torbjorn had to do a little bit of a triple jump.
Two players are stuck in the choke. You have your Hanzo and your Ana stuck in the choke.
Agilities can't find a kill.
Yeah, but that's when like the D.Va and other characters can just go in and pressure those players out. Now you know that Surefour is stuck in spawn, and you know that Karib is as well.
I get that he wants to play to Sombra now. He can potentially just walk through the choke, but if you're Gargoyle and you know he's on Sombra, you are spraying everywhere to try and spy check, reveal that Sombra. Just a little bit of damage is enough to reveal Surefour's position, just like that.
And Surefour also getting through the choke ensures that Florida has to back up, and that now creates a sightline for their Ana to actually be able to heal.
Oh god, feels like a foregone conclusion. Yaki just drew out all of that defense matrix. Nevix had to leave. Beast 2 didn't try to jump away and didn't really get very far. Now, the Defiant are in complete disarray. They're split up, and Gargoyle took to the skies. He got rid of agilities.
Nevix has gone too, and Torbjorn's probably going to be a little bit more effective here than he was on Blizzard World. A lot of different spots, like behind the door, and other little, like, kind of
and just ult
windows
the point, right?
that you can put the turret. That makes it very difficult. It gets down enough damage to just be annoying before you can deal with it.
And then when the Defiant try to get to the point, you use on court, cover the point in the stuff. So Gargoyle, again, he'll be tasked. I mean, he's one of the only people that can really challenge him is getting rid of agilities.
No, I think Divas in the Overwatch League over the last 2 years, though, that they've become so good at dealing with bars in the sky. It's not really difficult for the Divas to put enough pressure on Bar to make a play. This will be a nano boost onto agilities, and
it
just
doesn't
when you
matter.
thought things couldn't get worse.
Gangnam Jin shuts him down. BQB, behave yourself. Put the hammer away. Blizzard now being used. So much zone control utility in these ultimates coming out from Florida. First is the Molten Core Mag. Make the floor impassable. The Blizzard then gets thrown down, and this is starting to turn into a massacre.
Gangnam Jin with another sleep there, that time on a Beast. I mean, now you're kind of going all in right here if you're Toronto. EMP, Barrage, Self-Destruct, Primal Rage coming online. If you can't make it happen here, you may not make it happen at all.
1-3, Toronto Defiant, that's their record so far. Trying to keep another W in the column. Surefour, that's the EMP, connects on the BQB and Fate. They both get body grenade, and there's the barrage again. Gangnam Jin shuts agilities down. Beast has to try and find something now with the Primal Rage, maybe force people away from the supercharger, but all he's done is kind of bat Gargoyle around a little bit, and he looks completely unperturbed. Back to the drawing board again for Toronto.
And they don't connect on the EMP with Chris, so he's able to use Rally to keep some players topped up. As BQB moves away from the Torbjorn, he'll come back on 76.
It's just Beast. He was on his own. Maywall thrown up, but now the self-destruct finds very little. Fate just popped his shield in the way. Time for one from the Florida Mayhem now. Gargoyle sends it out and doesn't find anything either.
And Florida's okay with giving up a tick if they need to here. They've just gotten all of the ultimates out of Toronto. And Toronto's got no eliminations for it at all. So this is great news for Florida.
Agilities has to find an insta-kill. It's got to be here. They've lost Beast Halo. They're not going to have any shielding.
You have the Blizzard. You can't step on the floor. What do you do?
Nemic's defense matrix to try and shut down BQB's damage, but he's nano boosted and he's got plenty more where that came from. Agilities around the outside of the point is being tended to by Kellex, but he can't touch. That is, as the kids say, one heck of an oof, Mitch, from the Defiant.
Toronto, 4 ultimates, 1 kill there. You get the Torbjorn. I mean,
but Toronto have 1 kill for the entire map.
Right, but Florida did a great job just playing around that, right? You know, so much sustain with having the Brig and the Ana and the Mei and the Orisa, and they're able to just back up into the corner. And the issue for Toronto is Toronto moves to the point, but they know that Florida's just buying time. They know at that point, Toronto, you have no ultimates available for yourself. The other team has a Blizzard. So you can't really sit and play on point and wait for the fight to come to the point because you know they're going to Blizzard. That's why you see like Agilities and some of the other players were trying to dive into that back room because you'd rather force out a Blizzard there. Maybe you trade like 1 for 1. Even if you go down 2 for 1, at least you have a chance because they don't have Blizzard to isolate the point. They're not able to do that. Yaki can hold on to it, gets a good Mei wall, puts the Blizzard down, everybody has to scatter and you can't contest anymore.
By the way, March the 10th is Tuesday coming up, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. YouTube.com/Overwatch contenders. Support your tier 2 scene, ladies and gents. Fantastic talent and players on show, and it'll keep you satisfied in between Overwatch League weekends. Get there.
It'll be interesting what you see with ramifications of hero pools across all of the leagues, the actual game and whatnot. So Toronto going to come out with Sombra Doom. It's a very, very aggressive sort of dive. And look, if you want to play this bunker type of composition and play really strong around the Mei, get the TP to the point, play right away.
Are they ready for this Symmetra? Does Toronto know what's about to descend upon them? Well, too late now. It's already happened. Big biotic grenade there from Kareev. Nicely predicted, but the Mayhem shrug it off. There's a shield on the high ground. BQB gets to play on the point. And with those shields in play, he's only going to charge up even more Agilities. We barely knew him. Completely disintegrated onto the point, and Gargoyle's already found himself too. And for the Toronto Defiant, the bell tolls. Kareev can't even get into the point. Florida Mayhem only need more than 1 tick. Just a little, and they'll get that easily enough. The Florida Mayhem, almost a foregone conclusion as they step forward onto the point in Toronto at the end of the day, Matt. When you struggle so much and you're attacking first, you need to be ready for anything.
I mean, that's a 3-1 win for Florida, but like that's like it feels like a 3-0, right? I mean, after like map 1, which goes down to the wire, I mean, the series is all Florida Mayhem at that moment in time. And I think it's also because like the composition that Florida wanted to run, playing a little bit more stationary, doesn't really favor you in a game type like Control, which we kicked the series off with. So as the series went on, I think it obviously started to play in Florida's favor in terms of what they wanted to run, what they felt comfortable running. They ended up taking the series in pretty commanding fashion.
Well, I think asymmetrical maps definitely seem to benefit that Orisa play just that little bit more. We're going to head now down to the stage with ZP for a Coca-Cola victory moment with BQB.
Congratulations, BQB, on your victory here today. I have to ask, Ash, Torb, Soldier 76, what's it like getting to play these heroes once again?
자, 이제 승리하신 거 축하드리고요. 이제 오늘 경기에서 애쉬, 솔저, 토르비온, 별 영웅이 다 나왔는데 좀 색다른 영웅을 해보게 돼서 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 색다른 조합을 하게 돼서 정말 재밌었고, 이제 뱀픽 때문에 연습이 좀 힘든 것도 있는데 오히려 다른 영웅도 할 수 있어서 좋은 기회인 것 같아요.
It is fun playing different heroes. It is a little bit of a strain on practice because of the ban picks, but he thinks it's fun, basically.
So now that hero pools are in action and the Florida Mayhem have gotten a win as a result, is this a good omen for the rest of the season? Is Florida going to take advantage of this flexibility?
이제 밴픽이 슬슬 생기면서 이제 저희 플로리다한테는 이제 유익이 될 것 같은지 궁금하십니다.
확실히 이 뱀픽 시스템을 통해서 저희가 더 성적을 낼 수 있고 더 잘할 수 있는 기회가 된 것 같아요.
I definitely think it's a good opportunity for us to produce even better results.
Well, thank you so much, BQB. It's a pleasure. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. ZP getting some insights there from BQB. And I mean, you kind of alluded to this, that now with hero pools and for select heroes being out of rotation each week and with how frequently this changes, teams have to be on high alert to adapt, adjust, and also formulate their own approaches. And I think we had two teams with two very different approaches, and I think it showed which one was the better.
Well, and I think it's going to be very interesting, like series to series, because some teams are more comfortable playing around a style like Florida did, and then some, like Toronto, like we've seen in previous weeks, want to really play that type of dive. But if you don't have the versatility to do both, you could get up into series like this, where, you know, the map pool just heavily favors a certain type of composition, and then you find yourself in a lot of trouble. Look, I think hero pools is week 1. I don't think you can really kind of judge any team too hard with this. I think as time goes on, we'll get a good idea of who is able to weather like the storm and scary weeks and come up with interesting stuff. And I think you'll start to see the teams level off of who will be the best in this type of environment.
There's one thing that can't be argued, ladies and gentlemen. We have a shot of variety now into the Overwatch League. Here's your player of the match, and it has to be Yaki. Yeah, he's playing May, but I mean, he's doing it better than the rest right now, Matt. I mean, the Blizzard timing is always incredibly good. Some of these right clicks have been they have been nauseatingly accurate.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's difficult to play Tracer against May. You walk forward, you get an icicle in your chest, and you're dead. And I mean, you see how you know, just very impressive, right? Just being able to freeze people, being able to self-heal, block off line of sight, separate the opponent. Just a lot that May is able to do, just like area denial with the ultimate, even if you don't pick up eliminations to get players off of the point. The weapon is, you know, no fall-off damage, right? So great against like characters like Pharah. Like, I mean, we could go on, right? But Yaki played the hero at an extremely high level today, just like we saw him do in week number 1.
So we noticed a lot of DPS, you know, final blows per 10 minutes. If we see more than 10, that's usually very notable. For May, it's often different because she's setting up a lot of those kills. So 17 eliminations per 10 minutes is incredibly high amount, especially to be achieving as part of a utility core that can also do damage with those right clicks.
Yes, I think after what we saw Florida do today, I think a lot of teams will probably look at that and say, hey, we need to incorporate a little bit of a slower style into our games, or on the flip side of it, maybe we need to incorporate some more Pharah Hanzo, where you're able to, you know, burn down some of the shields, put some pressure on
that range a little bit more.
Play a little bit further away. Don't really focus on the point, the objective, focus on just area burst damage.
The fun's just getting started here, Washington, D.C., ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, the Paris Eternal take on the Houston Outlaws. This one is going to be interesting. We've had a couple, you know, leaks drop from coaches about what we should expect in this match, but at this point, it's all up for grabs. So stick around, and we'll see you with that match right after this.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
One Swedish player playing in this match, so we thought, you know, it's not enough Swedish players to bring him in.
And no Reinhardt, and he's the Reinhardt specialist.
What's the point?
Yeah, we're bringing him back in next week for more of that Reinhardt talking points. But for now, let's discuss the match we just saw. This was the first one with the hero pools in place. Did everything go as expected? We did see, I guess, like a few outliers, such as we saw a Sigma here, Torbjorn there, some Ashe as well for a short period of time. Yeah, apparently she's been implemented in the game way back. But, yeah, so we got a glimpse at the teams and their strats going into this. Anything which really, you know, like surprised you there?
I mean, I think it was just a good match to be able to have a feel for what the hero pools is going to mean this week. You have one team that's able to play a bit of dive, and they looked a little sloppy, they weren't that practiced with it. And then you have another team that's playing the bunker composition, which is a bit easier to execute, and they were just able to survive.
And I think that's a good point. Like with hero pools, I think you're going to see teams just playing what stylistically works for them. If you look at the Toronto lineup, they are more comfortable on the monkey, on the dive type characters. So I think you saw that. The interesting thing for me is that how much Brig we saw played in this match. So Brigitte is a character that we've seen very like niche, except for in GOATs, unfortunately. So, but because of, you know, more Winston, more Tracer, more Soldier, I think you're seeing the armor get more effectiveness, and you'll see a lot more of her throughout the weekend.
Yeah, those armor packs are really good as well. You just give them to one of the flankers, and they are essentially invulnerable.
Yeah.
I'm kind of liking the way that this is playing out, though, because if you are a team that is able to play the bunker style and you don't have all of the dive heroes, it seems like you'll be able to get away with playing that. But if you're a team that's very good at dive, you should be able to break it as well. None of the teams are particularly practiced with either. They haven't had weeks and weeks to be able to hone it. So it's not like one is definitely going to be better than the other. Yeah. It should come down to the team skill and how much the individuals are able to play it, which is a good place for the game, I think. Like, you should be able to play a bunch of different
Playing multiple heroes would be ridiculous, Josh. Not in Overwatch.
That's weird, even though that's what the game is all about. But if we're looking at the mayhem there, BQB rocking up on 5 different heroes. Yes, Sombra was more used as a scout, but still, like, he shows a lot of flexibility. Who else really stepped it up, you feel, from the mayhem? Still impressed with their tank line? Like, where would you rate them?
I think they just all played really solid. I think across the board, I was really impressed. You have Fate playing the Orisa. That's obviously the role that he's playing within this roster. And you saw their backline do really well. They have Chris on Brig, which is one of his more comfortable characters compared to Lucio. So I think this Florida team is really solid, but I kind of want to see how they go against a team that has a really coordinated dive, because we didn't see that from Toronto today.
Yeah, this is just the downfall of the Defiant, honestly. The disappointment and downfall of the Defiant. I'm really not on board with them. I am very disappointed, because when they came into the league, they beat the Paris Eternal. They go close against the Philadelphia Fusion. And since then, it's just been just a spiral downwards, culminating in losses to the Outlaws and now the Mayhem. So this is a team that really needs to rethink about how they're approaching things.
Well, since you are disappointed right now, I think I have a pick-me-up for you.
Oh, thank you.
Or maybe not, I don't know. That's really up to the teams. Because next up, we do have our second match of the day. It's a 3-1 Paris Eternal taking on the Houston Outlaws, who are riding a high after their first victory of this season in front of their home crowd, nonetheless. So that must have felt pretty good for them. But let's take a look at the starting lineup for Eternal first. Yeah, so hero pools, let's keep that in mind. We have Ben Best, usually more on the Reinhardt role. XC still in.
Really? Really? Okay. I was expecting to see some changes coming up from this roster, you know, especially with the dive. I thought this team would move more towards dive, so we'd see, you know, Soon come in.
I think Soon will be played.
You think
in this match, I think Soon will be played.
He'll come in at some point, but this, to me, leans they're going to play more bunker, and they're going to play more towards the style that we saw Florida Mayhem play last match compared to the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, Ben Best, I think in particular, is somebody to keep an eye on, because this has not been a player. Oh my goodness!
Oh my God!
I completely forgot what I was going to say. What? Who? What was I talking about? What was I talking about? Yeah, Ben Best has been playing a lot of the Reinhardt, right? It's the hero that he's known for. But when it comes to the Winston, when they're trying to play the dive, he's never been historically great on that hero. But Paris, just overall, their players seem to have got a little bit better. A lot of these players, I think, have benefited from the coaching staff.
Yeah.
It's a very, very good coaching staff on the Paris Eternal.
It's been very well-rounded, and you've seen it because, as you said, there's been a lot of players that had a lot of question marks from their previous performances in the seasons. Nico, Ben Best. But they've come in this season and been incredibly solid, and you have to attribute that to the coaching staff. So I'm really interested to see what Paris pulls up, because, you know, they have been incredibly good this season. And are they going to... Do you think they're going to play the bunker style, or do you think they're going to tend towards the dive?
I want to see Soon on Tracer, right?
Yeah.
This is who they've got in their back pocket. XC... Sure, he's your flick kind of hit scan. Plays the McCree, he plays a little bit of Sombra as well, actually. But when it comes to Tracer, you want to be getting Soon out there. He's your guy on the bench that can come in, and he's had so much experience with the dive kind of style in the past. And he should be a bit of a foundation for this team as well that they can play around. He knows how these kind of comps are supposed to be executed. And you see him even playing a little bit previously when they were last year up against the... Ooh, was that you just dying to a
That might have been me.
Oh, that's nasty.
That couldn't have been me. That couldn't have been me.
That was a different Custer. Different Custer from last year. You would never run into
the Mercy one-trick Custer. That's not me. That's not me. Me or Lucio, that couldn't be me.
Don't you love walking down memory lane? It's a great experience for everyone involved. Now, yeah, so soon maybe someone who will be fielded XC in for that first match, which might surprise a few people. However, we did see XC also excel on heroes such as Hanzo, which could happen here as well. Yeah. But let's first take a look at their opponents, Houston Outlaws, and of course their starting six. Let's see who's in today. Rappel over Raucus. Where we at?
They're switching between weeks now, and not between maps. So we're changing it. Maybe they've decided that in this hero pools they do want to play Rappel. We saw some Zen come out from a couple of the teams as well, so maybe they want Rappel in for that. The more interesting thing, Blase and Dante. That's kind of interesting. Are they going to play the Doomfist Sombra like we saw from them last week? This is the combo that they had, but we could also see maybe something like Tracer. Does Blase have a Sombra in his pocket?
I think Blase's probably got a Soldier 76. I think everybody and their nans can play Soldier 76. If you're going to play Overwatch as your first hero, try Soldier 76 because it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
So I think Blase should be fine on that. Yeah, it's not going to allow him to excel like they did against the Toronto Defiant, but honestly, Houston, they are still 1-5. Like, well done, guys. You got the win in front of the hometown crowd, but you still got a long way to go. And up against the Paris Eternal, I think this is, as long as Houston are at their absolute peak and they can get value out of Blase and Dante, they've got a chance in this match. Yeah. But it's still only a chance. The Paris Eternal still.
But you kind of, honestly though, you're kind of backpedaling here though, because quite frankly, during the pre-show, you did say like, it's a 40% chance.
That is a chance.
Yeah, but the 40% is quite a high chance.
You're giving the fans hopes and dreams, okay? They're 1-5. The last thing they need is more hopes and dreams.
I am not giving the fans hopes and dreams. Dream himself gave the fans hopes and dreams. He gave them something you could go to a bank with. The Houston Outlaws fans, I've seen them run into the bank trying to cash in this guaranteed win that Dream peddled them earlier.
Yeah, he might have misled everyone.
Who's trusting that he says that they have 6 better players than the Paris Eternal? Ridiculous.
We will see.
No.
Well, we will see indeed, because the match is about to start. Thank you guys so much. This is it from our, what's this called? Watch point test. And we're now heading back to the Anthem to Washington, D.C. for our next match of the day.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Team that sees a turnaround based on hero pools, especially with what we have this first week.
Well, of course, let's take a look at Houston and what they have coming up here. But it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they go about it, because as you mentioned, it has been a little bit tough for them. McCree hasn't been their bright spot. They brought in Linkser. Blase, though, this is his week where things could go very well as they look to turn things around against the Paris Eternal.
What I will say is we're going to have to test Blaze's flexibility this week because I think Doom, if you're in a dive mirror situation or playing against an Orisa, a Brig, these are heroes that are actually really dominant against Doom. So this is, Doom's a hero you want to play against the Anas, against the Lucios, those potentially softer targets. So I think with the meta shifting a bit in the support line, we could see Blaze push to different dive heroes, but we know he is competent in those areas as well.
Of course, the road ahead for Houston going to be pretty difficult. Toronto, they might have been on a downturn, but Paris, they have been on an upturn. And you have to look to the new squad that's leading them on in. That's right, it's the rookies. We don't speak French well enough to read that out.
I don't even want to try it, but certainly the rookies have been real bright spots for this team. All three of these players, XC on the McCree meta, we saw so much. He was looking like one of the best McCrees in the league, frankly, in this last meta. FD got on the Lucio, just taking this hero to another level. We've seen a lot of Lucios with great tactical play, great decision making for their team, but there's very few that have been able to make this level of aggression work out like FD got.
XC, of course, being a hit scan hero, but you have to wonder how that's going to pan out here today, given that the two heroes we saw XC on most, they are not in the pool this week. So Paris, they've had a big upswing. XC's been a part of it, but we're going to have to see different flexibility coming out from him here today.
Yeah, these are some pretty disgusting stats from the rookie himself. Trying to make a name for himself this season, and so far it's working out well. But as you said, we've got superstars like Soon that have been so far on the bench, so far not able to show their stuff. And with Tracer and Sombra potentially being priced up significantly this weekend, seeing more playtime, I think it's very possible that we can see a player like Soon back in the meta.
Well, of course, let's answer that question. Let's give it up for the Paris Eternal.
I certainly am excited to see what Soon can do, especially on the control map. I think he's one of those players who can really make the difference. We saw Custa on the desk telling him, how annoying he is to play against, and that's high praise for a Tracer player. That's the #1 impact you can have on the game, constantly distracting, constantly hunting those backliners, not letting them play the game that they want to play. That's how Dive succeeds.
And of course, Soon, one of the most veteran players in that Tracer role, and it's going to be exciting. A little bit of a dash of nostalgia, but a player that's very proven at that position. And again, for Paris, it's going to be interesting to see just how they adapt here, given that so much of their play so far has relied on XC being a superstar in heroes like McCree.
What really excites me about hero pools is that we really get to see the personality of these teams and the preferences of the players come out in force. We've seen not too much Lucio in that last series, really not finding too much playtime in favor of the Brig, just dominating in those dive mirror matchups. Or whether dive is your team or the other team, Brig just becomes this really dominant hero who can have a high impact. Those clutch armor packs can really turn things around for your teammates. But FD God, he's been so great on the Lucio, so is it worth putting him on the Brig? Do you leave him in his comfort zone, even if that's potentially not what other teams have succeeded with?
I think right now, if you have a player like FD God on your team, you do say, hey, this might be more of a meta. We don't really know what the meta is. No one does. Things have been rotating around. Maybe you do keep him on the Lucio to back up Soon. But of course, let's take a look at the opposition. That's right. It's the Houston Outlaws.
Houston, of course, fresh off their first win of the season so far, and they looked really clean doing it. It feels like this team has been building momentum, has been adjusting their roster, finalizing these coaching decisions, and kind of fighting their footing. It took them a little bit to get started, but you look at this lineup, you see the potential in these players. There really are so many dominant, strong players for this meta, and as well, Rappel coming in for that flex support role. Interesting, maybe they prefer him in those dive compositions.
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, Rappel also, of course, coming in for Raucus, where you can look back to week 1, there was a little bit of weirdness with Houston in the early parts where they went, we're going to be putting in Rappel. Now we're going to be putting in Raucus. Rappel, Raucus. And Custa, his brain nearly exploded at all that, but now they've switched things up, and as we talked a little bit in the green room before coming out here, I do think we'll probably be seeing Blaze and Dante all day long. This makes too much sense.
Linkzer's 2 best heroes did get banned out this weekend. I think he's pretty undeniably known for his McCree, for his Widowmaker. So it's a pretty unlucky week for hero pools for him, but that just means, in those next week of matches, he's guaranteed to be able to play those most strong heroes. So I'm excited to see this new look for Houston, and I actually like the choice to bring in Rappel here. I hope this doesn't spell return of that swapping back and forth. I do think that just puts neither player in a position to succeed, neither player in a position to build comfort, build momentum, which is so important on that flex support role. So I think this is potentially going to be good. I just want to see them leave Rappel in. I do feel like Raucus is at his strongest in a more stable defensive composition, something playing around a Reinhardt staying as a core.
And of course, our map pool here, it is 1st to 3. The asterisk, you see, Rise at Nepal only being played if necessary. But of course, we are heading on out. It's going to be Oasis to kick things off here today. And we'll see if this new look hero pool is better for Paris or better for Houston.
You know, I think we could see some very different compositions come out on a map like Oasis, a map that we've seen historically some very strange things. Even Roadhog D.Va, even though Muma's teasing it right now, I'm not convinced yet, but we have seen this composition actually been played in a dominant fashion back in the day on City Center when the meta gets a little bit weird. Sometimes you can pull this out, but it looks like so far just going to be a classic Winston D.Va dive composition.
We didn't talk about it a whole lot, but I also think the fact that Ryan is out of the pool is very good for Muma. He's always been, in my mind, a better Winston than a Reinhardt.
The Zarya Orisa comp coming out for Paris. This is very strange. Going to be relying on bubbling soon on the Reaper, but so much mobility coming to bear for the Houston Outlaws. It's going to be hard for Paris Eternal to keep up, even with that Lucio.
The big question is, are you going to be able to contain Blase? Blase, who is such an impact player for the Outlaws last weekend. Now the Outlaws right now looking for the dive in. Blase already strikes, finds Nico immediately, and Jacob might be more of the same.
In and out, Blase restoring his cooldowns, trying to stay alive, but Paris, they're all caught in the corner. This is not where you want to be against a dive. You're giving up all map position, and Outlaws, they're taking brutal advantage of it.
Blase has everything to hit and more. Moves on in, strikes the Orisa, mid-fortified. Doesn't do quite too much, but the rest of the damage is there, and here comes Dante, room to work with.
This is just not a position you can successfully play for the Paris Eternal. Maybe you can bring the Mei in and try and freeze people, but look at this map. I mean, Houston, they're sitting on the high ground right above your head. They're surrounding you 180 degrees. You're just being flanked from all sides, and you don't even have a D.Va to contest it. So at least Hanbin, one bright spot for Paris, he's able to charge up that grab, first ult on his team. So he's getting a lot out of that fight, but unfortunately no one else is. And Houston's closing in on 6 ults. The only thing they're really far away from is those Meteor Strike and Self-Destruct.
Goes for the early Graviton onto the high ground, looking for it. Pulse bomb out from Dante in response. Mortality field down, and the Outlaws, they lose Repel. See if they're able to stand the fight. Muma can use Primal Rage, buy a little bit of extra time. Paris looking poked down as Blase gets to the back again.
It takes a whole grab just to take out the Ana, and at the end of the day, you're just not getting enough out of that ultimate. Jexa with the rally able to survive, and soon a long delay here. Houston in total control of this match.
A lot of ground and pound coming out from the Outlaws. Emphasis on the pound. And now Outlaws in a very good spot here, Jake. Paris, they're going for a swap.
Forced to reset almost all their ultimates, but Houston did pay a lot to win that fight. This could be a moment for Paris to get the flip. They do have that sound barrier. Could be forced by Meko's self-destruct, but then that should give an opening for Nico to find a potential Blizzard.
Nico moving in. The Outlaws, meanwhile, playing on the outskirts. Not going to get an easy engage target thus far. Early wall for Nico. The Outlaws still pressuring. But they don't have to make a huge move here, Jake. They can wait, but as they say that, Meko has to burn the self-destruct, trying to stay alive. Still gets chased down. Now Paris, a much better engagement. They're going to wipe out the Outlaws.
That should be exactly the flip that Paris are looking for. Muma striking back, keeping this interesting, but Houston are going to be securing nearly 99% control. If Muma can escape with his life, this will be a very quick reset for the Outlaws. So Paris, they want to chase forward. They want to get some of these cleanup kills. Could be a little bit risky, though, as Soon does fall.
How in the world did Muma get Soon there? Soon was back over. Muma running for his life, and just his emergency jump just landed on Soon by some happenstance.
That's going to stymie any early aggression from Paris. This will get Houston to the point, but they're going to need to win a fight. Although this nano boost onto Muma, he's at 75% Primal Rage, almost guaranteed to finish charging that ultimate with the help of his Ana.
The Outlaws are in a really, really good spot right now. Repel going to be nanoing Muma, as you say, and Hif immediately taken down. A decisive dive coming out for the Outlaws, and that should put this round away.
Dante just looking fierce there. So many headshots coming out from him, farming those kills with the assist from Muma. And now Muma with the Primal, just adding insult to injury, diving into the back line. And this round looks so simple for the Outlaws, although Blase just dropped.
Paris right now trying to delay it out, doing a little bit more delay than expected. Still in and around. Soon back to that point, takes down Jexa, and suddenly in Paris, they're starting to bring this one back. The Outlaws might have left their foot off the gas just a little bit. That is amazing.
That stick from Soon is a total game changer. If both supports are alive, they're going to be able to sustain themselves through everything Paris has, but being able to pick off that Ana really takes the legs out from under the Houston Outlaws, although 99% is secured and only the nano boost ready for Paris, and they don't even have a Winston to combo with it. Probably will be Soon taking the nano. That could be a struggle against an Ana Brig.
The Outlaws have a good fight ahead of them. See if Paris can find a way around. Early sleep on the Hanbin. Bedness, though, gets on the Repel. Deep to the back line. Dante looking to respond. Throws out the pulse. Does not stick. Paris sustaining here so far. Nano onto Hanbin. Plenty of room.
做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的，只要大家都尽好本分，胜利就势在必得。
距离进攻还有30秒，
一起让得分突破天际。
人人都是斗士，想办法活下来吧。
哼，哼。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻！
谢谢。
获送目标前
注意，开始行动！
敌人在攻击
我！你会没事的。
围困一下。
睡吧。 正在保护目标。
来这里集合！集合！
恢复吧，就绪。好戏上场。
有人需要治疗吗？
扫荡完毕，正在护送目标。
释放你的力量，
力量有限。
发现敌人，先休息一下。
就可治疗。
自由开火。
禁止进入。战争尚未结束。
帮助我。
来这里集合。
着装完毕。
我可以施展绝招了。
这是我的意志。
舒服。
目标停下来了，必须让他继续
我
移动。
不会在手下留情了。治疗我。
臣服于我的意志。
快过来接受治疗。我需要治疗。我需要治疗。
敌人在攻击。
我要拔刀了。大家过来接受治疗。我要拔刀了。
火力全开。
我死定了。
你的力量就是真实的威力。
目标安全，出发。冲上岗位。
启动自爆程序。精彩完成。
战争尚未结束。我需要治疗。
帮炸弹来了！还剩60秒，会治疗你。扫荡完毕，正在护送目标。
注意，过来治疗。
自由开燃。
看我们辅助到底在干嘛？真的是很难打哎。
臣服于我的意志。
我会战到最后一刻。
结招正在
还剩30秒。
抢炸！这里要送法拉宝宝。
实现我的意志。在我面前屈服吧。
在战争中碰到我的。
释放你的力量。
我们先杀扎利亚，干嘛？
有人需要治疗吗？
比数0-0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。设置传送法阵了。
这里原本有获得平步的机会，如今让人不胜唏嘘。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
这些人，我会盯紧你的。
我也会好好帮你留意后果。设置完毕。
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了。阻止目标。前方有敌手。
这大飞机人。
有人能帮我一下吗？
双杀。
我复原了。
屏障启动。屏障快要撑不住了。
你果然很厉害。该死，马上回来。
这就是真实的威力。
有一箭呢！重力流就要来了。
等会儿可能
少借几箭就绪。
这不合理。帮我一下吗？
臣服于我的意志。
屏障测试开始。开起来了吗？祥和。
我来修补你的伤口。
从虚无化为实体。我发现敌人。死亡是虚幻的。
目标
自由开火。
拿终点。
等会儿可能用得到。
失败。精彩重播。
自由开火。
双3、4杀。
定你了，目标已消灭。
To work with, and the Outlaws let this one get away.
FD God, though, pays with a sound barrier to secure that fight, and now Jex's rally is going to be functionally uncontested. Soon has a pulse bomb, but that might be the only hope of Paris Eternal to shut down the rally. Of course, rally in the dive mirror, perhaps the strongest ult in the game. Armor is just a brutal thing to be having in the dive mirror. It really keeps your whole team alive, allows you to swarm up.
Final fight on the way. Paris nearly bringing this back in full. Blase, no longer on the Doom. Off to the Sombra. Early Bionate forces out the rally from Jexa. Paris looking to move in. Soon though, the bounce bomb, eat it. Meko was able to deal with the repel back the other side, and the Paris dive dealt with and then some. The Outlaws moving back on over. Movement taken down. We'll see if Paris can have a miracle come back once more.
It's definitely going to take a miracle here. Meko farming damage on the point, does have that self-destruct, although Blase is slept with a full armor stack, so it should be pretty difficult to burst him down. Fight is still going on here, though.
Empty God back into it, dealt with Meko, didn't let Meko get back into mech. Dante dancing around, Paris still down in numbers. Dante moving forward, looking for the Hammond, finishes it off. And right now the Outlaws looking to be surgical. Not let Paris get back into the fight once more. Think to get the point, and that's going to be the round.
Oh, and the impact of Jex's rally there couldn't be more significant. The biotic grenade comes in, hits both supports. In any other situation, that should lead to a double kill on the dive. It was exactly what Hip needed to do. But of course, the rally, you don't care about that biotic grenade. He keeps his fellow support alive. They outlast, and they're able to win the team fight.
Also going into that, Meko was able to move in, eat the pulse bomb that could have done a lot of damage, could have given Paris an easy fight win. And even still, you think about how Paris brought that back. They brought back a fight where I think they were down 2, if not 3, from an early engage, and the Outlaws kind of let themselves get picked off one by one, and Paris very nearly brought that one back.
Yeah, that round definitely should have been even more dominant for the Outlaws, especially after that almost free mid-fight. Houston just dominating off the back of an early sleep from Repel. So Houston, though, going to be bringing a slightly different look here with the Zen, adding a little bit more range damage, but against the Tracer Sombra, this can end up being a liability.
Also, Blase not going to be on the Doom to start things out. Instead, that's right, it's legs. 76 in play. You see Blase on the top right now, where Soldier usually likes to be.
Paris should be forced into the aggressive position. Of course, Soldier going to output more damage over time than this Sombra, but Meko caught with the Discord, putting pressured heavily on point.
Soldier right now still using the high ground, not under a whole lot of pressure. Plenty of sight lines to work with, dancing back and forth. Even though falling early makes this a little bit more difficult. Humpin over the top, in danger, poked on down. That's it, gonna take down Humpin. The Outlaws still maintaining on the point, even though a little bit down in numbers and definitely getting pressured.
If one of these support ults comes online early, FD got the 1 HP. Dante finishes the kill, though it's traded quickly.
Both teams trading on out. Blase back to the fight. Attack visors up, he's gonna go for it. Muma got to the back, takes down 2. Soon tries equalize, not enough. Caught by Blase. And the Outlaws gonna be swapping this back around.
Great patience from Houston. Even though Muma falls early, they're able to stabilize in that hallway outlast. And the Dante clutch pickoff onto FD God, shutting down that backline, denying the heals for Paris. Although Nico does have that EMP to rely on, and Repel not quite available with the Transcendence. He could be an easy target for the EMP if he can't finish his trance in time.
Muma's going off on a long flank right now. You take a look, he's way behind, looking for the Zen. He's super far from his team. Paris, meanwhile, they're just diving on the front. Nico drops EMP, deals with Repel, and all the while, where is Muma? Muma's off, just in a different corner of the map, and Paris takes well advantage.
The Sombra just scouts everything and gets so much value. Now Houston really just in a position to delay, but Meko somehow finds Hip in the midst of this fight. Hip electing to conservatively hold his Transcendence, just rely on FD God's rally. Meko also getting the self-destruct, trying desperately to keep this delay going, but a little bit too little too late there as everyone falling for the Outlaws.
I think the Outlaws, I'm not entirely sure. You saw Muma going off around there and Paris just went in. Was he just trying to catch the supports from behind?
I think he's trying to somehow start the fight earlier, but maybe caught off by Paris taking a different path to point than he expected.
So, even so far here on round 2, 46-39. Gonna have an early rally here from the Outlaws. They look to move on in. Meanwhile, soon, Pulse Bomb out early, gets the stick on Blase. Takes him out. And now Paris can play a little bit further back. The range threat no longer there. And with Muma out of the fight, the Outlaws, they need to retreat.
They're trying their best to escape, but Paris doing the right thing here, diving in, cleaning up all these kills. They have a huge player out, and they make use of it. So far, the Sombra just turning up a lot more than the Soldier 76 in the long fight. The threat of that hack really puts so much pressure onto Muma and Meko. If they get caught off with just one hack, that's going to spell their death and give Paris the advantage they need to take point. And Jexa commits the rally there, doesn't get the point flip out of it. Means Paris is in a very strong position to take this round, but not with an opening pick like that.
Soon peeks the corner, gets caught by Repel. Now the Outlaws moving on in, 6 on 5. Paris trying to buy a little bit of time for Tracer to get back to the battle. The Outlaws taking a lot of positions up, but the EMP off the other way. They counter-engage, down players, and make that one work. Now the Outlaws in real danger here. 98%, can they stall for long? I don't think so.
The reaction time from Repel just not quick enough. He did have that Transcendence available, so Nico takes the risk, and it pays off big time. Paris takes map 2, and looked very dominant from starting off on the dive composition. I think this, just playing to their strengths. Look at that last map. So much was lost running that wonky Orisa Zarya comp. It really didn't work out for them at all, and it really put them so far behind. And when they go mirror dive, it looked just so much more dominant for Paris.
Well, the other thing I'd bring up too is that Paris ran something that I think played way more to their strengths, particularly with Soon on the Tracer. But you look on the other side for the Outlaws, I'm not convinced that 76 is necessarily a strong point for Blase, where he can play to a degree, but you compare it to his performance on the Doom, it's a pretty stark difference.
I mean, to be honest, I think this is less on Blase's skill on the hero, and for me, it's more on the hero choice itself. Although, as we go to a much longer range map, there's less cubbies for Sombra to hide in and threaten hacks from less relevant megas on the map to hack. So this should be a little bit better for Blase on the Soldier as Houston takes the long road, electing to not fight on the jump pad. I think this is a correct decision against a Sombra Tracer that, has that increased mobility on you.
Well, until EMP comes into the fray, the Outlaws will definitely be working with the poke advantage. See if they'll be able to translate that into an early fight win. Soon, under a bit of pressure, going to the back. The isolation on the Muma already hacked, in a bit of danger. Getting very, very low early on. Paraso taking poke the other way. Soon, nice recall, saves him in the nick of time. Soon though, Still a bit of danger. The Outlaws falling back. Both teams are now just feeling each other out as Hip getting very, very low. Benbest, same boat. Benbest gonna fall. Dante starting to open things up.
It's the early pressure from Dante, sets Hip to 1 HP, forces him essentially out of the fight, and when FD God is low as well, even though Dante doesn't get those opening picks, it's actually the damage that makes all the difference there, keeping the supports out of the fight for Paris Eternal. If the Zen and the Brig can't come in, they can't support, they might as well be dead. So props to Dante, punishing Soon's recall and finding the big value of that fight.
Tracer v Tracer, you love to see it. It's been a while. Now the Outlaws in a good spot, but Muma gets hacked. Muma in real danger, cannot get away. Nico, a big punish, opens the way for Paris.
Dante desperate to equalize with this pulse bomb, but no obvious targets present themselves. He does spot supports. I'd expect him to see him make a move here. Ooh, so close.
Dante looks for pulse, cannot find the stick. Now on the hunt for Nico, still the other way. Blase, Tac Visor, over. Looking for anything, Tac Visor about to go away, but not before Benbest. Caught on the other side, the pressure from the Outlaws is enough. They're gonna maintain control.
What a sick move from Blase and Meko. Even though Blase's not getting a ton of damage with that Tac Visor, he and Meko are able to charge into the side, keep control of point, and now with...
欢迎来到暴雪乐园，做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
我走啦。哦。嗰個 O， 但係嗰個佢就捉佢就粵語好難聽，唔啱 beat 嘅。阿 Sir 係咪啊？波 Sir， 黃軍興唱嘅喎。
人類真正的敵人，知識才是值得爭奪的事物。
距離進攻還有30秒。
我要
什麼大風大浪我都見過，只要大家團結，一定能完成任務。加入行列。
5、4、3、2、1，開始進攻。佔領目標 A，
跟我一起行動，我會支援你們，但是別太掉以輕心。我的意志化為現實。
我找到敵人了，放馬過來啊！
我的傳送器已啟動，
抱歉。
正在佔領目標，一切都按照計劃進行。
呢個係真係。咁呢個真係的確幾套嘢真係唔掂。
我從火焰中重生了。
恢復吧。
Was incredibly close. If Houston Allies had lost the flip there, it would have cost them a lot of objective pressure.
If you're the Outlaws right now, how do you play around the EMP?
This is on Repel, 100%. He needs to hit the trance reaction on the EMP. Nico took the risk last time, caught Repel with his pants down, frankly, just not trancing in time. Repel, he has to react better this time.
That's what you should be looking at here. Look at the top of your screen. Repel on the right, Nico on the left. We'll see if Repel can get away from it. Muma off the Primal! Takes the crime of opportunity, gets Hip out of the fight.
Muma trying to escape. The hack, though, is going to turn the frag back in the favor of Paris Eternal.
5-on-5. EMP versus Transcendence game, still a thing. It's the Outlaws. Trying to buy time, playing around. Muma the swap to the ham and the hack onto Meko. Repel still hang on to the Transcendence, and no, uses it! Early, Nico still at the EMP. Jexay out of the fight. Now Paris in a winning position. EMP is yet to be invested here, Jake, and they're going to win without it.
This is just a disaster for the Houston Outlaws. Everything going wrong there. Meko hacked. Repel tries to commit the trance to keep him in mech. Although Houston strikes back with a couple frags. Somehow Muma and Dante trying to deliver some heroics, but Muma's just going to die late here and stagger the Houston Outlaws. Although they do get 99% control. Paris, they have so many ults. If they play this just perfect, they should be able to have some good fight wins here, essentially for free off their ult bank. Although I love this from Rapel. Switches over to the Ana. Does not want to be a zero trans Zen against the EMP. He knows he's just a sitting duck in that condition. The Ana has a lot of potential to drop the Bionade or potentially a huge play with a Sleep Dart.
First thing to look at here has to be Nico on the setup. The EMP ready. Paris. It's not just about winning this fight, it's about setting up to win the next. How clean can they make it? Nico moving in, EMP set up, hits 4. The rest of Paris diving in. The rally from Jexay though, keeping the Outlaws nice and healthy. The EMP is over. The Outlaws still alive. Blase can get away, they can reset, they can come back in. All the heals on Blase. Meko, the bomb the other way. Looking for it. Paris able to dodge. Now you have the self-destruct in from Hanbin. Jexay finds him and the Outlaws. This is a brilliant rotation so far, Jake.
Houston just constantly kiting throughout this fight. They lose nobody. That's 4 ults for the Paris Eternal. They get absolutely nothing out of it now. Houston setting up to close out this match, setting up to close out the map as well.
What a nice rotation from the Outlaws. They get the reflip, and now Paris backs against the wall. Overtime ticking down. Can they find the stall? They're losing players one by one. Just Nico moving on to buy a little bit of time. Paris desperately trying to hang on. FD God nowhere to go, taken on down. And Dante right now on cleanup duty. The Outlaws take map 1.
I just love watching Dante on the Tracer. He's so dangerous on that hero. Outlaws feeling confident. You know, I said right there, that's a total cast of Paris. I said Paris, they've got this first fight locked up. Huge ult bag, 4 ults to make it work. But Outlaws, they just beautifully dance around them all. They're the ones getting the picks despite the ultimate disadvantage. Just outplayed there in that final fight.
It was really, really nice to see, and just smart, coordinated play coming out from the Outlaws. Is this a new era for Houston, or will Paris strike them down? Find out after the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Huge difference makers for their team. It's just so great to see Dante back on the Tracer. Really, I think his all-time best hero. He's known as the Sombra player. But I think the Tracer is where he's really able to shine, be that primary DPS. You know, I think Sombra, a little bit more of a supporting role, hacking the enemy team, farming those ults up. Tracer, it's about the frags, it's about the damage. And Dante just gave so much for the Houston Outlaws that map. I talked about that one fight where, you know, on mid, it looked really close, both teams striking each other very, very aggressively, trying to get control. But it's Dante setting both supports to low HP, keeping them all the way out of the fight. And the Zen had to wait for his shields to regen. He couldn't regroup for this break. He was too low to even risk that. And that just gives Houston Outlaws all the space in the world, and they clean up everyone else from the Paris Eternal.
Definitely one of the insidious threats that comes up when you're running things like double hit scan with Tracer and 76 is that you gotta be looking at the health bars at all times. It's sort of your secret info on when a team is about to fall, because you'll see teams go back and forth, then suddenly go, they're low. We are going to go in. And speaking of going in, Havana, the next map we are heading off to here today. That's right, it's Escort, second in the rotation. We'll see what both teams have in store, but it's going to be a new Havana because this is a map that normally is very Widow dominated, but Widow is not walking through that door here today.
I'm actually really excited to see maps like Havana, like Junkertown, that have been just completely dominated by Widow, as you said, since they came out. I mean, the sidelines are just ridiculously long. At the Overwatch League level of play, there's simply no heroes in the game that can challenge Widow at that sightline, on third point, on first point. It's really brutal if you're not ready to take the duel. We saw in the last meta so many teams starting on McCree and then just completely falling when the Widow pecks away at them from range. So getting Widow out of the pool will, I think, show a new side of maps like Havana.
Also, not to be underestimated is that Reinhardt not around, so teams more willing to run things that are divey. It's why you're seeing the Outlaws decide to put Muma onto the Winston, one of his best heroes. Meanwhile, Paris deciding to go with the Orisa. What's the difference between the two?
Well, the Orisa Sigma is really going to be in a defensive position here, trying to survive and get pickoffs with that Halt Rock combo, where Outlaws, they're going to be flanking, surrounding enemy team, trying to poke down their shields and potentially pick off a backliner. Soon on this Reaper, I think, is going to quite struggle. He's pretty much here to defend, although now a TP flank coming in could open something up.
Nope,
immediately
not
crushed.
at all. That's going to 6 seconds, by the way, potentially, right now, change-wise. So, good news for Soldier fans, even better news for Blase, and a very tough opening for Soon.
Yeah, and you know, Paris just in the corner, not really able to charge up any ultimate. Shows how hard it is to play without that Diva. Soon TP's in. Normally you would have a Diva behind you, matrixing you, but he doesn't have the support in that instance, and he just gets cut down by the Rocket.
So, Blaze, good opening here for the Outlaws. They're holding on back. So even though they have Mooma on the dive, they're giving Paris a good amount of room right now as Dante now on the outskirts. 99%, the pulse bomb up, stuck directly in, takes down the Orisa. Nice stuff from Dante.
The Outlaws look so sharp on this dive. Everyone poking from all sides, but no one overcommitting. Neko, though, gets caught, gets frozen. Gonna be demacked, although he might have an opportunity to remech because Paris, they're not able to push out of this corner. Now Mooma's diving in an early primal.
Goes for the primal. This is not where you want to be against Winston, though they do put a lot of damage on the Mooma. They're gonna force him out. All the while, though, the Outlaws, they buy time off that. Transcendence up. Paris can get a little bit more progress.
Paris, though, they have no support ults, and now they're forced out in the open. This is the weakest moment for the comp. They're going to try and get aggressive, but the Trance immediately counters that push.
That best isolated, and Mooma just pummeling Paris through the middle. Of course, Blaze set up a lot of that with attack visor.
Strategically, I'm just so worried about this comp from Paris Eternal. The Reaper May, these are close-range heroes. They want to be fighting in those cubbies, yet even when Paris is in that close-range environment, they are fighting under the point, not even on cart, not even pressuring the objective. Still in that environment, Houston's able to take the fight win.
Of course, we see how Mooma set this up. By the way, look at Mooma's ult here. He built so much ult in the middle of this, on top of helping finish them off, already at 63% for the next fight.
And now Paris sitting.
即将抵达漓江天塔。准备战斗，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。
你们维士港企业就是不懂，人民应该拥有自由。
你口中的自由，只不过是被假象包装的乱源。
哈哈，呵，呵。
5、4、3、2、1。第一回合，
传送筒震开了，现在能快速移动。
集合，跟我一起行动。
加速复原。有人能帮我一下吗？
召唤少界结界。
加入。
现在可看目标，来协助。
帮你回复。邪不胜正。
联手进攻目标。
从虚无化为实体。
跟我一起行动。
加强恢复能力。
防御系统已就定位。
嗨！滚开！完全。你技术真棒！给我接着！
睡喽。给你一个来自远方的问候。在我面前虚无，
瘫痪系统，
我利用这个就是真实的威力。
流星坠，瞧瞧我们的厉害，你逃不掉的。
这是我的意志。只是一时大意。
快找掩护！
少界结界就绪。
快就定位。
对不起啊。
接下来自己掩护。
我从火焰中重生了。
我是音乐治疗专家。
प्रकाश से जीवन में
少界结界释放完毕。
哦，我爱死这首歌了！瞧瞧我们的厉害！流星坠！我厉害的味道。
召唤少界结界。
प्रकाश से जीवन में
伊娃上场了，
这就是真实的威力。
系统。
阿正，支援，有人能帮我一下吗？
还有许多事情要做。
跟我一起行动，加入大家治疗一下。任务开始，
帮你恢复一下。少界结界释放完毕，看我这招！
第一回合失败，
加速复原。
还有许多事情。
比数0比1。
好戏上场，一起让他们突破天际。好，准备上场，来吧！
5、4、3、2、1。 第二回合占领目标，
集合，
设置传送法阵了。
集合，
我的意志化为现实。
加速治疗，少界结界就绪，
跟我一起行动。
是不行啊！
我的手受伤。
治疗。 现在可占领目标，
这全是为了你好。
感受毁灭的力量。
正在占领目标，你一切都按照计划进行。
奥克顿。
龙会吞噬一切。少界结界就绪。
治疗你。
这就是真实的威力！
可恶！
瞧瞧我们的厉害！
陈规。还有许多事情要做。
今天适合搞破坏。
我一直在
准备上。
这就是真实的威力！
这点皮肉伤杀不死我了。
治疗你。
需要支援。我来修复你的伤口。
我立功搞危险。
全灭。
哦，妈妈咪呀！
实现我的意志。
要是你玩过拆炸弹，就告诉我。
好戏上场，
小心跳路，
自由开路，
启动自动程序。机甲启动。好，原色瞧瞧。
在我面前屈服吧。
这点皮肉伤杀不死
需要
我。
支援。
恢复吧，
这就是真实的威力。
这个据点是我的，不能让给你。炸弹来啦！
延长赛。
起床了。
失败。
这全是为了你好。正在占领目标，一切都按照计划进行。
Sitting in the cubby as they're wont to do, but still, Dante's not scared to poke away at them. Nico, I mean, Dante's just having absolutely no respect for Nico's icicles right now. This is pretty deadly. Paris, they need to shut him down.
No one is checking Dante at all right now. It's a huge problem to Paris. Nico, Blizzard up to right. Dante, though, finds Ana soon out. Nico not going to have a chance to make things frosty.
Big Blizzard comes in, but there's no follow-up whatsoever there. That's very ambitious from Nico. Gets absolutely nothing with arguably the most important ult for Paris Eternal.
I just gave Nico the benefit of the doubt, saying, okay, he's going to save for next fight. Jake, he threw it out at the very end of the fight.
And now we see Soon onto the Tracer, but he's so aggressive. He's instant recall for Soon, getting totally out of sync with his team, and with no Zen, Dante's gonna have the advantage with that Harmony Orb. So much easier to heal a Tracer that way than with an Ana that actually has to land initial scope shots on.
The Jake retirement bump, that's a stat, Jake. You are involved in this one, just so you know.
I'm the secret weapon. Just retire my jersey and you win every game.
The Outlaws not winning without Jake, even in 2020. See if that stays true. Dante over poke bomb Eden. Hanbin all over that one. The Outlaws a little bit poked down. Repel, though, still hanging on to Transcendence. Echo starting out with the bomb. And Muma there on the setup. Knocks him into the self-destruct. And the Outlaws taking advantage of the chaos. Final 30 seconds left for the Eternal.
Paris just looks strategically outmatched here. Soon running for the hills. Dante immediately hunts him down, forces the recall back into the rest of the Outlaws, but nothing left for Soon. Now staggered out once again. The only bright spot for the Paris Eternal is they have double support ult, but this Orisa strategy just looks horrible for Paris Eternal. It just looks like a coaching mistake to me. They're getting slaughtered. Gonna have to switch over to this traditional dive pump, but it's so little so late. At least you have some support ults. Those can be really important here, but if Dante finds a stick, oh no, and an immediate pick up on a Ben.
The Nano went on the Hanbin, not Ben Best. I think it was supposed to go on the Ben, but Ben is gone. Ben is out of the fight.
And Abwase, so much to work with, finds him. All the sightlines are his. The bomb Ramen though, to the back, takes down Repel. Paris trying to hang on. Meko though, 2 melee kills with 1 strike. Oh, the Outlaws, their diva plays coming in at the same. And now Paris looking for a miracle. It's not gonna be Ben that caused that one. The Outlaws, a tremendous hold.
Just completely out-strategized here, you know, on Havana. This is what we talked about, how important this could be on when a hero pool meta. You know, you're gonna see teams like the Paris Eternal, you know, they've been so dominant in a stable meta when they knew exactly what to play, and it was just a question of executing it better than the other team. That was their strong suit. But now they've looked so lost. I mean, playing Orisa, Zarya, that's not a comp that we've really ever seen have a high impact. You know, it's new, it's inventive, but it just got completely annihilated by a skilled dive team.
We talk about how Jexay gives 100% even in the team high 5 game. He just shifted out of position there to get to his teammates. That's the type of hustle.
You got to dap up the homies, man. You're feeling the hype. You got to keep it rolling. And that's so important in a game like Overwatch, especially in a composition like Dive. You need to have that confidence in one another, going one after the other into the, you know, sometimes you see Muma just diving right into the chaos. You need to trust your team in order to make plays like that. Houston setting themselves up very well to go up 2-0 in this series.
Looking like a new Outlaws team. And, you know, Jake, it doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. We are going with the Jake retirement bump. It's all you, buddy. It's all you.
You're welcome, Houston. Now every team sign me for 1 game, retire my jersey. You're welcome. I guess only half the teams in the league, because not everybody can win. But once again, we see Paris on this Reaper May comp. I mean, this is going to be relying on essentially an all-in rush on the spawn doors. So if Houston come out too far and they get caught up by a May wall, this could pay off big time. But if it fails for the Paris Eternal, they might be looking at a down 2-0 series. It's all scouted. So there's no surprise now either.
Not at least, but was a back onto the Doomfist. Paris, beware. See if they have the answer. So far, May Reaper has usually not been it. Repel, though, taken down early. A decisive dive, but Nkosi, other side, the Bionade in from Repel. Turns the tide of the fight in Paris. They're gonna get wiped out here. Even though they've lost a few, the respawns are coming in.
You know, it looks even, but it's absolutely a stomp for the Houston Outlaws. You know, those are just a complete sacrifice from the players of the Houston Outlaws. They send the supports out one side, the obvious target. targets. Of course, Paris immediately bites, but it's a total bait. Dante, Blase, Muma all coming in from the other side, striking with those dangerous divers, getting the pickoffs. Paris, they have no ult advantage to speak of whatsoever.
Versus Blase, fresh out of spawn, looking for it. Paris all super low, super weak, and Doomfist feasting in those sorts of situations.
Muma already initiating with the Primal, trying to split up the enemy team, does get hacked up by Soon, but it's Blase picking off Nico, Dante onto Soon. This is almost all over.
You're looking at Muma, you're not looking at Blase. Now to the back, sending Ana on a very wild ride. And now the Outlaws are so close now. Moving on forward, Dante and Blase swarming over Paris. And Paris, they are out of players. They're just about out of time. Moving forward, can they even touch it? They do, but it should not be for long. And the Outlaws, they do it, they take map 2.
The Outlaws looking absolutely reinvigorated after that win in front of the home crowd last week. We talked about this being a potential momentum shifter, but I don't think anyone thought it would be to this degree, absolutely wiping the floor with a team that had looked like one of the potential strongest in the season so far.
Well, you think about how Paris was winning games. They're winning games with McCree, with the Widow. You think about how Outlaws were generally losing games with those same heroes. So for the hero pool, this has been a fantastic week thus far for the Outlaws. And I gotta say, it is looking very good if you're a Houston fan. But we, of course, we're gonna take a break. Let's go to Watch Point to break down the action.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Off on control, and quite frankly, we were a bit surprised looking at Paris Eternal, the hero composition. We saw a Zarya in there, a Reaper in there. Was that like a let's replace what's been out of the like hero pool?
It seemed like it definitely seemed like it in terms of the May Reaper that they were playing, but I'm not really sure why they played the Zarya. It's hard to get value. Maybe it's a little better against the Doom, but just generally Paris, when they tried to play, they're trying to play the Sombra Tracer as well, that just doesn't have as much damage as Blase does when he's on the...
前往花村，做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。
这是我应该做的。
距离进攻还有30秒。
任务开始后，就别打混了。
我不大喜欢自己动手，但这次我会亲自出面解决。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻，占领目标 A。
谢谢你，
收到。发现攻帮助我。
设置传送法阵了，防御我正在占领目标，来支援我。
Пытаешься, диво.
决战已经在蓄力了，
已占领目标 A， 开始进攻目标 B。
嘿，看我的！
绝招正在蓄力，这是我的意志。
传送法阵开了，
需要支援，
现在能快速移动。
我来修复召界结界，释放完毕，自由开火。在我面前屈服吧。好，
我浑身是劲，在这儿集合，过来帮我。绝招快好了，我的厉害，准备使出流星坠。
我的传送器已启动。
可以，
火力全开，臣服于我的意志。这就是真实的威力。
召界结界召唤完成。你的身体真的飘扬。
我叫麦卡。
哦，大声点！还有许多事情要做。
恢复吧，谁都挡不住我。
设置传送法阵了，防御系统已就定位。
在我面前屈服于我的意志。
双杀。
敌人在攻击我，先拿下这个目标，才能继续下去。
只是一时大意。
自由开火。
谁会来帮我？闪光完全不理。
集合。
禅雅塔在此。好。
看来你需要点协助。
毁解瘫痪系统，可恶！
加入我的行列。
吃我一锤！
发现敌人。真早去快睡。
给我站住！
哼，收到。
随时可以设置光子屏障。
别早准备就绪。
该睡了。
发现敌人。
这是我的意志。
无法就绪。
传送法阵开了，现在能快。
这就是真实的威力。我利用的威力。
人都出来吧！
在我面前屈服吧。臣服。
双杀。
胜阵，我正在占领目标，来支援我。
这个会治疗。
敌对全灭。
冷静点。
第一回合结束。
见识拦路猪的力量。
比数2-0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。
等了，直接冲出去吧！
我的传送器已启动，
方将于30秒后开始行动。
只要按照计划进行，胜利就会是我们的。
好，杀个痛快吧！
少界结界释放完毕。
暴力通常都能解决问题。
Raksha Pranali Sanrigat Karna。
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了。
我跟你走。
防守目标 A。
我会整顿失序的混乱。
我的宝贝，
我来了。
超载！
按照计划进行。我来守护你的伤
势。完全不对劲。
我的工作尚未完成。
跟上这个节奏，
一起行动，集合！
我是音乐治疗专家。
目标已被敌人占领，防守据点变更为目标 B。
我的绝招还在蓄力，收到。
实现我的意志。
屏障被摧毁了。
瞧瞧我们的力量！
我来瘫痪系统，自由开火。
在我面前屈服，臣服于我的意志。需要支援，看我这招。
死亡是虚幻的。
谢了。
Raksha Pranali Sanrigat Karna。
找到敌人了！
可恶！感受毁灭，火力全开！
任务开始啦！
我的力量，杀个痛快吧！
防御系统已就定位。
一起行动，集合！
马上回来。
保护我的炮塔！
释放少界结界。
等会儿可能用得到。实现我的意志。
发现敌人。
召唤少界结界。
嗨，
也好。
欠我一锤！
这就是真实的威力，臣服于我的意志。
把他们赶出去！
你的伤势。
我从火焰中重生了。 传送法阵开了，现在能快速移动。
在我面前屈服吧！敌人出现了。
防御系统已就定位。
的意志。
少界结界释放完毕。
那里有敌人。来自远方的问候。
少界结界召唤完成。
我谁的宝贝？需要支援，请担忧。屏障开启了。
少界结界就绪。
来我这边。
好。
瞧瞧我们的厉害！我要献上最热烈的欢迎！
正义从天而降，发现敌人，这就是真实的威力！瘫痪系统，臣服于我的意志，
召唤少界结界。
谢了。
绝招正在蓄力。少界结界释放完毕。
还剩60秒。
我的意志化为现实。发现敌人，
设置传送法阵了。
在我面前服吧！什么哪里怎么的？自由开展！来我这里！
可恶！
修复你的伤口。
传送法阵开了，现在能快速移动。
还剩10秒。
时间快不够了，发出全力啊！
少界结界就绪，感激不尽。
胜利。精彩重播。双3伤4伤。
这就是真实的威力！
我利用可威都准备好了，
我面前屈服吧！臣服双杀
胜阵，我正在占领目标。
Soldier, and then they weren't able to execute properly.
And I was just really confused with this Xayah comp that they came out with the first round. It seems counterproductive to what they think. If maybe they were expecting Houston play some form of bunker and then they would be mirroring and then the Xayah would get more value. But just in general, I think this Paris roster hasn't been choosing the right comps for what we would expect. Obviously, hero pools, you should play to your strengths. But right now, they're just getting hard counted by Houston. They should know what they're going to come out with. They're going to keep playing the same thing. Dante on the Tracer, Blase on the Sombra or the Doomfist. So
I will say as well, it seems like Paris are being overcoached to some degree. You've only got 4 days to be able to figure out what an effective composition is, and it really seems like the Paris coaches have gone, right, we think that this is the exact best roster to field right now and the best composition. But that doesn't matter if you haven't had enough time to be able to practice everything. I mean, they're playing Ben Best and Hanbin over on the Orisa Sigma. This isn't something that Paris have been able to practice for very long at all. If it's not something all of your players are hyper comfortable with, you're going to lose, even if it's theoretically better.
It's not even just you being able to practice, it's you being able to practice against what the other team is playing. Houston is playing this soldier dive, and it just doesn't seem like Paris really has an answer to it. And you see them like halfway through every single map and every single round, they just switch to dive anyway. If I'm Paris moving forward in this series, I just want to see them mirror the dive and just try and take it to the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, they definitely tried to be a little bit too cute. However, there were times where they tried, as you said, switching it over to dive. And this is where we got to see those great Tracer battles we've all been hoping for. And this pretty much makes up our crunch time presented by Pringles Wavy. So let's take a look at a specific moment between Dante and Soon.
Yeah, Dante has just been on fire this entire time. I mean, it's just a highlight reel, basically. The guy's been dominating, and he has been dominating Soon in the Tracer v Tracer when they've actually been taking those fights. But when he's not on it, he's just got free reign to go wild.
It's funny because Dante was originally picked up in this roster last season, and he was picked up to be the Tracer player, and then we just never saw him play the Tracer. And I actually think he is probably the best Western Tracer out there right now, and you see it, he's taking it to Soon and just absolutely bodying him. He just seems to be all over the place, applying so much pressure. So if I'm the Houston Outlaws, I just leave Dante on Tracer, just let him do his thing. You're even seeing Muma on the Winston just getting a crazy amount of value and sort of going back to what he was best at.
And Meko as well. I think actually Muma and Meko both really looked a lot better in the game today. And maybe that is because Paris looks like they're actually in shambles. So that's certainly helping. But going back to Dante on the Tracer, but also on Soon on Tracer, Soon by no means played bad. Like, his stats were comparatively, given that they did lose a lot more fights than, of course, their opponents. His stats were still good. Should Soon stick to the Tracer then?
I think you have to. I think if you're Paris, you have to try and play the dive in the same kind of way that Houston are playing it into you. And then it comes down to your kind of head-to-head. And even though Soon is a very accomplished player, I think it speaks more to Dante, right? That he was still winning the fights, even though Soon wasn't like having a terrible game. Dante's just that good. He's able to carry the Houston Outlaws to these kind of victories. And if Blase has an opportunity to play the Doomfist as well, well, now you've just got absolute perfection. On those maps, you're going to be laughing if you're the Outlaws.
And it's actually funny, you think back to the Dream tweet. If you actually look at this Houston Outlaws roster on paper, on the individual levels of the skill, like Dante on Tracer, Blase on Soldier, you got Moomer on Winston, Meko on Diva, and then you have Repel and Jexay as well. They actually might, on paper, be better than the Paris team. Individually, one-on-one, there are some ones that are almost level, but it's close.
Yeah, and it's the important heroes that they're actually better at the moment, right? Yeah. Like, it's Dante getting the better end of it. It's actually Muma finding a little bit more value, even though he's playing in a very aggressive kind of manner. It's definitely punishable, but he's finding the value because they're not punishing him. So, yeah, I don't think I want to give Dream all the credit here. I don't think that the Houston Outlaws are the 6 best players that Overwatch has ever seen. Mankind should bow before them.
Maybe,
but
Leslie, you might backpedal it now. Houston Outlaws, you're incredible. Keep it up, buddies.
The Hot Laws, you heard it from Sarah.
I never said that. Absolutely, I never said that. Either way, this is it from Game Break. Pringles Wavy has been presenting this Game Break to you, and we will be back again after that match for our watch point reset. I'm really struggling today, guys, but that is okay. So are the Paris Eternal. Let's see if they can bring it back in the second half against the Houston Outlaws.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Okay. That is a reinvigorated Outlaws team right there. You gotta love comms of that intensity.
I can't help but feel that Jexay has been a major difference maker for the squad going into this season, offering clearly, as you saw, so much energy to the team, the confidence. That's exactly what you need from your main support, the moral leadership to bring the team up, keep them focused, in these moments and in the tougher moments. Looking so good, especially on the Brig, is Jexay. He's been an insane Lucio player, finding a ton of final blows this season. But as well in the Brig, his rallies have been so on point, keeping everybody up and winning those difficult contested fights.
So I had a little bit of reflection during the break here, Jake, and I need to know your thoughts, but who do you think player of the match should be? Because I have a guess. Who do you think my guess is?
Who do you think it is, ZP?
Well, it's Mr. X, because Mr. X was the one that took out both Widowmaker and McCree and has made things so incredibly difficult for Paris here today. That's right, Mr. X, player of the match right now for the Houston Outlaws.
Mr. X, of course, very intentionally banning both hit scan heroes. He has a personal vendetta. Mr. X does not like aim skill, hit scan. He's an opponent. That's why he banned those heroes.
His favorite hero is Mei. Don't let him tell you otherwise.
He's a Mei supporter, closeted Mei supporter.
So,
we know you, Mr. X. We found you out.
Next map coming on up. We'll see if this is where Paris is going to be able to turn things around. But we do have a substitution. It's going to be Exy moving on in for Soon. So Soon, they brought him in perhaps for the Tracer play, but now they're going to Exy, who's going to be very confused, where he goes to hero select and goes, but wait, Widow, can't pick her. What's going on?
Yeah, the only hero we've seen a lot of Exy on is the Hanzo, maybe, in terms of heroes that are still in the pool for this series. Eichenwald, a great map for Hanzo. It seems that Paris has wanted a heavy focus on these Orisa-based bunker compositions, offense and defense. The question is, will they make a halftime adaptation here? I can't help but feel that the Orisa hasn't worked out on the other 2 maps, but at the same time, Eichenwald is a much more close-range map, much more enclosed, less flanking routes. Muma maybe putting a little bit of shade onto Orisa as he hops off the map there. Going to come back on the Winston, where he's been dominating. And I want to give a special shout out to Muma. He's received a lot of criticism for his Reinhardt play, oftentimes seeming separated from the team, seeming disjointed. But here, back on Winston, back on his strong suits, I think he's just a player who you give him these solo play heroes that can focus on getting their own value, making their own plays, and Muma can really shine, really be one of the best players in the Overwatch League.
Particularly when Primal Rage comes into play. Such a mechanical ultimate, requires a lot of time to master, and something that Muma definitely has over time. It's going to be Exy into the fray, not playing the Ashe, instead onto the Tracer, what Soon was playing just a little bit ago.
Big difference maker is the Ana Lucio versus the Zen. Dante with that Harmony Orb is going to have a big advantage in the Tracer duel. Muma, though, gets forced out pretty quickly.
Muma under a lot of pressure right now. It's going to repel with Jexay, bring it back up. Still, though, it gives Paris the opportunity to move on in, get a little bit better positioning. And Exy still on the hunt.
Nico gets sent packing, has to translocate, although Exy on the flank gets cut out. He's not going to have too much of an opening here. Blase with the Soldier in this cubby is doing a lot, keeping that poke heavily onto the Paris Eternals tanks. Nano Boost, though, should be online very, very soon.
Exy moving over, Pulse Bomb set up, looking for Muma. Muma knows what was coming. Muma wanted no part of that. Meanwhile, Blase still in a safe spot, raining down damage. Exy goes for the stick, gets Blase, not safe anymore. And Paris now starting to work their way in, but the Outlaws at least doing a decent job of delaying.
This fight's not over yet, though. I think Outlaws will have a chance to stabilize Jexa on the Brig with both supports falling for Paris Eternal. That's where Brig just completely dominates the game. When the game gets down numbers, both teams trading kills. A Brig with high HP can be an impossible target to take down.
Also for the Outlaws, was I gonna be back into the fight a little bit earlier? Of course, being able to run, pretty useful ability as it turns out.
And Dante, I want to highlight him here, doing such a great job keeping the pressure onto Nico. Nico challenged at every moment on the flank, only at 65% EMP. Repel way ahead with that Transcendent.
The Outlaws back up to a full 6, able to get in a good spot. Laze once more, well protected. Both tanks just being bodyguards for him. Paris focusing on the point. Benbest not getting a whole lot off this Nano. Forced on back, the Nano does not do much. Hanbin's taken down, here comes Blaze. Attack visor's up, laying in the damage to Benbest. Nowhere for him to hide. And Blaze gets the Helix rocket onto the Pilot Diva. Gets exploded on his own, the other side. Now Nico, EMP is ready. Paris not thrown off the point here just yet. The question is, do they invest the EMP?
Transcendence was forced but repelled there, so there's no counter to the EMP. Beat comes out from FD God, and there might just be enough here. The hack onto Meko prevents him from using his self-destruct, although Muma might want to turn with the Primal Rage.
This is where Muma can be a big playmaker, but the EMP could ruin his day. Muma forced to use Primal, under pressure, couldn't wait for an opportunity to knock people off, and gets slept. Woken up immediately though, so Muma still working around. Nico, meanwhile, EMP on the point, striking 3. It's a little bit discombobulated though, there was no follow through. The Outlaws turn it back. Dante got room to work with, and definitely not fazed by the EMP at all.
I mean, that was a very mediocre EMP from Nico. He's been struggling so much to charge it up, and what does he catch with it? He gets a Pilot Diva, 0 impact whatsoever. He gets a Soldier 76, who had already dropped Heal Pad, and he gets a Brig, so pretty much the only impact is the Brig. That's really not significant at all, and for an ultimate like EMP, you just need to be getting more out of it. Houston, they want to get this full hold, and Meko's self-destruct could be the key.
Houston looking to make this match a very quick one if they can. Xe right now going to the back, trying to open up anything for Paris. Nico under pressure, Xe, pulse bomb. Xe continuing the hunt. Paris just waiting to see if Xe can open anything up. And now they're getting Nano Benbest up and over, trying to dive to the back, ends up falling. And the Outlaws withstanding for now. They're down Dante, but still with 5J.
Tracer will be back so fast. That stick, though, could be the moment. Jeks it down. It's only repels Transcendence, and with members dropping left and right for the Outlaws, this might be the signal to give up first point. Repel doesn't agree, though.
They decide to go for it. They have 3 on the point. They're going to use Transcendence to buy a little bit of time. Blaze comes back in, gets slept mid-tack visor. So Blaze maybe not going to be the hero. And Paris, they finally get the first point.
That commitment may come back to haunt the Houston Outlaws. Nico almost up with his next EMP, and without a Transcendence, it's really going to be all on Jexus somehow hitting a big stun. Xe, though, as well on the flank, wants to chase down these frags, but it's actually Paris who are overextending.
Benbest caught out Xe. See if he stays in the back line. Going for Repel. Tracer v Zen. Takes down the Zen.
Yeah, Xe gets the fight win, though. He is hunted by Blaze. That's a big difference maker. Muma hacked in the front, not able to engage his Primal. Quick takedown, so nice heads-up play by Nico, uncloaking behind the Winston.
Nico right now, just looking to build EMP, not do anything too crazy. Paris focused on the objective for now, Jake.
Yeah, without the Winston, Houston probably not looking to take a fight anytime soon, but this is going to buy a lot of time for Nico to get up in that flank, set up a potential EMP, especially if he can get Muma before the Primal Rage comes out. Muma will really be suffering.
Looking for Tracer v Tracer. Nico still around, looking to set the EMP. Early Primal out here from Benbest. The Outlaws hanging on back. Muma low. Primal's out. Gets off in the nick of time. Benbest about to stop being angry. Blaze finds him. And the Outlaws doing a really nice job of sustaining here. Nico, so far, has yet to find an opportunity to EMP.
Blaze working on his 5K time as he circles the entire map here, but still managing to have an impact in the fight. Xe Obi's the pulse bomb, but finds absolutely nothing. Blaze still being hunted, but everyone coalescing around him, keeping him up, stunned down and taken out his Xe.
You ever play Tracer just get completely demolished by 3 people? Just happened there.
Oh, that's so big. Meko finds the DMEC on the Hanbin. He will be DMEC'd as well for his team, but he's going to have a lot of time to get back in the suit, and the pickoffs are coming in hot and heavy for the Outlaws. Paris forced into a rough reset.
The Outlaws, the pressure they're putting out right now is insane. A lot of credit to both Dante and Muma. And Blaze being the glue in the back right now, the constant poke and prod coming in from 76.
If Muma takes the Nano here, he could be absolutely devastating. Setting up in the flank, it seems that they haven't scouted him. Nico maybe knows where he is, but just maybe didn't see him there out of the corner of his eye. Oh, and Xe dies before the dive.
Turns the corner into the Helix rocket. You hate to see it. The Outlaws 6 on 5. Blase looking for a bit of extra cleanup. Hip out of the fight. Paris running out of time. Final 10 seconds, and I'm not even sure we're going to see a last-minute stall.
That's a two-man EMP from Nico. Finds the D.Va and the Ana, and the D.Va was already slept. Once again, Nico not really producing on the Sombra, not finding anything this map, just too much pressure applied by Dante, especially on the Tracer.
Paris right now, they use Primal. Ben Best put to sleep, and then fully put back to spawn. Blase, an easy 2 at the end. Houston not looking troubled at all. Paris can't delay any longer. A hold in the middle of Mike involved, and this is making things very, very tough for Paris.
We're just seeing a completely revitalized Houston Outlaws here. The hero pools have been so important for them. Everyone looking great. Dante on the Tracer, Blase on the Sombra, on the Soldier, Jexa on the Brig as well, just keeping the glue, everyone together.
Well, now we'll see if Paris, now down to their last life, can they turn this one around, or will Houston sweep it? Find out after the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
On the Watchpoint post show live tomorrow night, Sunday, after the Uprising take on the Reign. And guess what? Mr. X is not doing the drawing this time. He will not be the villain.
Somebody else hopefully can draw May, but May really not seeing much playtime at all this patch. So very interesting to see. Without Ryan, she's less dominant.
It'll be Sideshow. I'm pretty sure Sideshow will be the one to send us all to oblivion. Bank on it. But now, it's Paris facing Oblivion. They can't do something quick to turn this one around.
Nico has really been suffering on the Sombra this far, not able to produce anything, really weak EMPs in the first half of the round. He's going to have to change that up, although Hip opened things up on Muma. That's going to buy some space.
It's good for Paris in the defense, but it needs to be more. Realistically, you take a look at their situation, the best chance for a victory right now has to be a first point hold.
Yeah, it really does. It's so close on that second point. You're going to have to shut down this Doomfist, but there's a lot of rollout options here on first point for Blase. We'll see if he likes to play with a more team-centric style, though.
I do like the Zen here for Paris. And you notice here so far, they're playing the Discord Orb almost exclusively on Muma.
Yeah, just shutting him down, keeping his game very, very difficult. But now Outlaws starting to get a little bit of control of the map, starting to move past that initial choke. Again, though, Muma struck down.
No Discord Orb required. It was on Dante, who falls right after. Paris taking down the two threats, and it really has been Muma and Dante, the ones poking into the side of Paris. They can isolate him like that. It could be the start of a turnabout.
You know, I was just going to say, I don't agree with that Doomfist pick from Blase. It's just so difficult. Sombra, Tracer, Brig, all these heroes can completely dominate you in those flank fights. You just can't get any map control. So Blase going to switch over to the Sombra, but Nico already at 80% to the EMP. It's going to be on the Nano, essentially, to keep the Houston Outlaws alive through that.
Well, we have the Nano on the Muma. Muma looking to make some space, forces out the Transcendence. Benbest, though, he's not in there praying. Finally gets back over. Dante, though, nowhere to go, taken out by Xe, and Paris just huddling together for safety, and it works.
I love the commitment as well from the Transcendence. Hip realizing that because Blase just switched over to the Sombra, he's not going to have the EMP threat online anytime soon. Hip just taking a little bit of a gamble, saying that he thinks he can charge up that Transcendence once again before Blase has the EMP. So watch those ultimate charge. Whoever wins that race could put themselves in a very good position to win the map.
This is also a weird area for the Outlaws where they have to put Blase in the Sombra as opposed to Dante. Normally you'd want Dante on it, but Dante can't play both heroes at the same time. EMP, Nico, over, slept immediately. Might not be able to get out, but guess what? Paris is there on the follow-through. They protect Nico, they let him have a nap, but they lose him in the process, and now see if the Outlaws can make anything happen as a result.
Outlaws still fighting. A nice hack from Nico prevents Meko from committing the self-destruct. Muma as well, wisely hanging on to the Primal Rage. So Houston just playing the ultimate game here, setting themselves up for a final fight. Benbest coming back. Somehow Muma finds himself deep in the enemy spawn. Although this could actually present an opening. It's hard to chase him down quickly in this environment. Outlaws getting onto the point in the rest of the map, and Muma just wasting so much time.
Muma's a wanderer, is what we're seeing here, but somehow Xe gets caught out. The disruption. They chase down Muma. Dante pulls by me and Hoppin trying to turn it around, but Muma's excellent adventure might have actually worked out for the Outlaws here. Bomb over the top, nowhere close. And the Outlaws so close now to getting point A. Paris in danger. The EP comes out from Blase. Does do too much, but Outlaws still a numerical advantage on the point. Muma continues to clean up, and what a wild point A so far.
You know, I just want to say, don't try this at home at your rank games. You're going to fail. You're not as good as Muma, but he absolutely makes that work. The next level distraction play brings both tanks back, and XC realizes, like, where are you guys? I'm fighting alone on point. Gets cut down, and that creates exactly the advantage that the Outlaws needed.
I'm wondering, is that big brain, or is that small brain with an even smaller brain response? Because I kind of feel like it's the latter.
I think that's absolutely wise with the Primal Rage in the tank. Muma knows he's able to escape from that situation very reliably, so he creates a ton of space for his team. Now diving in immediately onto hip.
Dante was there with the follow-through. Muma and Dante again setting the table that Blase knocks down. And this is looking real good for the Outlaws, potentially one fight away.
I love Muma's playstyle. Just immediately, before the fight is even over, he's going straight to the enemy spawn. He says, this is my homeland, and now he's setting up on the flank with the Primal Rage. And we're coming to this bridge part of Eichenwald. How do you push Muma out? If you come out too far onto this bridge, he's going to send you straight off the map with the Primal.
Oh, Muma wants to be the hero. He's got a broom. The Primal Rage is ready. Moving on forward. It's time now, the sweet Paris. What Houston's looking for. The bomb from Dante takes out FD God. Paris against the wall. Fight they cannot lose. But the Outlaws in great position. 3 already down. And the Outlaws just about there. Paris running out of numbers, running out of time. The Outlaws sweep the Paris Eternal.
All I can say is, wow, Houston Outlaws look totally renewed. Muma and Dante hunting down those backlines with ease. The coordination from this team, it started to look so rough for them there at the end of that first point push. Those, potential misplays in terms of hero picks for the Houston Outlaws, but they turn it around. I think that's just a next level play from Muma, recognizing the potential of the map geometry. It's so much quicker for him to get back to the fight than for the Zen that he's suppressing in the spawn.
Think about Muma's original rise to prominence. It came metas that prioritized Winston. And we saw so much of that here today because, of course, it couldn't play Ryan.
We have criticized Muma a lot through the season, so I think it's very important to say that he looks like one of the clear bright spots for this team. And to have your Winston and your Tracer looking like some of the best players in the league, it's hard to think of better places to have your stars right now. As well, Jexa, Meko holding down in the defensive position, keeping everybody alive. Those rallies from Jexa turn the tide over and over again.
Well, let's hear it from the man himself. We got Mr. X with Muma down on the floor.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Blase from the Houston Outlaws, and big win here against the Paris Eternal. But I just wanted to hear from pro players, somebody on the Outlaws. What was it like preparing with hero pools this week? Did you guys plan some of your own strategies for yourself, or were you planning to go against like a game plan and just kind of counter-strat people?
We definitely just planned our own comps. Right now, I think it's really popular is the Soldier Tracer, especially. But we have other comps where, if we want to go Doom, we can just swap mana, we can go Doom. It's just based on feel, really. Like, when you play, erratic metas like this, where, you could play a lot of different comps, you just really play by feel what you want to play.
And I guess backing off of that, how do you feel that hero pools will benefit the Outlaws moving forward?
I think it's, just really beneficial. There's not, one set meta right now. And we like to, just play a lot of different comps, so I think it's really beneficial.
And then now you guys have a little bit of a break. A lot of other teams don't really get this much time, but you guys won't have another match until Week 9 back here in DC. What do you feel like is the biggest thing the Outlaws need to improve on from now till then?
Just keeping our consistency from right now, we're playing really well. We've been performing really well lately, so just staying consistent, keep grinding, stay fresh.
So yeah, stay fresh. I mean, you got a few weeks off, so no problem doing that. But congrats to Blase and the Houston Outlaws on the big win today. Let's go back to Jake and ZP.
Thank you, Mr. X, and you gotta love it. That's our Coca-Cola victory moment, and the Outlaws have more victories to celebrate now than they have all season long.
This could be a really big potential turnaround for the team, and I love that humility from Blase. He's not getting ahead of himself, just confident in how the team's playing right now, trying to maintain that momentum. It's the same sentiment we heard from Jexa in the comms check, just keeping the team focused. Remember, this doesn't always...
Great, especially when he's in that position. He's not getting the healing from anybody. Tactical visor. Well, Kareem, no way is going to get out of that one. BQB now over the top here, has to force Kellex away,
had to shield up. Yaki now starting to build up momentum. This is looking dangerous for the Toronto Defiant Beast. He's frozen. Kelix tried to save him, tried to stun the way and stop the freeze, but there's no chance.
On the big win today. Let's go back to Jake and Z.
Well, then, guess what? Dante was there every step of the way. Amazing stuff.
These are just disgusting stats. I mean, I know Houston had a really dominant victory here, but just clearly showing why Dante's our player of the match. Really impressive stuff, just putting out so much damage, but crucially, staying alive for so long, always a thorn in the enemy side.
Of course, Houston, they're going to get a little bit of a break, but let's take a look at the teams they have to face next. Hero pools, people have a little bit of time to adapt to them because they got almost a month off, Jake.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens when Houston comes back. Can they return to 500? But they have a lot of time in the lab, time to workshop, keep all their different roster convolution or compositions fresh, whatever strategy they want to bring out. Dive clearly is a strong suit, but if this team is going to continue to succeed long-term in the season, I want to see them develop more things as a strong suit. They can't be 100% reliant on this Somber Tracer, Somber Doom dive. That won't last you all season long. You're going to need to adapt to different hero pools. So for Houston, my question is, can you continue to deliver in these different strategic setups?
It's going to be a difficult question for many teams right now, and truthfully, a big test of the players, a big test of the coaching staff, but you know what? We got another test coming up soon. That's for the hometown team. That's right. After this, it's going to be the Uprising taking on the Justice.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Outlaws! Oh, Sato! Carnage in the tunnel!
Ping is just absolutely destroying. He'll be able to touch. He's up onto the high ground.
They knocked him away.
Oh my goodness! He says, I'm not losing right now. We are not getting stopped here.
Seem to get their dive act together. XE came in for the second half. How much did that really change, though?
No.
XE actually looked good on Tracer, but it's still not enough to pull this Paris team over the line. They really struggled to understand the dive. I don't know how much practice they had with it, if they were trying to, you know, as Josh was saying earlier, they're trying too hard, they have too many coach strategies, but they just didn't look comfortable on the dive. Obviously, a very new roster has come together. They don't have as much synergy in this dive setup, but Houston just outclassed them pretty much across the board.
It's not just new roster, though, as well for Paris. It's like new players that haven't had the opportunity to play dive at the highest level. Houston Outlaws are full of players that are a little bit older, have a little bit more experience in the scene, and they kind of fit into that quite naturally. Muma's out here just doing Muma things, just focusing, making sure he gets the
get him in the pit.
Rage in the
Seventh time's a charm.
Yeah. But that's what you like to see, is the Houston Outlaws are very comfortable in this meta at the moment. But more so than this match being about how good Houston were, it just was the disappointment of Paris again. It was like Toronto and Paris are two teams that looked really good at the beginning of the season, and now that we're in hero pools, they're spiraling down again. And to be fair, we've only seen that one match from Paris where they didn't look great. But it's indicative of a larger problem, I think, where this is a team that has only just come together and is relying so much on their coaches that the day-to-day of being, or the week-to-week rather, of being able to cope and adapt to hero pools, I don't think they're going to be able to cut it. I think they're going to take a long time to be able to adapt to each meta.
We even talked about it with Ben Best and Nico. We were like, these guys are question marks. They've never really shown a great ability to play dive, and they definitely struggled. I would say they were the two weakest points. Nico's Sombra just struggled to get any value with his EMPs, just any value across the board, and Ben Best all the time just jumping in first, no coordination, and just dying before anything else has happened.
Yeah, I think all of what we saw is very indicative.
A couple of extra T's in there.
Yeah.
For how important it really is to have flexibilities, like individual performances and the possibility of having those different heroes in the back pocket in case you need to change it. So it doesn't bode well for Paris from what we've seen so far, but again, this was just the first time we're actually seeing hero pools. Let's see how they will do during their next match. However, we do have a few reactions to the match. Of course, the players from Houston Outlaws, they are over the moon. They are happy and also sleepy, apparently. Muma, just, you know, you can go back to bed.
Okay.
Good night.
That's
how you party.
Confidence. I guess I wouldn't be too confident as a Houston Outlaw fan, seeing as you are still, what is it, 2-5, so let's just slow it down a little bit.
It really does seem like this is now a turnaround. I mean, that
Yeah.
first win over the Toronto Defiant, you can say, okay, maybe a bit of a fluke. All right, you played well in that match, but now it's Hero Pools. This is where the league really begins. But if you're able to beat Paris, who have, you know, they're literally a top 5 team, not just in most people's power rankings, but in the actual standings because they've been able to rack up wins. If you're able to pick up wins here, now as a Houston fan, you're starting to think, all right, maybe we can just wing it when it comes to Hero Pools, and maybe we'll be able to get a couple more on the board.
That's the thing, though. If we're looking at the roster from the Outlaws, how much more flexibility is there? Looking ahead of the next chance they're playing, like how many more heroes can they actually shake out of their sleeves?
The issue that I think you need to identify as well, though, is like, okay, well, what happens if we play a lot of dive this weekend, and then Monkey and Tracer get banned for the Houston Outlaws? Do they have the ability to play other things? Or are they just going to be week to week? Can we play dive or not? And that's where that's the hill they're going to die on.
I mean, I don't even know whether that's too much of a problem for Houston, though, because the meta is going to change almost every single week. There'll probably be a couple of weeks where things get banned and it doesn't really affect anything. You know, the heroes are not available to play, but that doesn't really matter. This is definitely one of those weeks where things got shaken up massively. And every single time things get shaken up massively, Houston are probably going to find something that they can play because other teams just aren't going to be that good. Like, you're always going to be able to find a couple of teams per week that don't find anything that works for them, or teams that have been built based on individual heroes that they're good at, and that's all they can play. But Houston have got enough around kind of the bits and pieces that they can cobble together that I think that they can stay firmly ahead of being bottom of the pack, which is where they looked like at the beginning of this.
They won't be bottom. I don't think we'll ever see them riding the bottom of the pack anymore. I think once they get the synergy and they do start, more flexible metas, it'll be better for this team. I don't think they're going to be one of the better teams in the league, but they're definitely going to be better than where they have been.
It definitely shows that those hero pools do give every team an opportunity to shine at least once or twice if they got a little bit more quote-unquote lucky. Now, up next, we do have our last match of the day. Already. Yeah, it's been a very fast day, hasn't it? And it's the Boston Uprising taking on their home team, the Washington Justice. So let's take a look at the starting lineup, starting with the Boston Uprising. Jerry back in. We still love him, even though it didn't sound like that in the pre-show, to be honest. But,
well, Jerry just took a hit after playing the
He did take a hit. Halo, that's the one we want to talk about here, though.
Yeah.
Halo is now in, and he just...
Yeah, I'm going to
it's
be
a pretty
real
recent addition.
That's the first time I've seen that guy's face.
I think that's photoshopped on as well. I don't believe that's actually him. So it's a new player that's coming in. He got signed like 2 days ago, coming in over Swimmer, so it's a risky play by the Uprising, but, they obviously want to make... Well, when you're at the bottom, it's kind of hard to...
Yeah. Any change is a good change, obviously, isn't it? But yeah, we still don't really know what to expect from this team. I wouldn't be able to tell you all of the heroes that Jerry can even play as well, because he played in the Green Contenders, playing Meta Athena. Yeah, so far we've seen McCree and not much else from him. But I mean, the Widowmaker's been looking all right for him. Can he play the Tracer? And can Color Hex get value out of his other roles? If they can, this DPS duo for Boston might be able to carry them towards something happening here in this match.
Well, you hope so, because they're the only 2 DPS players on the team now as well. So if Jerry doesn't have a Tracer and we're playing dive, then that's a serious problem for Boston.
It's a GG in the chat.
Yeah. I think if we go into this first round of Control and then Jerry just has a really lackluster Tracer, I'm going to be very terrified for the Boston Uprising. So, but I think you got to talk about Color Hex. I think he actually does have a lot of flexibility, especially on these projectile heroes. We might see Boston even play a lot of Pharah, because I think that would probably be Color Hex's best character coming into the league. Obviously, we haven't seen it in a while because we haven't seen DPS characters in a while. So I really want to see how him and Jerry sort of synergize in this hero pools meta.
Well, let's take a look at who they're going to be going up against. So let's take a look at the Justice starting 6 for you today. There we go. Corey and Stratus, of course, you wouldn't replace them. In fact, you wouldn't replace any of those fine gentlemen because they're all still in. How will they look like in this very meta?
Well, this is the roster that failed to perform in front of their home crowd, let them down, back to back. But then as soon as they started to, feel a little bit better, they weren't as ill anymore, they had a much better performance the next week. So I feel like this team is going to be performing at a higher level than we've seen from them the last time they were in Washington. But it's Corey and Stratus, the pair, that I can't really wrap my head around what is best for them to be able to play. Because Stratus his hero pool is like the Pharah he can play, the Doomfist he can play, and the Mei, and then outside of that, things get a little bit sketchy. So I don't know what they're going to run him on.
I think Corey and Stratus both have a lot of question marks around the characters because they haven't been in the league for that long. They were only here for last season, and we didn't really get to see a lot of DPS depth. So I'm really interested to see how these guys prove because, you know, Stratus always says, I'm not a Mei one-trick, guys. Like, listen to me.
He can't play Doomfist.
He can play Doomfist.
Yeah.
So he's a two-trick. No, he could be playing a lot of other things that we just never seen him, and he's never been given the opportunity to play. So it's time to prove it because they're definitely not playing Tuba over him right now. So he has to prove that he has the flexibility in it.
Well, thinking too far out of the box didn't work out for Paris, so I hope we don't see a repeat of that and at least stick to a geometric shape of some form. That would be
Platonic solids.
Exactly, that's what we're looking for here. Definitely going to be interesting. Do you expect Corey to maybe bust out a Hanzo here?
We haven't seen that in the last 2 matches, so you generally see a meta evolve. I don't know, maybe Hero Pools is just throwing the scrim sort of on their heads, but the fact that we haven't really seen any Hanzo makes me lean that we
I think we quickly saw it on Blizzard
Yeah,
World.
tiny little. Yeah, like a very tiny bit. So, but you know, if a team was ever going to play their own style, this could be Washington Justice's time.
Well, let's see what they got for us as we are getting ready to send it back to the east to the guys at the Anthem for the final match of the day.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier.
And this weekend, it is the capital of the Overwatch world. Welcome back, everybody, to the battle for the East Coast here, our second homestand in the city of Washington, D.C. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Matthew Morello, and it's time for, one could say, the main event.
Yeah, the biggest match of today. It includes the Washington Justice going up against the Boston Uprising. I know a lot of the fans here are excited to see the Justice take the stage, try and get a win at home.
Absolutely. So far, Washington started strong. We said, okay, look, you know, we know Corey and Stratus get to carry over a lot of their prowess from last year to still in effect. 1-3 though, not quite the scoreline they were looking for early. A couple matches that you expect to see this Justice actually look a lot stronger in. They kind of get beat pound for pound in a few of them.
Yeah, but I think though, like as time goes on, I expect the Justice to play better, look a little bit more like how they looked last year towards the end when 2-2-2 came into play. They were lights out. Probably not somewhere that high, probably not somewhere this low. You probably kind of settle somewhere in the middle in terms of where this team can go with the roster. But I think, look, if you have Corey, he can play a lot of different damage dealers and have high impact, and he can play it at the highest level. So you're going to be in a lot of these series.
So here is our hero pool of unavailable heroes for week 5, our first one. McCree and Widowmaker out. So Hitscan, not looking too flash right now. We did see Ash brought in. Reinhardt also out of the pool, and Moira. So no P in the pool, which doesn't really seem to have affected the support lineups too much. Teams are playing a bit more than the other
that
way.
one. I hadn't heard that one yet.
You know I live for it,
yeah.
man.
You must have your writer working overtime.
Never reuse any of my jokes, man.
Have your
How do you
ghostwriter
expect this to
write
affect
overtime.
these two teams, especially with Munchkin's departure from the Boston Uprising, which was recently announced?
I mean, that probably won't affect Boston at all. I mean, Jerry's been playing anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I actually think with some of the stuff we've seen thus far and what we've heard the devs talk about, the Justice could come out. They could have like Stratus play the Mei, Roar plays the Orisa, and then you can put Corey on something like the Hanzo. Maybe you don't see him go towards the 76 play the Hanzo. He has a fantastic Hanzo that we really saw dominate like the later half of the season last year.
Yeah. It was mentioned on the desk as well, like, you know, what does Stratus play? Cuss is a bit of a patat, because if you watch Contenders when Stratus played for NRG, Stratus played a ton of Pharah. That's another pick that is in that
Custa just wasn't watching enough.
No. Big patat moment from the man, but that's fine. Let him get away with it. The Washington Justice definitely have a few looks available to them here. Corey Tanto looks stellar. It's still going to be relevant. I think, you know, that's a pretty easy pick for a selection. And yeah, maybe Hanzo Mei is just a natural fit for this team and looks good in this meta.
I mean, look, if you didn't believe us hyping up the Hanzo Corey, you can see here with the all-time stats in the Overwatch League. And mind you, he only plays last year, right? Yeah. It doesn't play in Season 1.
All time, Matt.
So,
all
yeah,
time.
All time. I mean, the guy's nuts on Hanzo. And they also have the ability to run him on like a Tracer or a 76. So I think you do have a lot of options for the Justice to play around Corey on some different heroes.
So that sets the stage, at least, for what we should expect from the Washington Justice. And now, to see what to expect from their opponents, let's see them on stage. Everybody make some noise for the Boston Uprising. This team is getting very used to hearing that particular Bronx cheer.
Yeah, I mean, they're used to it by now. You know, some people get their information pre-game from stats guys.
That's right.
Yep. I got mine from a guy who walked over from the bar over here to my right,
Nice.
Boston jersey. And he was hollering at me saying Jerry was going to pop off today. And I believe, Jerry, I think, is going to need to be key for the Boston Uprising. We've really only seen him play like McCree. Right, so we don't know. Color Hex, we've seen him play like far in the past, right? Heroes in more than a projectile. What to expect from Jerry? I think it's a huge question mark.
Some teams have managed to find a way to fit the Ashe in, but really only as a counter to Pharah, not as a standalone pick, not overly robust. Also, obviously want to point out, this is the debut for one of Boston Uprising's players. Yeah, no, it's not moving. You've seen him around the traps a little bit. This will be the first time that we get to see on the stage, straight out of Contenders, is Halo.
Yeah,
Welcome from Triumph before that second win, now joining the Boston Uprising roster.
Yeah, I mean, Kobe's an awesome name too. He
Not bad
by that. I mean, that would have been fine. It's, he comes in straight from Contenders, right? They signed him like last week, like towards the end, and right up on the stage already. So get him in the lineup. If you're Boston as well, like you're just trying to make something settle on a roster, you know, week to week. You know, maybe at least have some players you're going to always put in week to week and incorporate into the lineups. So you see already, you know, they kind of think highly of him that he's in the lineup already.
Of course, yeah. Myunbong to round it out. Johnny reinforced last. And big fan of Myunbong. We're looking out for those sleep darts. I mean, he highlighted last week as definitely a highlight for this team. But, ladies and gentlemen, time for the moment you've all been waiting for. It is time to meet the Washington Justice once more.
准备战斗，选择英雄。
人人都是斗士，请问要起泡水还是白开水？
治疗就交给我吧。
安妞，
我会顾好你们的背后，大家平平安安回家。
请问要点餐了吗
？5、4、3、2、1，第一回合占领目标。
你好啊！
我强化你了。
通体舒畅。
帮我击退他们。
快治疗
我！现在可占领目标。
实现我的意。
我还没死呢，快治疗我！和我会合，
和我一起行动。帮你治疗。
注意，过来治疗。
带你强化就绪，要接受药剂的就说一声。
我的 绝招正在蓄力。
臣服于我的意志。释放耐力强化。
没人拦得住我！
恢复吧。帮你回复。
我要拔刀了！据点。
发现敌人了，表演后，
还有利用价值。
打得不好。
打得漂亮！
和我一起行动。
你到底行不行啊？
在这里集合。
你困了吗？
治疗。
先睡。
我要拔刀了！准备进行战术锁定。
各位英雄，站起来！
快治疗我！
自由开火！我的仆人有
我锁定你了。大家过来听。
臣服于我的意志。
我需要
不管倒下几次，我都会站起来。
过来帮我。
我需要治疗。好。回手。我要拔刀了。再累也不能停。绝招准备就绪。
休息时间。
人龙合一。我们抢下这个据点，跟我一起来吧！
释放治疗法术。
绝招正在蓄力。
帮我！发现敌人了！
是的。
启动自爆程序。
Hello。
你好啊！
我的仆人永不消逝。
我需要治疗。
嗨。
来治疗。
你会没事的。第1回合胜利。比数1-0。
着装完毕。
很荣幸能率领你们上战场。
今天适合搞破坏，太完美了。
生活就是要尽情战斗。
5、4、3、2、1，第2回合战术目标。
猎物设下了陷阱。 集合！我的意志化为现
朋友，别担心，我就是你们。
我需要治疗。
屏障太长，
对决吧！需要支援。应该。这种招呼方式真过瘾。臣服于我的意志。
准备好了吗？我来啦！
我来修复困了吗？把它放在这里就好了。瞧瞧我们的厉害！炸弹来啦！送你一颗炸弹！自由开火！太完美了！各位，快来战！在我面前屈服吧！我的，据点是我的。多谢你，跟我一起行动，治疗好，看我为何。准备使出流星暴力，准备使出流星暴力，在我这里会合，感激不尽。帮助我，帮你治疗。可以施展绝招了。流星降临，实现我的意志，没人挡得住我。臣服于我的意志。要是你玩过拆炸弹，就告诉我。快保护目标。
第一把上场了，
炸弹来啦！
延长赛
来我这里集合。
3杀，
精彩的烟火秀啊！在我面前屈服吧！需要支援。哦，有好戏看了，这个会治疗你。该你了！我还以为你很强。快就定位！
发现敌人了！有啊！
不准动！
自由开火！
流星降临！
不要做事！瞧瞧我们的厉害！这种招呼方式真过瘾！正义从天而降！来对决吧！
延长赛，
看我这招！在我面前屈服吧！需要支援，
谁都挡不住！攻击目标！
讨厌！
我的计谋成功了，希望你喜欢。我来做。放在这里就好了。
开始。
胜利。 重播。
在我面前释放吧！
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get loud for the Washington Justice! First out on DPS, it's number 21. Say hello to Tuba! On tank, number 28, it's Elivo! On tank, number 37, let's get loud for Raw! On support, number 31, it's Aim God! Also on support, number 0, go 2x2 for Ark! On damage, the high flyer at number 27, it's Stratus! And finally, one of the most feared Hanzos in the league at number 11, he's in the house, it's Corey! Give it up one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for your 2020 Washington Justice! Starters, take your seats!
microphone finger. He's like all about it. But you know, going up against his former team, right? Ingot, formerly a member of the Boston Uprising. That's it. It's been a bit, but still a little bit of a rivalry.
Sure, there's no bad blood at all, man.
I mean, they were laughing. I mean, poor Boston, right? I mean, they go to every East Coast homestand. They're just here to bash some of these crowds.
Every East Coast homestand, they played most of the hosts, and yeah, they've had to deal with the boost. But you've seen players like, especially our man Colorhex, soaks it up. He's Kiwi. He's used to it. Even in his own region of the world, probably still getting.
Yeah, they're booing him. I mean, yeah, he's getting booed at home.
Absolutely. Elivo's got the gloves on now. You know he's ready to throw down.
Yeah, now I'm really interested to see what these two teams play because there's two large unknowns, right? On the Boston Uprising side, it's like, what does Jerry decide to play after we've only really seen him play the McCree? What do you build your comps around there? And then for the Justice, what do you want to do? Do you have Corey play like a Tracer? Do you want to play something like a Dive and put Roar on Winston? Do you want to play something a little bit more stationary, keep Roar on like Orisa? A lot of opportunity for both of these teams to try out a lot of different things here. Busan, Havana, Eichenwald kick things off. Horizon and Ilios, if necessary, at the back half.
Will they be necessary?
I think maybe one of them will.
欢迎来到暴雪乐园。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
该来场蒸汽秀了！
等会儿可能用得到。
每次都要麻烦你帮我修理围墙，尽量别把它再弄坏了，拜托。
哦，就像以前一样，治疗就交给我吧。
为了你的爱。你真是美极了！哈哈，开始超载。
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，防守目标 A。
屏障立场启动。
掩护我！
我的炮塔会坏掉。
回来。
风箱全力运作。
该死！快速定位。
这是假设。
让他们尝尝你的厉害！我金口打爆的！对呀。小心背后！炮塔架好了！哈哈！
马上目标已被敌人控制，
别让我失望哦！
感受毁灭的力量。
我的炮塔遭受攻击！我的炮塔！
发现敌人喽！
力量达到极限！崩坏了！
各位英雄，站起来！英雄永不消逝。
在我面前屈服吧！
宇宙在对我歌唱！我的炮塔会坏掉！ 重回战场。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。
少界结界就绪。传送法阵开了，回来战线，现在能快速移动。
发射电磁脉冲波，英雄永不消逝。
我的工作尚未完成，必须阻止目标前进，召唤少界结界。
等会儿可能用得到。各位英雄站起来！把我击退他们两力。目标抵达检查点。
治疗你。我从火焰中重生了。
莫伊拉与你同行。
沉沦魔大军将于
少界结界释放完毕。
给你用来
躲到我后面。 手在对我歌唱。对决吧！可恶！
死亡是虚幻的。
笔记听号差遣。
招领吧！
快就定位。
请至游客中心。
即将抵达终点。
别扣了 Q 开！
失效。
发射电磁脉冲波，
就会有一点痛了。
只是一时大意。我的传送器
在我面前屈服吧。
治疗你。我会依
各位英雄站起来！
对决吧！
设置传送法阵，从虚无化为实体。
经典。
第一回合结束。
准备落地。
比数0-3，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。
整个艾泽拉斯，
只要按照计划进行，胜利就会是我们的。
好东西就该和好朋友分享。
距离进攻还有30秒。
小动物不喜欢等待。
看来这次没办法悄悄地处理掉，你觉得呢？5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻，占领目标 A。
快速移动。
别动！
还有许多事情要做。
非会员不准进入。
召唤少界结界，我来修补你的伤口。疫苗换好了。
治疗你。
好多了。
再见。
我的传送器已启动。
别人快来了！系统展开。
各位英雄，站起来！
发射电磁脉冲波。
我的工作尚未完成。
帮你恢复。我正在
传送早阵开了，现在能快速移动。战斗还没结束，治疗正在战斗。
发现敌人了！
伟力，这就是真实的威力。
正在占领目标，一切都按照计划进行。
再来一次。
帮你维护一下。守护天使在此。
还剩60秒。
我会依循正道。
在我这里汇合。
我来修复你的伤口。看我这招！
帮你治疗。还剩30秒。
我的传送器已启动。
给我站住！
各位英雄，这是真实的威力。
少界结界召唤完成。
我面前
绝招正在举行。
发现敌人了！
应该休息一下。
少界战斗还没结束。召唤少界结界。正义得以伸张。快就定位。
别动！
我会依循正道。
失败。精彩重播。
正在占领目标，一切都按照计划进行。
when a series is like this and it's kind of split down the middle and both teams are in the same kind of realm as a team, right? Same kind of area in terms of power rankings. You have a lot of 50-50 games, right? With the way that the meta is shaken out with hero pools, you can get counter-strapped pretty hard. Something you do may not work. You could lose a map like that. So I think you're looking at like a 4-game or 5-game potentially.
So these teams' adaptation in between weekends was tested. Now it'll be in-game tested. Make some noise. We're out of the gates on both sides. And the Justice are going with the
Jerry,
duo.
the McCree Widowmaker Torbjorn specialist here.
Works the same way.
As Boston comes out, they're going to play very, very slow, very point-oriented, just playing around the Orisa, the Torb, the May, very stationary. And this is a direct counter to what the Washington Justice are trying to do as you see Roar dives on in. Not really a chance to live there against what the Boston Uprising are bringing out.
I mean, fair enough. The Justice are trying to bear hug a cactus against this composition. It is tough.
Series is like this, and it's kind of split down the middle, and both teams are in the same kind of realm as a team, right? Same kind of area in terms of power rankings. You have a lot of 50-50 games, right? With the way that the meta is shaken out with hero pools, you can get counter-strapped pretty hard. Something you do may not work. You could lose a map like that. So I think you're looking at like a 4-game or 5-game potentially.
So these teams' adaptation in between weekends was tested. Now it'll be in-game tested. Make some noise. We're out of the gates on both sides. And the Justice are going with the
Jerry,
duo.
the McCree Widowmaker Torbjorn specialist here.
Works the same way.
As Boston comes out, they're going to play very, very slow, very point-oriented, just playing around the Orisa, the Torb, the May, very stationary. And this is a direct counter to what the Washington Justice are trying to do as you see Roar dives on in. Not really a chance to live there against what the Boston Uprising are bringing out.
I mean, fair enough. The Justice are trying to bear hug a cactus against this composition. It is tough. They want some protection of some sort. Jerry's turret goes down, but Moofen's able to finish the job as those hyper spheres go bouncing around the corner.
And this is where, if you're the Justice, you have to consider moving off of this straight away. This is why it's so important to have versatile players. Right now, as you're going to see, 76 Hanzo come into play. Aurora played the Orisa, so you could have went with something like this. You could have played a Hanzo with a Far of Mercy, but they decided to go with this form of a comp, some consistent damage with the 76 and the Hanzo, burst down the shields, get the Torbjorn moving, right? When the Torbjorn's moving, not able to just plant the turrets and stand still, that's when he's very susceptible to damage.
Roar again takes an absolute shellacking. It has to be the Immortality field deployed to keep him up. That's now been removed. Okay, Amplification Matrix is thrown down. Corey's brave enough to stand in front of it for a time. And he comes straight down. He's able to get healed up though. Nicely done. Ain't got an arc to keep him up, but unfortunately too many casualties already on the side of the Justice, and this Sigma play is filthy.
And I mean, Jerry falls early, but he's able to get the Molten Core off, and it's able to take out 2 players, so you get good value with that. He will stay on Torbjorn. As they've had great control of the choke here. It's very difficult for the Justice to make any forward progress.
Blizzard and Supercharger are both available, and this looks comfortable for Boston, Matt. They dare the Justice to come to them.
What's also interesting about the composition for the Boston Uprising is the Lucio in play. Able to keep them mobile, move around the map. That'll be Aim God at the start of this fight getting a pick.
Matt, they needed that Aim God. Again, showing us some of the prowess we got to see last year.
But the Blizzard comes down, you can't push through this. Another wall comes out, now you're just buying more time.
They had no Elevote to work with either. Supercharger was used, so was that Blizzard. So the Justice Force ults, but it is go time now.
But Jerry's already back. Just the Blizzard and the May wall just buys enough time, then is scary enough that you've delayed.
Dunberry comes out, gonna push straight into Roar, and he's got very little defense. Somehow they got an Immortality field down there. Movement is gonna dispatch that quickly though when Corey falls by the wayside. It has to be Elivo desperately making a foray onto the point, but you can see he is completely surrounded. A Dragon Strike from Spore, and that's wishful thinking from Stratus, and the Molten Core will canvas the point. Roar had no help. No one on the Justice really did, and that'll be the first round to the Interlopers.
It is quiet in here.
You don't seem mad enough. You're really not.
It's
show me some emotion.
I mean, Boston, they're laughing, right? I mean, they come out, they rock the Torbjorn, they punish the Justice on that first point. I mean,
get out! Oh my!
Moving, he's chilling, man. As, what do you see now change? Can you play Torbjorn again here? Don't think so. I think you're going to see a massive change from the Justice. See though, if Boston decides to make some changes as well. That you look at Jerry on the Symmetra here. Symmetra's not really like a pick on a point like this. Too much open space. Potentially just using it as a teleporter out of the spawn without a Lucio at the start, and then make a switch. So Jerry will show us his Tracer here at the start, where both of these teams are pretty close to a mirror. It's just the addition of Brigitte versus having Aim God on the on.
What does that mean?
And the Zen as well, so difference in both supports. Well, Aim God's going to try and obviously play this at range, right? The Zen is the composition we saw a little bit earlier in our first series, where you can play the Zen and the Brig, you get a little bit extra damage. It's more of a really strong commitment to the dive.
Corey trying to work around the fringes here. He's managed to work fusions pretty low, and that will elicit a response. He gets on out. The Justice now are in a good position to take the point just by getting a damage advantage early. It's unlikely Boston just let him get away with it, but that's the point already. Boston now want to get this fight done quickly if they're going to do it at all. Point picks up. Aim God is a safe spot, and that nano boost is right around the corner. It looks like he sends it over towards Raw, who is discorded, by the way. Is knocked back. Nice whip shot there from Halo. Keep him off of the back line, but Jerry goes down as cat and mouse, and this time Tom comes out the victor. On the point goes Fusion's big EMP. 4 players on the Justice there without their abilities, but the follow-up has to be there. Fusions is trying to get the damage to stick, trying to chase Elevo down, and D-Suit assisted by the Discord Orb will do the job.
And Boston gets control of the point here, so Washington get like 10% here early on, but now you have Boston in clear control of this point. As a Color Hex EMP connects with 4 players, ends up turning the tide. But now if you're Boston, you're able to hold on to both support ultimates through this. You have your Pulse Bomb, you have your Primal Rage, so you expect to get a good chunk of percentage here out of that retake.
Stratus close to an EMP of his own. Notice that Jerry was just sitting on the other side of the wall from him there. He reveals himself, wants to bait Fusions in. Perhaps is there a way to punish the Winston for that? Doesn't look like it. At least the EMP is now online. Stratus is also doing his own kind of spy checking for Color Hex.
But you can play pretty far away here if you're the Boston supports, and as long as you get a Transcendence or a Rally off, they're going to go both with a Self-Destruct to keep everybody alive. That's a lot of investment there from Boston.
The reactive EMP from Stratus, though, it only actually catches on a Fusion, so I guess they force some ultimates out.
But a 1-for-3 ultimate change right there.
Oh, Raw. Oh, he's Discord. He was also hacked. He couldn't jump. He was sat there just swinging his fists in vain. It must be frustrating. The Justice now trying to capture the point, a little bit low on numbers though, and that's a 5-player EMP. There has to be follow-up though. Jerry needs to be the one now to find these kills. Elevate's a little bit low off towards the side. You can see Stratus spends a lot of time actually outside of stealth, just getting off percentage, but now they strike them. Dynamic duo deal with Color Hex.
And the main issue with the comp that Boston's running is where like Muffin got really low on the point. There's no way to burst heal him back up, like no real big healing, especially if you don't have like your Brigitte armor packs available, but there's like a heal over time. So you have to back out in that situation.
At all for Boston.
Yep. You don't have anything like a nano boost or a biotic grenade, anything that Ana provides in her kit. You're really playing this around for Boston with the extra Zen damage, being able to burst some of these players down.
Stratus was hoping to manually hack Halo there so it wouldn't get stunned while going for an EMP. That didn't pan out, so we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Corey! Oh, dear! Luther's able to chase him down. 97% on ultimate now for the Boston Uprising. Diva and it is 54% and counting for Washington. Biotic grenade is enough to force moving back, but look at it, they bait Elevo into a concave and leap upon him. Aim God from the periphery is able to find the finish on Fusion, so both teams lose initiating tanks. And now Raw has to be extra careful. But he's hacked, and then he's EMP'd. So much time without the ability to jump away, Matt.
Oh, and I mean, you get EMP'd, plus the other team comes through with a Transcendence. There's really nothing you can do against that. As Arc, he'll end up getting hit with a Discord Orb. They jump right on top of him. You lose your break here. It's just going to be on Illabo to keep this in OT.
It's going to be tough. No doubt about it. D-suited there. Reinforcements are on the way. Aim God his Discord as he tries to approach it, tries to get some healing on Raw, but there's just too much damage coming his way. It's just a matter of seconds that he keeps the point going for. Jerry waiting for someone to come around the flank and finish them, but it's not going to be enough for the Boston Uprising.
We questioned, what do their hero pools look like? Do they have gas in the tank? And, oh dear. Crowd not happy about that.
I mean, they look great there in map number 1. I mean, Jerry puts together a good round on Torbjorn, a fantastic trace around there towards the end. Real strong play overall from Boston. Washington, they're going to need to dig in the tank to bring something new out in map number 2 if they're going to make the...
做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
无序才是人类真正的敌人。
他们好像会传过来这里，他们一定在基地的另一头。
距离进攻还有30秒。
维绪卡企业在利用你，就像他们利用我老爸一样。等着瞧！
你的父亲曾是维绪卡企业的员工，他明白公司的愿景。 可惜他没能将这一点传承给你。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻！
太感谢了！
屏障设置完毕。
别动！ 帮我一下吗？
我的传送器已启动，正在占领目标，一切都按照计划进行。
感受疗愈，别动！
双杀！
从虚无化为实体。
双杀！
嘿！
这是我的意志。
召唤少界结界，
太感谢了！
已占领目标 A， 开始进攻目标 B。
Hello，
屏障测试开始，
传送法阵开了，现在能快速移动。保证在占领目标，来支援。 释放少界结界，
这就是真实的威力！
各位英雄，站起来！
快准备好了！
召唤少界结界。
开始！
在我面前屈服吧！
死亡是虚幻的。
我要占领这个目标。
所有证据都显示，
臣服于我的意志。
设置传送法阵了，少界结界就绪。
这会保护我们。
第1回合结束，比数2-0，攻守互换。做好防御准备，选择英雄。
开始加速！
有建设才有破坏。
Hello， 等你电话。
我们还在。
攻击 敌方将于30秒后开始行动。
没想到我会回到这里，这个漂亮又冰冷的地方。
温斯顿，你还在用那把鸡毛掸子打仗吗？
不叫过来再说一遍呢。
跟我一起行动，我们一起走吧。
5、4、3、2，
跟我一起行动。
攻击方出动了，防守目标 A。
嘿。 好，
就是。
谢谢。
感谢你做出的贡献。
从头再来。
最近如何啊？知道了 ，Hello。
这会保护我们。
哎，我的炮塔会坏掉。
Hello。感受疗愈。余量全开。嗨。
风将全力运作。
敌人出现了。
完美的节奏。
在我面
各位英雄，站起来！
我的炮塔！
总谢谢你。太感谢了。
把工作完成了。
Hello。
目标已被敌人占领，防守地点变更为目标一。
屏障启动。
我的音波屏障准备好了。最近如何啊？知道了。
双手攻击。
任务开始。
我来修复你的伤口。
哦，大声点！
人起袖子干活。
守护天使在此。
你的厉害。
各位英雄，站起来！
我的意志化为现实。
加速复原。哎。
太棒！
闪开了。我来帮你治疗一下。
感受毁灭的力量。
哈哈，开始超载。
需要支援。
挡下攻击。屏障被摧毁了。
在我面前屈服吧。
让我失望哦。
我的了解。
开工了！
嗨，谁都挡不住我！大声点！
炮塔遭受攻击！
我的别担心，
我就是你们的
等你电话。
红光普照，
闪开！
都在对我歌唱。
任务开始！
各位英雄，站起来！
该来你的功吧！
近距离战斗。
知道了。
美的节奏，保护我的炮塔。
了解。
在我面前屈服吧！
哈哈，开始超载。
太感谢了。
好表现！升起屏障。
等你电话。
就这点本事。
明白了。
我来修复。
我的炮塔都坏掉。
守护天使在场。
他们往前。阳光普照。痛快吧！对决吧，感觉好极了。
快就定位。
了解。
各位英雄站起来！
还剩60。
让我失望哦！不愧是我的陆平。对我歌唱。知道。感觉好极了。
在我面前屈服吧！
还剩30秒。
看我这招！
升起屏障，让他们尝尝你的厉害！我的炮塔们坏掉！屏障日常行动。
延长赛需要支援。
好表现啊！
帮你回复
了解。
力量达到极限。
我的宝贝。
战斗还没结束。各位英雄站起来！
胜利。精彩重播。双杀。双杀。
从虚无化为实体。
双杀。
This series interesting.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
To be pretty hostile every environment you go into, right? It's something that the players who represent the city, right? You gotta rally around it. Like you see like Jerry Laughlin, Color Hex as well. Usually, like they love this type of environment where, after a while you just get used to it, right? It's now all the pressure goes in the Washington Justice. Last time we were here, they didn't get a win. You fall behind here in map number 1. You
has to be playing in the back of their minds, right? A lot of pressure playing in front of your home crowd at times. Thinking back to week 1 when NYXL, they lost like a map early on, and everyone was kind of worried. I did the interview with Mono, and he was like, hey, we were just really nervous with like how much the crowd reaction is. And knowing the players on the Justice, the Justice organization, everybody put together, they want to win so bad for these fans that it's a lot of extra added pressure, right? So we'll see if they can. I think one map really changes the dynamics. You get a map under your belt, crowd starts to get behind you, you spin it around pretty quick.
And you can't tell me the Justice aren't a team that thrives on building momentum, especially with impact players like Corey on the roster. Also, AimGod, I also felt was very sort of prone to that. He's quite pitchy at times, you know, streaky, I guess you could say, with the Boston Uprising. But when he's on, I mean, his name is a really apt one. And on the Zenyatta, he will take those solo kills.
We'll see what Boston decides to come out and run. The story here is the defense is already set. This is very similar to what we saw the Justice run on Control.
Jerry on Sombra.
Interesting. So Sombra May, you know, you talk about 2 heroes who can really be a nuisance for the other team, right? You're trying to like not dodge the May wall. You're also getting hacked. Like
these are two high utility heroes, ones that we don't normally see racking up a ton of final blows. So is there enough damage?
Look, you have Diva. Diva has high damage. Orisa can put down consistent damage. They try and get Brawly and dive, which is what they want to do. Now you start to kind of Brigitte, right? Brigitte can do damage, heal, stun, knock away. You start to play a game where like, okay, what's the win condition here for the Justice? Like if you dive, you're kind of playing into their hands. If you sit back, you're allowing Jerry's space to potentially pick off one of these supports, really looking at AimGod. So it's a very difficult position for the Justice to play out.
Buffen, painfully aware, I think, of Corey just trying to harass his backline. Multiple times he's had to turn his head and give a defense matrix to
But as long as you play around the May and the Brigitte, like your supports should be pretty good if you're the Boston Uprising.
And almost getting hacked there, able to catch a interrupt on towards the enemy Sombra with micro rockets. Boston Uprising are actually kind of backing up. They've left the payload. What are they looking for? Why did they take the foot off the gas?
They want the dive to come in. Like that's the play here. They want the aggression to come in. Yes, and that it's exactly. It's why I said it's such a difficult position for the Justice to play out of, because they need to be the aggressive team with the pump they have.
Okay.
We have an EMP that goes off, and Corey gets 1. But how much longer can you play this game? Right? You have to play it very close to perfect for the Justice to come out on top.
So Boston actually, roles are almost reversed. Boston are attacking, but are playing like a team that defends or wants to be reactive. They want to provoke Washington into being the ones
well,
to
who
make
does
the play.
Stratus hack, right? You hack the Diva, you still have the issue of the Brigitte and the May. You hack the Brigitte, you still have the issue of the May and the Diva. Like, there's not a great target.
Okay, Sleeping Elevator on the high ground. Hard really for Boston to do anything about that. Raw constantly jumping away from Boston, not towards them. They still need to stand on the payload though, so Raw trudges back, says, okay, I guess meat's back on the menu, boys. Fusion gets rid of Raw. Jerry standing inside the booster, and Lufen gets over the top with a bomb, and that'll be it. The Justice wiped off the point.
Well, look at that. I mean, Corey's trying to go into the back line, put pressure on Myungbong, but he then gets stunned by Halo, bashed away, gets down to like no HP. The payload is then making its way towards the checkpoint, and what happens? Justice have to contest. They walk directly into an EMP, they walk into a rally, a supercharger, and that allows Boston to save a Blizzard. The next time they dive in, guess what? You have a nano boost for sustain, you have a Blizzard to prevent that dive from coming on through.
Who gets nano?
And the Justice, you're going to have to invest a lot to be able to stop the card.
I think the Nano Diva is potentially quite powerful for Mufen if he can go try and hunt AimGod down, but Ellie-Boat gets rid of Jerry.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can nano the Diva, you can nano the Break, the May. A lot of decent options.
That's gross. Corey, as you can see there, one of our 2019 the Roll Stars. Looking for a pulse bomb connection. Definitely needs to live up to the pedigree that he displayed last season.
The positive here for the Justice is you're building up a war chest of ultimates, right? You'll have all 6 across the board. So as long as you just don't kind of blow them all in one fight, you have an opportunity to get a stop here. But they go with an EMP at the first, and it's actually going to be Stratus who gets taken out right after.
Stratus was forced to use the EMP then. That was a really great collapse on towards the Sombra. Stratus was in the top room in the back line. Mufin immediately turned around, made a beeline for him there, and they managed to cause him some problems. The Brigitte inclusions here make it dangerous for Sombra to linger.
But now you used EMP and Primal Rage. You lose that fight. Now we get closer to the end. Guess what happens? You have to rally here to come out. They still have this Blizzard to play.
Oh no!
Big pulse bomb.
Halo tried to shield bash away from it, but it's pretty large range on that pulse bomb. Ana has a lot of problems just walking away from it because she lacks any other mobility. Field bomb. Oh, it's a one clip. Okay, Corey's warming up a little more now. Gets the D-suit. It is an EMP, and he can't get away from Jerry, who finds him with the headshot. Arc, though, responds. Swinging the flail as Jerry lands, and Color Hex's Blizzard goes bye-bye.
Are they gonna... I wonder if Boston switches off of this, because that is incredibly odd to lose both supports and then commit EMP Blizzard in this. There's really no chance of them winning the fight at that moment in time. You throw the Blizzard into the void of Elivo, Jerry just pops the EMP for whatever reason. You know, you had a great opportunity. If you hold those ultimates, you would have came back into this fight 4 ultimates to 2 with a great opportunity to win.
Uncle Matt is disappointed. Justice, Uprising, should I say? Self-destruct. Wall doesn't actually protect against it. The Uprising have to just back away a little bit more. The Transcendence now for Aim God. It's expired. Raw's hack is going to have to stay and take a fair bit of damage. Jerry gets a lot of free ult charge. Translocates out once he gets a stun again. High ground for Boston. Raw trying to take it away. Bomb thrown in there by Movement. Doesn't get anything in his hacks at the moment, so he can't climb straight back in. Here's an EMP opportunity for Stratus. This one needs to stick. It needs to land. Especially with the rally in play, getting rid of all that might help. Here it is. He gets 5. Stratus sitting up on the payload. Elibo is de-suited though. And it looks as if the Justice weren't able to capitalize there on such a powerful ultimate.
They had the rally going and then they don't connect with the Ana, so you get a nano boost onto the Mei, keep the Mei alive.
Okay, Raw has Primal Rage, can't use it though. He has to hope for that EMP to expire before he gets back into the fight, and it has. It's Aim God though, from up on high. 2 crucial kills and the cleanup is easy. 13 seconds remain.
A lot of good holds here from the Justice just before Boston has a chance to take this second checkpoint. 7 seconds left. Can you even get a touch? Looks like Jerry behind enemy lines will be the one to do it.
Yeah, reveals himself. Oh, he actually had to translocate a little early. It's fine. Overtime still is activated. Wrecking Ball drops out on the point here. That's Fusions getting hacked pretty darn fast there. It seems like there's a bit of a disconnect there. Movement was supposed to keep him alive, but that's not what the defense matrix was thrown. Overtime is up. Stratus looks pleased indeed.
Much better play there from the Justice in map number 2. Stratus much more effective on the Sombra. You know, 23 enemies hacked, 11 EMP enemies, but it's that one fight that Boston just throws, man. Like you had 2 players dead already, your supports, and then you throw the Blizzard for no apparent reason into the defense matrix, and you pump the EMP. When if you would have came back the next fight, you would have had like self-destruct, EMP, supercharger, Blizzard, like all your major win condition ultimates you would have had, and all they would have had was rally and a Transcendence in that moment in time, which, you know, one of those ultimates probably forces both of them out. You would have been in a good spot to at least get the payload over the line, but that's been the difference in the course of the Overwatch League for the first 2 seasons between teams that win games consistently and teams that, you know, kind of fluctuate up and down in the standings. Is just minor plays like that. Those 2 ultimates set them back so far that they're not able to really make another great effort to push the card over the line.
And of course, as is now tradition since last week, apparently our hero draw will be happening on the Watchpoint post show live Sunday night after the Uprising versus Reign. So all the more reason to stick around and see just how our potatoes back in Los Angeles come up with our plans for next week. Okay, like I told you guys, if you watched your tier 2, you'd know that Stratus was a Pharah aficionado. I'm going to milk that for so long, bro. No one's ever going to be able to tell me I don't watch it.
No 76 on the other side, so we'll see how Boston goes about dealing with the Pharah play of Stratus. So, like we saw in Blizzard World earlier in our series in Toronto and Florida, we saw some Ashe playing against the Pharah with no McCree or Widowmaker in the pool.
right now though, I mean, right, you have like, well, I was going to say you have the Batiste, not anymore.
Okay, Corey gets Mjolnir bomb. That's no healing. And this is a matter of time now. Stratus, he's got a taste for the blood and he wants some more. He'll have it.
Well, I mean, that was the defense, I guess, from Boston. I mean, nothing you could. I mean, there is something they could do, but I mean, once you lose both your supports there, and then the card is like already around the corner, not really many options. But Boston, I actually like the decision to not switch the composition, because you would have actually put yourself so far behind in terms of ultimate economy, and you knew that the Justice had to switch off of the Pharah and the Mercy anyway. They're going to stay on the Mercy for now, but they will have to probably switch off of it in time.
5 minutes in the bank. 5!
As it's a good decision to stay with this for Boston.
Corey now wants a bit of the high ground. Does he know what's behind Doré? He does now. Wall thrown up. They really want some privacy up there. Corey's determined to see what's going on. Now, this essentially splits Boston. The other half of the team had to commit, and they do. They get rid of Aim God, and Corey has to back out. He's lacking supports for the time being.
Early picks, though, is big for Boston. You know, early picks without using ultimates, massive, right? So now you can start building up some ultimates of your own. You'll end up with all 6 probably going into this next fight. And it seems crazy that, like, you know, potentially, like, you could get a hold here, but, you know, the cart has not moved at all since they got checkpoint B, really. You can see it on screen, just moving backwards. But Boston, you're like 1 or 2 fights away from making this very interesting. And remind you, it's very difficult to get it over the line as well, getting close to B.
Very, very wary of using EMP remotely near Arc. Okay. See what Move can do with this. Tries to drop down, but Aim God gets him while he's in midair. Not much from that ultimate again. The Uprising throwing good ultimates after bad. Here's the Transcendence coming in, but Haley was already hit with a body grenade. It's wasted. They at least managed to get the Batiste ultimate out, but the Washington Justice are punishing this poor ultimate usage. The fundamentals out the window, and so are the Uprising.
I mean, they're going to have to rush back in, but you still have EMP Blizzard here for Boston to make one last final defensive stand before potentially conceding the map to the Justice. But
that is, oh God. Yikes, man, that was a brutal fight. Okay, Color Hex needs to make sure this Blizzard doesn't fall into the Korean future Dyson. Cannot get eaten.
It's hard to get eaten if it's an EMP that connects onto the Diva first.
There's the EMP. It does connect onto Elivote. He went for the self-destruct, and all he got was a couple pets. He got the supercharger and the immortality field, but the Uprising already had the lead in this fight. What do the Washington Justice do now? Probably just back out. Aim God is on the other side of the map for whatever reason.
Yeah, you take the L in that fight, and you back out here. You set up. You don't want to make the same mistakes that Boston did, where you throw in some ultimates that you're just trying to get it across the line. It's not working out. You have to hold on to what you're building up.
I mean, Boston would love an early pick here to allow them to sort of snowball a team fight without having to use ultimates.
They need an early pick. They don't want one, they need one. In the position they're in, with Washington coming in, with a Primal Rage, EMP, Nano Boost, they need an early pick off.
Corey, Yunbong over the edge. Corey back into hiding. Pulse Bomb doesn't stick, and looks like they know where Stratus is. Fusion's continually 180ing and firing behind him, but will he see this coming? Oh, can't get the hack. Stratus stands his ground for a little while, but in the meantime, Jerry's found Corey, and the Justice once more are down to 5, and yet they commit. Surely not.
Mitch, that's a big one. You know, they use Primal. They don't get anything with it. They're gonna have to back out, and then the clock starts to dwindle. And Color Hex, he was able to hold on to Blizzard. You start building closer towards an EMP, a self-destruct. You still have your Transcendence, right? So Stratus hits a big EMP, you can counter with the Transcendence back out on the point. Boston not out of this yet.
Can Stratus shut down Myeonbong here? That is the question. Okay, Fusions does get hacked, but very little is done.
Who cares? Yeah, I mean,
Stratus. Okay, goes for the EMP. No, Myeonbong's able to get the Transcendence. Oh dear. Stratus really needed to collect it on the Zenyatta, but it's hard. Now Color Hex going to go with the Blizzard and somehow throws it at a Diva. It doesn't get eaten, so Elivote is going to be put on ice for the time being, but Jerry's found. Corey gets 2. This is one of those individual performances that you just can't count on. Raw fighting 2 as well. The Justice, at the final moment, they dig deep and they find the answer. Now the Diva gets pushed away. Movement, oh,
gets a chance to use that EMP.
无序才是人类真正的敌人。设置传送法阵了，
看看这里的惨状，希望俄罗斯不会重蹈覆辙。
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动。
照计划行事，如果有状况，我一定会救你出来，
帮你恢复。
只要大家都尽好本分，胜利就势在必得。释放少界结界。
5、4、3、2、1，攻击方出动了，阻止目标前进。
Raksha Pranali Samritikare。
少界结界就绪。
你应该来帮我做事才对。
老家伙，
明天起床一定是人生酸。
我来修复。
我就是你们的大海。
这是我的意志。看我这招！在
我从火焰中重生了。
臣服于我的意志。
屏障立场。
少界结界召唤完成。
帮你维护一下。
少界结界就绪。
自由开火，这就是真。
我就是你们的盾牌。
死亡是虚幻的。少界结界释放我的普通能量。
吃我一锤！我死准备好
释放少界结界。
修上场喽！我准备好。
我从火焰中重生了。
目标抵达检查。
少界结界召唤完成。
有人能帮我一下吗？
臣服于我的意志。看我这招，在我面前屈服吧。
传送法阵开了，现在能快速移动。
来对决吧！启动！
我明白。
给你一个来自远方的问候。
化为实跳。
这会有痛。这就是真实的威力。
看我的！
臣服于我的意志。
双杀。
Come back, come back, come back. They can just come here.
受着干活。 朋友，别担心，我就是你们的盾牌。开弓啊！
大家加快脚步。
屏障被摧毁。
法国在地上，他们跑不出来。
双杀。
手游的是我的炮打吗？
下次记得乖一点。 这个会治疗你。
谁都挡不住我。
感受毁灭的力量。
朋友，别担心，我就是你们的盾牌。
自由开火。
任务
在我面前屈服吧！释放你的力量，力量的希望。
保护我的盾牌，我的保护。别靠近！
我的意志。
发现敌人了！我回来了！你真是美女！
感受毁灭的力量。
好好表现啊！
臣服于我的意志。
双杀，很高明是吧？明天起床全身酸痛。
这是我的意志。
还剩60秒。
耶，开始治疗。素质热到了。
莱恩在右边，左边走。
我的炮打会坏掉。
加快速度哦！法国，快点上！
自由开火。
这才像样。
在我面前屈服吧。
还剩30秒。
我回来了。
有狙击手，小心头！
别让我失
还剩
望
10秒。
时间快不够了，会让你拿出全力呀！
我利用不位的。
我浑身是劲。
开了。
谢谢你。
第1回合结束。比数0-2，攻守互换。做好攻击准备，选择英雄。距离进攻还有30秒。
来给他们做个示范。
老头，这里还是交给我吧。
我想过的好日子可不是这种。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻。护送目标前进。
目标了，前进！屏障快抓不住我了。屏障被摧毁了。近点。我来了。
这一份是我在护住目标。炸弹来！臣服于我的意志。实现我的意志。我不会让你死的，这个会治疗。敌人。法伯，杀到目标。我的仆人永不消逝。我利用不位。
没人拦得住我！力量达到极限。好表现啊！
阿玛丽上尉前来报告。
我的炮塔遭受攻击，
恢复吧！在我面前屈服吧！快就定位！
发现敌人！炮塔架好了，
继续护送目标。
来对齐！开始超载！
所有证据都显示我手感正好。这是我的意志。炸弹来了！
看个痛快吧！
臣服于我的意志。我在护送目标，这来是我自由开火。我的意志保护。
还有事情要做。好表现啊！炮塔遭受攻击。
还剩60秒。
别让我失望哦！
我的直升准备就绪。
火力全开！
就我不该来场争气秀了！
双杀3杀，还剩30秒。
时间不够，进攻！
架好了！我的炮塔，我的炮塔！
大检查。
准备好释放！
哈哈，开始超载！
我在护送目标。
好表现啊！
在我面前屈服吧！臣服于我的意志。敌人在攻击我，你的效率值得赞。
那是我辛苦打造的。
标符合竞争。
流星坠！我的炮塔遭受
自由开火，
吃我一锤！
我的一击，帮你恢复。
堂堂你的护送目标。
我来修复你的伤口。
就这样吧。
我的
躲到我后面。
化为现实。
目标抵达检查点。
杀个痛快吧！
绝招快要蓄力完毕。臣服于我的意志。帮你维护一下。我的绝招准备就看来你需要。
让我失望哦！
路西欧上场喽！
我来帮你治疗一
这
下。
下好多了。
我利用不会的。
准备好了吗？吃我一锤！保护我的炮塔不准躺下，力量达到极限。
绝招正在蓄力。
为什么要去？为什么要去？集合线。
卷起袖子干活，热力全开！哎呀，怎么停
臣
了？
服于我的意志。
60秒。
杀个痛快吧！我的炮塔！
火力全开！炸弹来啦！
要加快速度了。
看我这招！
还剩30秒。
让我失望哦！
向前推进，
帮助我！这个会治疗。
太空了！躲到我后面！吃我一锤！我的炮塔！
自由开火！
开始超载！
冷静。延长赛。
这是我的意志。幸会。
失败。精彩重播。
吃我一锤
3杀。
法国，快点杀！
双杀。
那是我的炮塔吗？
下次记得管理。
In that final fight, using it in desperation there towards the end, but the Justice, they bounce back, they get a map win in map number 2. You see Stratus a little bit stressed out. So, you know, it has not been easy today against Boston.
And look, normally this team's laughing, smiling, joking around, but this ain't a game anymore. It is, but it is, you know what I mean? It's not a game anymore. The Justice need to get a win here, especially against a team like the Uprising, and they're working for it. We'll have our friends in LA break things down on a halftime break. We'll be back with more. It is absolute slobber knocker.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide.
Now, so, you know, they're getting the work done. The first map looked a little rough for them, to say the least. My name is Zoe. This is our game break presented by Pringles and Wavy, and I'm once more joined by Saicho as well as Kasta. Let's dissect Busan. Let's talk about what we saw coming out of the gates from both of those teams. What's your concerned look about, Saicho?
Well,
we need to talk about
you look very,
concerned.
I am concerned for both of these teams. I mean, I enjoyed seeing Jerry come out on the Torbjorn. That was a little bit of style early on. But Washington Justice just didn't really manage to make their dive work too well on the first point. They went toe-to-toe with the Boston Uprising, but they couldn't find value out of Stratus's Sombra particularly, and then it was kind of all over the place. Both of these teams looking like they're still finding their footing in this brand new meta.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of questions of Corey and Stratus, are they going to play the dive? And we saw that from the Tracer and Sombra. In the first map, as you said, they looked a little lost. There was no coordination between the front line, and it just seemed like they were getting picked off a lot. They also just didn't really know how to deal with the Jerry Torb. So I'm sure no one knows how to deal with it. It's unkillable. But then we went into map 2, and they played a lot more characters, and we saw the Stratus sort of, they got a lot more value coming out of it.
Yeah, I think generally on that second map, Corey and Stratus both really came alive, and this is really their win condition. As soon as the DPS players from the Justice are amping it up, everything seems to go well for them. Where went Uprising wrong in this very scenario? Was it just what was it?
I mean, I would say that when the Washington Justice come out and they're playing the Pharah and you have absolutely no answer to it on the other side, you've probably picked a composition that isn't the best. Yeah. I mean, Sombra May, we've heard that teams were running it in the off-season, and it seems like they had some success on it towards the end there, but it doesn't give you any ability to take control of the fights, and you're just kind of relying on your opponents playing into you. And if they pick the correct heroes, particularly at the beginning of Havana, then you're not in a great position. Have you dropped your pet?
No, don't worry.
That one's gone.
No, we're moving on.
Everything which gets dropped into this desk is gone forever.
It's gone forever.
It's in the void.
Yeah.
But I don't know, my whole thing is, like, it seemed like they came out in that comp expecting Washington to play dive, and then Washington were like, well, we're just going to play Pharah, and then they were just like, oh, no, Boston just really didn't have an answer to it. They lost the first point for free, but if I was going to underline something that went wrong for Boston, it was just their ultimate usage. I think they really struggled to get value out of anything. You saw it on their attack. I don't know what that Color Hex mail was that he threw into the wall when Elivo was just like, okay. But it wasn't just that. Just like across the board, I think they were really struggling to get value out of their ultimates.
Now, you already mentioned it, Stratus on Pharah. He is, of course, going to make it into our crunch time presented by Pringles Wavy. So let's walk us through this. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, this is just him dominating as he comes out. And my problem with this is, from the Boston Uprising side, is if you want to pick a composition, you can't allow the counter to be something that your opponent is fantastic at. And Stratus, it's like one of the 3 heroes that he plays at a genuinely elite level is his Pharah, his Doomfist, and then his Mei. You want to try and push the Washington Justice away from their comfort zone, not play compositions that allow Stratus to just dunk on you. Poor little Halo, he's just having his first match in the league, and he's getting rained on from above. They couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah,
Poor
rough
guy.
times, rough times. Now, next up, we're going to have Eichenwalde. Sure enough, I would expect Stratus to bust out a Pharah here and there as well.
It's possible, unless Jerry's playing some kind of counter style. If they carry on playing the Sombra Maid, then yeah, just play Pharah all day long. So they need to change it up. They need to have something that's a bit more versatile, able to counter a bunch of different compositions.
I just think Mufen shouldn't play the Sigma. I don't understand the reasoning of why they're playing the Sigma. If they're playing Dive, I would want to play Diva. If they're playing Pharah, I'd want to play Diva. If they're playing anything, I would want to play Diva. So I don't really know why they're making this switch. I feel like if they just play Diva, their comp will be a lot more well-rounded, and it'll give the DPS a lot more ability to reflect.
Now, are you both still confident in your pick, looking at the Justice here?
I'm reasonably confident. I don't think that it's been easy for them, though. I think that they are overall the better team, and they should have managed to edge out this series. But it's not easy, and I have to say that Corey hasn't really been the powerhouse figure that I was hoping he would be on the Tracer.
Yeah, Washington have looked okay, especially in the second map, and they do have the flexibility and they're showing that they do have the hero pools, but it hasn't been outstanding. And I really want to see them tighten it up, especially with their front line to sort of their dive, sort of mix out Roar and Corey going in together and sort of find.
Let's actually talk a little bit about Roar. Are you guys impressed with his Winston performance so far?
It's been okay. The thing is, for the whole Justice team, it's only been okay. And the thing is, they have had the most time to practice out of any team this week coming into Heroes. They're in their hometown, so that means they've had access to the best practice facilities. They've been there, they haven't had to travel, and they've just had the run of the entire show. If they can't come out and perform against Boston, they're lost. They're lost. That's a rough sign for the Boston. So they do need to be careful, and they do need to be very wary of like switching up their comps. So they tighten it up.
Well, tied it up. Here's advice from our desk crew. We're ready to head back into the action, and afterwards, of course, we're back with the post-show, so don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
For that BO, too much overextend our power, and then
no.
Everyone, take a breath.
3, 2, 1.
Relax. Okay, don't forget the B. Full out and then Dorado, 4.31 meter. Okay. Don't forget. Don't forget.
A moment there from the leader Ark, obviously, who's been here since season 1.
I mean, a ton of experience, just brings a great positive energy to the team. And look, I mean, he was on NYXL in season 1 when they were like dominant. And if it's not for like Animo emerging in the Lucio role and really becoming like one of the best, if not the best Lucio in the league at that time, like Ark probably would have continued to play. But Ark then comes over to Washington, and he's done a good job, being the leader, trying to push this team forward, trying to get them to a spot where NYXL already is. So you can see 2-2, one in the series actually. Agamol coming up, and I kind of jumped ahead. But I did tell you though that I thought we would see 4 maps, and I'm right.
We get a minimum of 4 maps now, Matt. You're exactly right. Looked a little bit tough there for the Justice at the end of Havana until somehow, inexplicably, Corey gets 2 kills in quick succession. That's what Tracer gives you, the ability for those individuals to take ownership.
You cannot win games consistently if you're if your game plan is to play them 50-50 and hope somebody pops off, like hope Corey pops
I
up.
think the game plan was try and be coordinated with ultimates, and then that didn't work, and then Corey popped up. So,
right.
I mean, it's not something you can count on, or maybe you can from Corey. It's kind of the reputation he's garnered himself thus far, but without McCree or Widowmaker in the pool, he has to do it on a different hero.
What's also interesting is that the Justice come out on Havana and catch them off guard with some Pharah play, and then they...
欢迎来到暴雪乐园，做好攻击准备，选择英雄。
请黑色奇拉作战坦克的主人
我不大喜欢自己动手，但这次我会亲自出面解决。
距离进攻还有30秒。
我们会在光荣的战斗当中证明自己。
只要按照计划进行，胜利就会是我们的。
5、4、3、2、1，开始进攻！占领目标 A。
没有浪费时间的必要。看我这招！
放马过来啊！
我的传送器已启动。
敌人在攻击我，这是我的意志。
该来！
我从火焰中重生了。
解决掉敌方炮。
继续战斗吧！
设置传送法阵了。
रक्षा प्रणाली संगठित करना在我面前屈服吧！
防御系统已就定位。 会吞噬一切，
护送目标前进。
敌人正在攻击我。
我们必须确保目标抵达目的地。
我找到敌人了，解决掉敌方炮塔了。
敌对全灭。
谢谢你。 我的传送器已启动，召界结界召唤完成。
化为现实。
臣服于我的意志，这就是真实的威力。
英雄永不消逝。
召界结界释放完毕。 目标正在方案，快点跟上！快条掩护！
目标抵达检查点。
伤口在哪里？
实现我的意志，会吞噬一切。
在我面前，
各位英雄站起来！
这个会战全是为了领场。
全部启动！
屏障快撑不住了！
他们回到战场了。
英雄永不消逝，这就是真实的威力。
来刃这招啊！
帮你，我们合作无间，运送目标前往目的地，先按照计划进行。
रक्षा प्रणाली संरेखित करना
看我这招！
启动自爆程序。
臣服于我的双手。
启动。
目标即将抵达终点，正在治疗你。
这个会治疗你。
我从火焰中重生了。收到。
风箱全力运作。哎呀，怎么停了？
感受毁灭的力量。
别让我失望哦。
在我面前屈服吧！
我就是你们的盾牌。
需要支援，来帮我！敌人正在攻击我，继续战斗吧！
护送目标点。
系统全部启动。
第一回合结束。比数3-0，攻守互换。 好防御准备。选择英雄。
热力全开！
我们还在等什么？杀个痛快吧！
攻击方将于30秒后开始行动，
一起让得分突破天际。
点过节气氛好不好？有点过节气氛。
马上就手着忙了。
为了你的完美的节奏。
5、4、
力量达到极限。
2、1，攻击方出动了，防守目标 A。
躲到我后面。
实现我的意志。敌人在攻击我，
热力全开！
屏障被摧毁了。
这是我的意志。
双杀。
屏障快撑不住
幸会旅感觉好极了。
我的意志化为现实。
机甲系统就绪，掩护我装完毕。武器启动。
你的效率臣服于我的意志。
大开杀戒吧！
别让我失望哦！炮塔架好了。
躲到我后面。
这是我的意志。
继续工作。好歹。
机甲着装。
宁可当锤子，也不要当钉子。
我们还需要你。看我这招！
放马过来了！
敌人在攻击我，
我来了。
瞧瞧我们的厉害！
英雄永不消逝。
屏障异常启动。
这个会致我。臣服于我。
来热紧张哦！
还剩60秒。
机甲系统就绪，好戏上场。我还是爱你啊！
放马过来呀！
我来修复你的伤口。敌人在攻击我。
幸会旅行这下好多了。
还剩30秒。
他们的下一步就是失败。
好戏上场。
在 我面前屈服吧！
剑斩启动。
依据我美丽的方式，结果正如预期。
我的一还剩10秒，
结束了，加强防御，撑下去。
我找到鱼了，无与伦比。
胜利。精彩重播。
在我面前屈服吧！
一双3杀。
我的意志化为血。 就是真实的威力。
的猎我正在占领目。
有人需要治疗吗？
正在占领目标，一切都按照计划进行。召唤少界警戒。从虚无化为实体。双杀。
那是我的炮塔吗？
双杀。
就是这样。
传送法阵开了，现在能快速移动。你与完美的世界
双杀。双杀。
效率值得。
我要剑上最强烈的分
又向你而盾。
双杀。双杀。三杀。四杀。
在我面前虚防。
我的，据点是我的。